Freed by the Love of an Earl. Written by Abby Ayles and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Prologue. 20 years ago. The little girl tiptoed past the door to her father's study, listening to the familiar sound of raised voices. Her parents were always serene when she was around them. She'd always wondered at that, their ability to turn on their smiles and platitudes in public and switch them off again just as quickly behind closed doors. Usually, she hurried past when she heard them yelling, but today curiosity overtook her fear, and she paused, putting her little face against the keyhole and peering into the darkened room. It was hard to see much at first, and her eye kept jumping away from the keyhole, but at last she took hold of the handle and the doorframe to steady herself and watch the events unfolding inside. Her mother was sitting in the centre of the room, her legs crossed primly beneath silken skirts as usual. Her father was pacing in and out of the frame left by the keyhole, agitated. The little girl loved his kindness and gentle manner, how he would take her on his lap and comment on her dark curls and her plump cheeks, two traits that she had not inherited from her mother, who had always been a frail and light-haired woman. He didn't look like that same kind man now. He marched stiffly, his hands moving in jerky motions as he talked. "I won't speak with you about this again." "She has to go." The girl's mother pursed her lips together. "That was our agreement." "Where will she go?" "It's our job to offer her a place to work and live. We owe her that much." "No, you owe her that much. You're the one that took advantage of her." "I didn't take advantage." The little girl's father stopped suddenly in the room, full in the view of the keyhole. "She was fully willing, I assure you." "Well, she's an insult to me now. She's careless and insolent, and it's not as though she gives two figs about her daughter. She only thinks if she stays long enough, she can have you back again." There was a little break in the girl's mother's voice. The little girl stood up a little further and pressed herself up on tiptoes so she could peer at her mother's face. It reminded her of one of her dolls, porcelain white, and she thought for a moment she could see tiny cracks shivering across the surface. Then everything hardened again. "I won't stand for it any more. If you wish to avoid a scandal, you will send her away." "And what will she do then?" "Give her a good reference and a generous stipend. What else is to be done?" The little girl tried to stand up further, but her little feet were aching with the effort. All in a moment they buckled beneath her, and she fell, catching hold of the latch as she did so, and spinning into the room. She heard her mother's sharp intake of breath, and saw an exchanged look between her parents before her father's arms were around her, scolding and helping her out into the hallway beyond. "What were you thinking of? It isn't good to listen at doors." The little girl looked at her father's face in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Papa." "I only heard shouting and wondered." "Everything's quite all right, Margaret." Her mother's voice came floating quietly from the room beyond. "Only a little disagreement. Hurry on up to bed and forget about it all. It's nothing to worry your pretty little head." Chapter 1. This is the problem with people always telling little girls to hurry away and mind their own business, Margaret thought bitterly. When it's their turn to manage business, they've no idea what to do. She was standing in front of the shepherd's house on the corner of the property, shoulder to shoulder with the older gentleman in his tweed cap and trousers, surveying the livestock in front of her and trying her best to keep her mind on what the man was saying. "As you can see, our ram's got good legs on him, and we've already had him checked for the disease. Breeding should be quite all right. We have the fibre ewes over yonder, and some mutton back behind the house. I'm sorry to say we had to break off a few sheep last week who had pale gums and bottle jaw. Bottle jaw? Margaret cleared her throat, trying desperately to keep up. Did fibre U mean something she should know? Right, so shows a parasite with lumps under the chin. We have to clear the field they were in and remove the bad sheep. How much will it set us back? No more than usual, miss, but I've not done a real culling yet. He cleared his throat. But you let the agent take some of my pasture land for new tenants, and I'm afraid I've not enough to support our usual flock. We have grass everywhere. Margaret looked around helplessly, and I told the agent he couldn't take on new tenants besides. The shepherd shrugged, chewing on a bit of grass. We can't use just anything for mutton of this grade. High-quality pasture is needed, and a good pasture will carry 5 ewes and 8 lambs per acre for the season. It's got to have legume and grass mixtures. Margaret was reminded quite suddenly of her childhood, when she'd been sitting in front of a governess every day trying to decipher the woman's French lessons. Je n'aime pas étudier, she'd always thought it rude when her governess required her to repeat that phrase over and over when she was having difficulty, but it had been more or less true. She didn't like to study, and her parents had never really enforced that she do the work. She often thought of herself as rather dense, but she couldn't be sure of this since she'd never really applied herself. Now, facing the sole management of her father's estate after his death, she thought for the first time that she actually wanted to learn, and she had absolutely no skills to do that. What do you think about the agent? She asked the shepherd, turning to him with an open, hopeful expression. I tried to be rid of him, but it did no good. He seems not to listen to my leadership at all. Margaret didn't know what she was expecting in response, but the shepherd's blank, silent stare wasn't it. She nodded and swallowed hard, realising how truly alone she was. Never you mind. I don't mean to put you in an uncomfortable situation. Please, tell me how things improve as we go along. She felt guilty walking away from the old man. Perhaps it would have been kinder to tell him the truth, that all these meetings and updates were more or less a charade. Margaret knew that soon the estate would have to go. She remembered the little card she'd received 2 nights before, and the horrifying realisation that she was still being blackmailed even after Jerome's incarceration had crashed in on her like a wave. The sum of money the blackmailer was requiring was monstrous, and she could think of no way that she would be able to make it up, except by finding a way to merge her estate with another's. Marriage, she said aloud to herself. That's what it's called, Margaret. The merging of 2 estates. You have to find someone to marry. She'd seen this plenty of times before, women marrying wealthy men and immediately using their newfound position and money to purchase for themselves gowns and jewels for every occasion. This Margaret could use. She could sell off whatever she bought and pay off the debt little by little. There was just that other clause in the blackmail that would prove a difficulty. That clause sent a shiver up her spine even when she thought about it. She reached the house with a bit of mud from the shepherd's fields on her skirts and shoes, and a chill beginning to settle into her bones. The house looked enormous and empty. She'd let most of her servants go, keeping only her butler and her cook for the time being, and they'd closed off huge wings of the house to avoid having to clean the entire place. It was the wisest thing to do, Margaret knew, but she still couldn't help feeling that her home had become a tomb. There was no longer the cheerful sound of maids moving from room to room as they went about their duties, the giggles of the livery boys playing games outside in the courtyard, or the sour commands of the housekeeper giving the footmen something more to do with their time. At the top of the stairs, the butler met Margaret with a tight expression on his old face. Miss Hayward, you received another letter in the mail. Margaret's heart lurched at the words, but she tried to keep her face impassive. "Thank you. Please have it brought into the parlour. I'll have my tea there as well." She wondered how much longer she would be able to pay the old man's salary, and, with that added stab of guilt, hurried away from him as she'd hurried away from the shepherd. In the parlour, she was pulled up short by a glimpse of herself in the mirror overhanging the fireplace. She hardly recognised herself. The anxiety of Jerome Colborne's blackmail, which had involved a deception during which the villain had pretended to be her vicar, the revelation after many years that she was a bastard child, and the kidnapping of her good friend Lucille Barrington, had drained some of that childish expression from her face. She was a bit shorter and curvier than the two Lockridge twins had ever been, but she'd always had a bright-eyed appeal and was considered to be quite pretty in her circles. Looking at her face now, she saw her cheeks were a bit sunken and her eyes looked haunted. "Because I am haunted," she whispered to herself. "I'm haunted by a ghost I can't escape, no matter how I try." Lucille and Sarah had done their best to help her escape Colborne's clutches, even putting the man in prison for his crimes. But only a few days ago, Margaret had received a letter from some unknown accomplice of the villain who claimed to have the very same blackmail and furthered the demands for money. And the other thing, the thing she couldn't imagine. "Miss?" It was the butler, scurrying in with a tea tray and a little bow. Lucille felt badly that a man who had once run a great house, out of loyalty to her deceased father and departed mother, had stooped to the duties of a maid and footman rather than leave her to find lesser staff. "I brought your tea, and the letter is there as well." "Thank you. Please put it here on the desk." She sat down and poured herself a cup, but her hand froze on the handle of the pot when her eyes fell on the handwriting. She didn't know to whom it belonged, but she had seen it before and knew at once what the letter's contents would be. "Please allow me some privacy," she said, hoping her voice wasn't shaking as much as she feared it was. "I will call you again when I'm quite finished here." When the door had shut firmly behind the older man, she set down the teapot and pulled the letter from the tray with nervous fingers. Her throat felt dry and cold. She ripped open the letter and read quickly, forcing herself to focus on every word and not rush through important details out of fear. "Miss Hayward, I'm sorry to have taken a few days to write to you again. I know your mind must be spinning with questions of who I am and how I know about your bastard heritage. Forgive the language. I assume in these letters, at least, we can attempt to be truthful about your true nature. It's a pity your father couldn't keep his hands off that farm girl, but all that is not my business. My business is the sum I included, and the time in which I expect it to be given to me. My terms haven't changed. If you don't pay up, I will be forced to reveal to everyone your true station. You will not be able to hold on to your father's land or titles when it is determined that you are illegitimate, Miss Hayward. Do you know what happens to the spawn of mistresses when they are discovered? They're left alone and destitute. So you will present the money, and you will present it soon. And don't forget the most important part of my request. You will find a way, Miss Hayward, to free Jerome Colborne from his prison cell. Until you have done these two things, the blackmail will hang over you like a sword of Damocles. I look forward to hearing from you soon." The letter was unsigned. Margaret set it down, the last few sentences still running through her mind. That was the worst of it, wasn't it? Jerome Colborne, the deceitful man who had kidnapped Lucille, threatened Margaret and bore a significant grudge against Reginald Barrington, would have to be free and dangerous again before the whole issue of her name would be cleared of the blackmail levelled against her. She put her head in her hands, and the tears began to come again. They had come and gone over the last few days, and she thought about reaching back out to Lucille and Sarah. Every time she did, however, She remembered how Lucille had looked when Jerome had brought her in for the ransom, pale, battered, and frightened, and then Reginald, shot through the leg trying to come to his wife's aid. No, this was her own trouble. And just because the solution hadn't been tidy the last time, didn't mean she could draw everyone else into her difficulty. The safest thing to do was to marry, and marry soon. With a wealthy husband, she could hope to pay off the ransom, and she would have a bit of protection. How much protection, if word of her heritage were to get out, was yet to be seen. But at least she wouldn't be alone. She thought briefly of her cousin Rose, who had some interest in the Hayward name remaining pure, but then shook her head at once. When Rose's brother Samuel had been brought in for murder and conspiracy to kill Edgar Lockridge, the ill-fated father of Sarah, Lucille, and Edmund, Rose had not quite recovered from it all. Though she hadn't been involved in Edgar's death, she was still angry that Samuel had been arrested at the behest of Margaret and her friends. She hadn't spoken to Margaret since then and wouldn't likely be willing to offer any aid. Marriage was the only option. Though Margaret continued to fool herself into thinking she had no one yet in mind, that wasn't quite true. She did have someone. The London season was about to begin, and it would be the best place to find a husband. At the centre of all those sparkling ladies looking for a wealthy match would be Edmund Lockridge, the handsome, broad-shouldered son of Edgar. He'd managed to fall far from his father's influence and was an honourable man, if not a bit quiet and sober. He was also reputed to be incredibly wealthy, something that Margaret had known after growing up alongside him and his sisters. The Lockridge name was synonymous with wealth and position. For a time, when Edgar had been alive, it had also been synonymous with deceit and fear-mongering, but all that was behind the children now. Margaret laid aside the blackmail note and walked to the mirror, staring at her haggard expression in the glass. "It's no use complaining any further, Maggie," she said to herself. "You aren't going to have anyone come rescue you this time. It's your job to go out and find rescue for yourself." She reached up and unbound her luxurious brown curls, letting her aching head rest from the weight of them piled up atop her head. She pinched her cheeks to add a bit of colour. "You have to go out there and win him," she said. She didn't specify Edmund, but his name was spinning in her consciousness nonetheless. She'd always fancied him, after all, and though she knew he'd never felt the same way about her, she couldn't resist hoping that the facade of her family name and title and the familiarity of their friendship would be enough to win his approval for the match. A small voice in the back of her head told her that if she were to simply walk up to Edmund and ask him for help, he would give her the money she needed. He was a kind man, after all, especially when he broke free from his father's influence. The thought, however, aroused in Margaret feelings of pride, and she couldn't bring herself to ask. "You are not a beggar," she said, remembering how foolish she'd felt talking with the agent the day before, "and you aren't to be pushed around any longer. This is the simplest solution, and you'll be kind to Edmund after all." She thought of his pale hair and bright green eyes, of the intensity in his gaze when he'd watched everything happening with Lucille's kidnapping. She wondered if it was fair to add to the score of pain she'd brought against his family by trapping him into a marriage where he would be required to level his family's fortune in her defence. She felt that stab of guilt again, stronger this time, but she pushed it away. After all, she was becoming well acquainted with guilt. Chapter 2. "Lord Crowan is here to see you, my lord." The butler bowed low and moved aside to show Reginald Barrington standing in the doorway, his lean frame leaning against a cane. He'd used one before for style purposes, but ever since Jerome Colborne's crippling shot to his leg, he'd leaned against it for support. Edmund stood from behind his desk, pushing the banknotes he'd been perusing quickly out of sight. He tried to keep a smile on his face, though frustration was beginning to emanate from him. as it tended to do when he went over the books and tried to sort out his father's indiscretions. "What an unexpected surprise," he said stiffly. "Don't look so happy to see me," Reginald said with a sarcastic smile. "I'm sorry." Edmund ran his hand along his forehead and sighed. "I have some things on my mind. You always seem to have things on your mind as of late. I heard what happened in the House of Lords yesterday. Why weren't you there?" "Vacationing with your sister in the north. I only just returned." Edmund sat down again in frustration, and Reginald followed suit, claiming the settee at the far end of the room and creaking into it with difficulty. Reginald let out a sigh and tilted his head back. "Does your leg pain you much?" Edmund asked. "There are some mornings where I really do wonder why hard liquor isn't acceptable earlier in the day." "I'm sorry to hear that." Edmund rang for the maid. "But I'm afraid all I can offer you at present is some strong tea. Actually, do you have any of the coffee from the Americas?" Reginald asked, closing his eyes. "I'm starting to take to that black stuff, though it's a bit hard on the outset." "Hard on the outset?" Edmund sniffed as the maid came into the room. "It is dirt steeped in boiling water, nothing more. Annie, would you bring us a pot of good English tea?" "Yes, my lord." She curtsied and was gone. Reginald smiled wryly. Way to deny an injured man his one request. "Why do I have the feeling a bit of dirt drink isn't your only request today?" Edmund swung around and pulled out his pen, dipping it in the ink and scribbling a few notes onto a piece of paper. "You look like a man on a mission, Lord Crowan." "I thought we were over all that Lord Crowan nonsense," Reginald said. He was attempting to look languid, but he'd taught Edmund that very trick when he was training him for the House of Lords. Edmund could see that he was anything but at ease. "Call me Reginald." "Tell me what you came to say." "Perhaps. But before you change the subject, I'd like to talk about what happened in the House of Lords yesterday." Reginald winked and smiled wryly. "Did you think I'd forgotten, lad?" Edmund pursed his lips together. He thought he had, in fact. He thought he'd thrown the man off the embarrassing topic. But apparently Reginald's nose for wrongdoing hadn't gone away when he'd ceded his role as the secret trader in the House of Lords. Lucille had insisted on it after Reginald was shot in the leg, protecting her from Jerome Colborne's bullet. And, in truth, Edmund thought that Reginald was happy enough to set aside the role. He'd spent years buying and selling secrets, diffusing blackmail, and keeping his fingers in the lives of strangers. It was wearying work, and Edmund would know. Reginald had passed the torch to him. "It's your own fault," he said, a little more sullen than he'd intended to be. "You told me that I needed to keep an eye on the right wing of the room, that they'd rise up against any bill that tried to elevate the lower classes, and I thought a pre-emptive strike was necessary." "A pre-emptive strike," Reginald repeated slowly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, ill-concealed. "And you thought that what you did was pre-emptive. It sounded to me more like a declaration of war." He was speaking of the women of the night who patrol the lower streets of London as though they were scum, talking about how they should all be swept off and sent away to Australia, and I just couldn't take it, not when I knew what I did about his own history with those women. Do you know, he beat 3 of them within an inch of their life. None will ever go to the constabulary, but they're people too who deserve representation. "So, you chose to speak about this in front of the entire House of Lords." Edmund swallowed, his ire rising again at the memory. "You should have seen how self-satisfied Lord Melton was when he was talking about these women, as though he was so much above them. Well, he's not." "No," Reginald said slowly. "He's below them. He's the violent one, and the liar at that. I know what you mean, But a secret trader is a very different thing from a secret sharer. You should have been more careful and bided your time." Edmund felt a bitter taste rising in his mouth. He knew Reginald was a good man, but sometimes his justification for the secret, underhanded dealings in Parliament sounded an awful lot like Edgar Lockridge's excuses. "I don't much like the lies and deceit," he said quietly, "and I don't wish to discuss this topic any further." Reginald nodded and fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was almost parental. "Edmund, lad, you've done well these past months, but remember that I'm here to help. So is Lord Whitehall. He plans to come by later this week and see you. Perhaps we could help with the books. I see that you're in need of help. I know you laid off some of your staff last week, and I also know that look of worry on your face." Edmund tightened his jaw. He was thankful for his two brothers-in-law and all the aid they had provided since the death of his father, but he was growing frustrated with how often they interjected themselves into his life, not because he didn't need the help, but because he was afraid of what they would find. The truth was written in the ledgers and banknotes that he so often hid from view when they arrived. The truth that Edgar Lockridge, for all his insistence on the poor being self-sustainable and fending for themselves, was a massive hypocrite who had taken out loan after loan that he couldn't repay and wagered against his means. The Lockridge estate, once so lucrative, was now a shell of its former glory. There were still enough staff to keep up pretences, but Edmund had sold most of the expensive items he could find in the house and was now walking from room to room with only a few pieces of furniture and bare walls to keep him company. All the money that wasn't spent on paying off the debts was spent to keep the few workers remaining afloat. Edmund had shown Reginald his initial problem, but now all Reginald and Lord Whitehall, Augustus Sutton, wanted to do was help him out of his predicament with their own substantial fortunes. Edmund could not stand for this. "I know you're trying to help," he said through clenched teeth, "but I cannot take charity." "Then don't call it charity, my lad," Reginald said kindly. "Call it a loan. You can pay me back when the estate is on its feet again." "I have enough to keep the estate running," Edmund said, "and we will begin making our money back slowly, bit by bit. It will be slow going, but I am confident with good management that the Lockridge estate will not go under." He sighed. "Loans are what got my father in this place in the first place. He didn't want to do the hard work to pay for his gambling habits and speculation, and so he just borrowed more and more. I can live with a simpler house and no hosted parties for a time." Reginald's face was, as usual, difficult to read. Edmund couldn't tell if that was a look of satisfaction or sadness in his brother-in-law's eyes. At last, the man gave a stiff smile and rose, lifting himself up on the end of his cane. "I respect what you're doing, Edmund. I just don't want you to forget that there's no shame in asking for a little help from people who really care about you." Edmund nodded, his throat feeling full with his anxiety and emotion. He was thankful for Reginald's aid. He really was. He knew that his sisters and their husbands only wanted to aid in any way they could. Still, he wanted to do this by himself. 3 nights later, the sun had just gone down over the horizon and plunged the Lockridge estate into a murky gloom when Edmund heard his butler hurrying away to answer the door again. He'd sent a message to Augustus Sutton asking that he do away with his intended visit, claiming to be a bit overwhelmed by tasks and unable to receive guests, and he was surprised that Augustus, who seemed so generally careful to follow people's wishes, had gone against him almost at once. When the butler entered, however, it was not Lord Whitehall of whom he spoke. It was the lady. "Your sisters are here to see you, sir, Lady Whitehall and Lady Crowan." Edmund raised his eyebrows in confusion. It was far too late in the evening for a proper social call. He shrugged. Send them in. Of course we sent ourselves in, Sarah said, with a little laugh, bursting from behind the butler into the room with Lucille trailing behind. This did used to be our house, after all. It's not as though I've forgotten how to get to the parlour, although, brother, I must say it's beginning to look a little sparse in here. Did you do away with the grand gilt piece in the front hall? Edmund looked up at the picture of his two sisters framed in the doorway. Lucille and Sarah were identical twins, and most people had difficulty telling them apart, even when they were standing side by side. After years as their little brother, though, he'd learned the tricks. They both had white blonde hair and large green eyes and were exactly the same height. But Sarah often had a light of mischief in her eyes. Sarah had the temper and wore darker clothes and spoke when she should remain quiet. Sarah made things happen. Lucille used to be the shy, frightened sister, but since her marriage to Reginald, she'd gained an austere confidence. There was wisdom and bravery in her demeanour now, and she seemed to always have some secret tucked up her sleeve. Today, her hair was also up, and she wore a pale white gown with long silk gloves over her arms. You two are dressed rather fine for a trip to see your brother, Edmund said, standing and giving both girls his attention. He tried to keep his eyes on them, but even as he talked, he felt them slipping back to the pile of papers and bookkeeping littering his desk. Lucille, ever the quick study, cleared her throat. I see you wish to return to your business. I know that things have been difficult lately, brother. Edmund felt a twinge of annoyance. I suppose your husbands are as loose with their information as you are with your sympathies. They must have told you that I'm busy and that I've committed the cardinal sin of refusing their worthy assistance. He turned back around, not even caring how rude it might seem to them. Perhaps they are right. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not in the mood to be coddled at present. Good. He heard Sarah's quick step accompanying her voice across the room, and in a moment she'd spun around into his line of vision, her slender arm perched on her hip. Because we are not here to coddle you, brother. I'm afraid it wouldn't do you any good anyway, and we aren't so dense as to think you would accept our assistance. No, we're here because we arrived at the very door of Lady Winters's ball this evening, and heard that you'd already sent your regrets and informed her that you wouldn't be in attendance. I'm too busy tonight. I can't be travelling across town to a ball. Across town? Lucille joined her sister with a little laugh. The Winters estate is just around the corner. Your neighbours, Edmund. I don't think that I'd be very good company. I'd bring the party down. Perhaps with that attitude. But if you were able to leave some of your financial woes behind for an evening, you might find your perspective broadening and softening a bit. As it is, you are wearied by your worries, and it is this very quality that compounds upon your social engagements. Would you have me be like father? Edmund stood suddenly from his desk, almost too tired to be truly angry. Would you have me prize the House of Lords and social functions and appearances so much that I filled my days with expensive avenues and then saddled my family with debt afterwards? Lucille came forward and laid a soothing hand on her brother's arm. Of course not. She smiled tenderly. But, Edmund, you could never be like that. You are much more level-headed and wise than our father ever was. You're kind, and you're thoughtful, and you're not at all wasteful. I don't think you'd ever touch speculation with a 10-foot pole. And more than that, you have learned from his mistakes. I'm sorry you feel like you have to suffer that painful inheritance alone. We are your sisters. He was our father too. I can take care of this by myself. Edmund paced to the fireplace and leaned his elbow against the mantel, his gaze drifting to the now empty walls of the study. All the paintings had been sold. Many of the prized book collection were gone as well. I didn't want this, he said at last. his voice soft. "Of course you didn't," Sarah said encouragingly. "No, that's not what I meant." Edmund bit his lip. "Do you remember that night that Captain Ellis came in from the town with his naval officers in tow? He sat at our table and talked at length about all his adventures. I was just a boy, and often hurried away from the table when the grown-ups started bickering or boasting. But that night I couldn't pull myself away. He seemed so much larger than life, and he was all the things that I could never be, brave and good and living a life full of adventure. I decided that night that I wanted to go into the Navy when I came of age. But when I told Father that plan at the age of 17, he grew furious. You may well remember that night. He threw things and screamed. He said that he'd been grooming me to fill his shoes, and that if I wanted to throw all that away on a life that was miserable and dirty, then I had to find a different family. I almost did. He bit his lip and turned to his sisters. But then you would have left us behind, Sarah said softly. She smiled sadly at him. You're a good brother, Edmund, but you bear more than your share of responsibility. You always have. I can't go back in time and fix Father's words and actions, but I can help you out of the hole you've dug for yourself tonight. Don't let Edgar Lockridge, the hypocrite of a century, keep you from living a normal life even from the grave. Go upstairs, put on a dancing coat and some fine shoes, and fetch your tallest hat. We're going to the winter's ball, and you're coming with us. In the morning, you will thank me." Edmund relented at last, but as he turned to go, he asked, "This is only to rescue me from the books, isn't it? You two don't have one of your wild schemes in mind." Once, when Edgar Lockridge had set Lucille up with Augustus, Sarah had taken her place for a good many months, using their shared resemblance, and eventually Sarah had fallen in love with the handsome Lord Whitehall herself. What kind of scheme could this possibly be? Sarah asked, a little too innocently. "We just think you should get out, meet people," Lucille added, coming up a little short when Sarah sent her a sharp glance. Edmund sighed to himself as he walked upstairs. He was well acquainted with this particular game of his sisters. They seemed to think that all his troubles would be solved if he could settle down in marital bliss with some happy lass. They had found their own happy endings in the arms of love, and considered that the next logical step for their brother. Perhaps then, Edmund thought a bit less charitably, they wouldn't feel so much of a burden to show up at his home in the middle of the evening and drag him to surprise engagements he'd already refused by RSVP. The thought brought a smile to his face, but as soon as it came, it faded away. Edmund knew better, after all. He didn't know what kind of woman of noble breeding, the kind of woman his sisters would approve of, would ever consent to being saddled with an empty title like his, a title that was impoverished, a name and nothing more. Chapter 3. "Lady Margaret, a pleasure to see you here this evening." Lady Winters came sweeping up to Margaret in a cloud of dark satin, a feather bobbing atop her turban, her hands flying about in the air as though she could draw all the gossip to her with merely this motion. "I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been? What have you been up to? Don't tell me the Lockridges have been keeping you away from good society." Margaret blinked, hardly knowing where to begin. Firstly, she was always in defence of the Lockridge name, which had been sullied some time back in a successful attempt to air a scandal that would bring Edgar Lockridge to the ground, an attempt levied by his own daughter, Sarah. But she couldn't even open her mouth to get this out before the woman's first question about where she had been froze her in her tracks. "Oh, nowhere much," she imagined saying. "Only being blackmailed, trying to run my father's estate, and seeing a man hold a knife to my best friend's throat in my parlour a few weeks back. No, that would definitely not have been considered proper conversation material in Fordyce's sermons." She cleared her throat and mumbled the only thing she could think. I've been otherwise engaged, I'm afraid. Engaged? The older woman gasped and held a gloved hand to her throat. Was that a double entendre, my dear? Margaret blushed fiercely, wishing herself anywhere but in this conversation with this woman. No, of course not. Does that mean you have no prospects whatsoever? Not at all, Margaret protested. No prospects whatsoever seemed a bit harsh. I just mean that I am not engaged in the way that you were implying. Is that to mean there is a young man you have indeed set your sights on, but he has yet to return your affections? Margaret couldn't resist letting out a little sigh. It never ceased to amaze her that these women, who would have allowed the slightest word of their own scandals to breathe past their lips, who didn't think it polite to ask twice for tea at a dinner party, who wouldn't be seen walking through town without a chaperone, saw it as perfectly all right to hurl invasive questions about matrimony at younger girls. I think I'd rather not talk about this subject, she said simply. You may be as coy as you like, but I know the blush of a girl in love, Lady Winters said, winking largely. Margaret very much wanted to tell the older woman that was, in fact, the flushed face of a terrified woman, trying to find a way out of an impossible situation, but she knew better than to trust such a person with honest pain and emotion. Honesty was, in this world, the most egregious scandal of all. Instead, she did what she always did, what every young woman in this room was doing. She blushed coyly, pretending the other woman was right, and curtsied. I suppose I should leave before your insightful nature uncovers too much, she said quickly. Then she walked away, trying not to think about the other woman's self-satisfied expression. She tried to tell herself that it was no great matter, that she could just smile and get through the evening without making a fool out of herself, but she still felt very lonely as she perched upon a chair at the far end of the room with her glass half full of punch and her heart longing to be elsewhere. It was here that she was sitting when Lord and Lady Whitehall, Lord and Lady Crowan, and the newest Lord Huxley, Edmund Lockridge, came into the ballroom in a whirl of fashion and skirts and intrigue. There were many secrets whispered behind doors about this great family, but they were evidence that while scandal can at times be distancing, if you ride it out long enough, it can also add an air of mystery that is truly engaging to the public. Some scandals, that is. Margaret seriously doubted that a bastard daughter disinherited from her father's fortune would have any mysterious quality in a town like this. That kind of scandal just made people want to avoid you, so that your bad fortune didn't accidentally rub off on them. As it was, the Lockridge siblings sailed across the room through a sea of whispers and no small amount of envy, making for Margaret's little table. She stood at once, blushing a little with delight at being singled out by such a fashionable crew. She curtsied nervously. It was strange, meeting them here in the swirling grandeur of a ballroom. The last time they'd all been together was that fated day not long ago when Jerome Colborne had been in her parlour, yet here they were dipping and curtsying as though no such thing had ever happened. I'm glad you came, Margaret said to Sarah, who reached her first and clasped her hands. I was beginning to feel a bit outside of all this. You? Outside the social scene? Lucille gave a light laugh and embraced her tenderly from the other side. The Haywards always were well known for their parties, and you can't deny it. Margaret swallowed hard, thinking of the blackmail note and the subsequent toll it was taking on her already depleted finances. It was most likely that the Hayward name, at least her father's portion of that inheritance, would never host a wild party again. I'm just glad you're here, she finished a bit lamely. At that moment, Lady Winters sailed up with another friend, a Mrs. Coxcomb who was visiting from overseas. Gentlemen, she exclaimed, looping an arm through Augustus's and one through Reginald's. "Please tell me you'll offer your services to Mrs. Coxcomb and me for the next dance. I'm supposed to lead it off, but I'm afraid Lord Winters has disappeared to his study with a few friends to talk business, and I've no partner. Mrs. Coxcomb, too, is in need of a dashing fellow." The two older women winked at each other. Margaret saw Reginald hide a smile. He bowed deeply. "It would be my pleasure to escort such a respected lady to the floor," he said in a deep voice. "And mine," Augustus said, following suit and casting a quick look at Sarah. "I'll be back for you later, love." "I expect as much," she said lightly. When the two gentlemen had escorted their charges to the dance floor, Edmund turned with a weak smile to the ladies left behind. They should return with their ears full of the latest gossip, and I will think them strong men indeed if they can fend off those ladies' attempts to get new information out of them. "Oh, I think Reginald is well prepared to deal with such issues," Lucille said archly, sinking into a chair and pulling Margaret down beside her. "He always was good at managing secrets." Margaret saw the slightest expression of annoyance cross Edmund's face, but almost at once it was replaced with a look of quiet charm. He was indeed looking handsome this evening. She'd always fought a bit of a crush where the Lockridge boy was concerned, but tonight she felt her heart pick up a bit. He was dressed in well-fitting dark trousers and wore a striped, long-tailed coat over the top. His fair hair was well hidden by a tall hat. His eyes, green like his sister's, looked over Margaret without resting on her, as though his mind was elsewhere. Margaret had sold many of her finest gowns to begin to pay off the enormous sum Colborne's accomplice provided, and now she felt a bit simple, sitting before the grandeur of Lucille and Sarah and Edmund's wealth in her plain blue silk with the white flowers embroidered across it. She remembered the days when she would have been one of the most elegant women in the ballroom, walking to and fro amongst the gathered crowds, sparkling in the confidence she had since lost. That was back when she'd thought she was at the centre of the social scene, back before she knew that her father had found solace in a peasant woman's arms, and she was the illegitimate result. Often she thought about that evening all those years ago when she'd overheard her father and mother arguing about sending her mother off away from the estate. 6-year-old Margaret had no idea at the time what that was about. She had no idea that the raised sound in their voices and the way they bit back at each other in fury was a harbinger of the way life was going to bite her in the future. "Would you ladies like some punch?" Edmund asked his sisters. He peered at Margaret's cup. "And a refill for you. That would be simply divine." Sarah waved her hand at her brother. "Who needs footmen when we have you, brother?" Edmund strode away, and Margaret watched him go with a wistful stare. He was so full of life and interest, so bright at the beginning of his life, so different from the burnt-out ends of her own inheritance and prospects. "We barely convinced him to come this evening," Lucille was saying when Margaret brought her mind back to the present. "And I'm glad you're here, Margaret. Edmund always did seem more at ease in your presence, and I would so appreciate it if you would make him feel at home this evening. He has so much troubling him as of late, and simply hasn't been able to set the hardest things in his life behind him. I get so angry at father when I think about the legacy he left behind for his son," Sarah said quickly. "Edmund shouldn't have to pay for father's sins, and yet, no matter how far he runs, he's still Edgar Lockridge's son." "Did you know that thing about the Navy?" Lucille asked. "What thing about the Navy?" Margaret asked. Her interest piqued. "I didn't," Sarah said. She forced a smile and put a hand gently on Margaret's arm. "It's nothing much, Margaret. Only that Edmund was sharing some of the dreams he used to have, dreams that my father effectively crushed when he heard about them, and then later, after his death." "After he was murdered, you mean?" Lucille said quietly. "I know that we disagree with father's methods, but it still pains me that he left in such a violent way." Margaret swallowed hard, her face burning. It had been her cousin, after all. A greedy Samuel Hayward, desperate to further his own interests by removing Edgar Lockridge as an obstacle to his political genius, that had hired a man to throw Edgar Lockridge from his balcony to a messy death on the paving stones below. She felt so harmful to this dear family. Though she knew she hadn't had a hand in Lockridge's demise, she still wondered what further harm the Haywards could do to the Lockridges. "I'm so sorry," she said softly. Lucille, ever insightful, straightened a bit and smiled sweetly. "You have nothing to apologise for," she said gently. "I can see the pain in your eyes, dear Margaret, and it in turn pains me that you feel the need to apologise at all for something that your cousin did. The fault in this situation lies with Samuel and Benjamin Moore, and even, in part, my father, not with you." Margaret dashed the tears from her eyes as Edmund strode back across the room, balancing 4 punch glasses in one hand. He doled them out to the ladies and then kept one for himself, leaning against the pillar and drinking it with that same languid charm he always seemed to bear. "What were you ladies talking about?" he asked. "Oh, you know," Sarah said quickly with a laugh. "Women things. Lace and silk, and our newest tailor. You really should try him, Margaret." "By which you mean," Edmund said dryly, "that you were talking about all the things that have befallen us in recent years, including my father's death and the other grisly business attached to it." He rolled his eyes. "You women were never so very good at small talk, and besides that, I must say that Maggie's eyes aren't as good at lying as my sister's." Maggie. She really did love it when he called her that. It reminded her of happier days, playing about in the beautiful gardens behind the Lockridge estate as children, learning French side by side together when the governesses allowed a bit of joint education, practising their dance moves in the parlour. It held all the innocent, sweet things in one word, and it made Margaret miss those days. "Maybe we were talking about it," Sarah said, with a toss of her pretty head. "Have you come to stop us?" "I have." Edmund took a deep drink of his punch. "And you two ought to know why. You brought me here tonight to help me get my mind off the more difficult things that have happened as of late, and now the first thing I find myself faced with is more discussion about our past. No, I shall come up with topics of conversation worthy of a sparkling ballroom, and you 3 shall attend to my every word as if you wished to hear nothing else." Margaret couldn't help herself and laughed. "Go on then. Blow us away with your intellect." "Did you read the story in the Times yesterday?" he said, diving right in. "About the problem with the new bonnets from France?" Sarah burst out laughing, putting a hand to her mouth to control her mirth. "I'm sorry, but it's hard for me to believe that you read an article about new bonnets from France, brother." "Yes," Lucille added quickly, "especially considering how busy you have been with other matters." "You assume too much, ladies," he said, pretending offence. He took a seat beside them, pulling the stool up a few inches, as though about to share a deep and secret story with them. "I understand the importance of keeping up with things like this. Who knows when the French might overrun us, and then the styles will be a necessary evil." "Go on then," Margaret said quickly. "If you wish to convince us that you care about such things, you will have to do better than hedging around the edges of your story." Edmund raised his eyebrows in her direction, then turned his attention back to his sisters. "Why?" he said with a mock gasp. "I heard that the bonnets are going to be primarily fashioned out of straw and horsehair. Can you imagine that? The hair of an animal woven in so close to your own hallowed tresses. It's enough to make a self-respecting gentleman furious with rage." Margaret laughed. "I hate to be the one to break this to you, Lord Huxley, but the good women of England have been submitting to straw and horsehair ever since it was proven that they function better in the summertime heat. Edmund pretended to gasp, and then when his sisters dissolved into giggles, he laughed along with them. "You are right, brother," Lucille said with one last giggle. That was sufficiently light conversation for us all. Now we can go on to discussing things like the latest carriage designs and what etiquette one ought to use in a museum. Margaret watched the banter continue between the siblings, and a little well of warmth opened up inside her heart. It was a beautiful thing to see a family that had been driven apart by a violent patriarch grow together into a kind and loving unit again. These three obviously loved each other. It blessed her to see how Edmund, in particular, reached out to take care of his sisters, to coax laughs out of them, to see to their welfare. She felt a longing for the same family and camaraderie. The only family member left to her was Rose Hayward, her cousin, who no longer would have anything to do with her after her role in putting away Samuel Hayward for murder. She never felt more alone. Looking up at Edmund's laughing face, Margaret thought of the decision she'd made to woo Edmund and use his riches to fund her escape from Colborne's accomplice. Suddenly, she felt her throat closing in a wave of emotion. She was being cruel. She knew as much, and she thought how her demand for money and safety from Edmund would hurt more than just Edmund. It would hurt his family as well. She stood suddenly, blushing furiously, and hating that her body so often gave her away. I think I'm going to go socialise a bit yonder," she said, knowing how lame her excuse sounded. "I'll leave you all to your sibling time and return later." She had no intention of returning, and as she hurried away, she felt sharp tears prick at her eyes. "You're being foolish, Margaret," she scolded herself, but no matter what she said, she still knew the truth, that she couldn't be near Edmund's handsome charm much longer, knowing what she'd planned for him. She'd only made it part way across the room when she suddenly felt someone catch her hand. She spun around and saw Edmund behind her, holding lightly to her fingers. He dropped them as soon as she turned, looking a bit sheepish, but kept a firm grasp on her gaze. "You left so quickly," he said gently. "I was hoping that I could steal you for a dance this evening." "I don't think that's necessary," she said, stumbling over her words, torn between a desire to be close to Edmund and a fear of hurting him. "I'm sure your sisters and the other young ladies in this ballroom will keep you quite busy enough as it is." She remembered a time a few months back when she'd been quite taken with Edmund and he'd spent the night dancing with her cousin Rose instead. "Please, don't trouble yourself about me." "You're no trouble, Maggie." "Come, what harm can a dance cause? I'm sure your other suitors can wait a few rounds of the waltz." Margaret knew she should deny him, for his sake as well as hers. She felt like a lure, pulling him closer and closer, even though she knew that in the end any firm attachment to her would hurt his prospects. Still, she couldn't resist the urge to be close to him. She curtsied and bowed her head. "It would be my pleasure to dance with you, Edmund." Chapter 4. Margaret looked beautiful tonight. Edmund worried about her. There were faint circles under her eyes, and she looked a little paler than usual, as though something were still bothering her, but she'd always had that quiet grace that seemed to rise above difficulty, and as she stood before him at the start of the waltz, he let his gaze rest briefly on her shapely arms, dark curls, and wide dark eyes. Only briefly, of course. He found it difficult to look directly at her and still hold on to the bulk of his wits. When she'd stood up and hurried quickly away from the three siblings, he'd wondered if her perturbation was due to the conversation he'd had months ago when he'd worried about Lucille's safety. He'd told her then not to involve his sister in a situation that endangered them. and he'd never talked to her since about the showdown with Jerome. Now, as the quiet strains of music began in the hall, and they both stepped together into the familiar formation, he risked the question that was on his mind. "What's wrong, my lady? I can see that something is besetting you." He swallowed hard. "I worry that it is something to do with me. With our last conversation, perhaps?" She bit her lip and turned away as the dance required, only speaking again when she whirled back in his direction. "I'm sorry, but I can't answer you as to what is plaguing my mind at present. But, Lord Huxley, please don't worry yourself. There is nothing amiss that is your fault in the least. Maggie, let us talk about something different. Please." He could see the pleading in her eyes, and so he let it go. He thought that if she'd asked anything of him at that precise moment, he would have been tempted to let her have her way. He shrugged and changed the subject, wanting to bring a smile back onto that solemn face once again. "If you desire a change of topic, perhaps we can go back to the bonnets." She shook her head in amusement. "No, I'm sure we can do better than that. How are you settling in at the House of Lords?" He smiled wryly, reaching up to twirl her around in a circle before setting off in a promenade once more. It has its good days and its bad days. "Now, that simply will not do," she retorted. "You've just come at this with a description that could apply to literally anything that besets a person. My head has good days and bad days. My garden has good days and bad days. No, you should be more specific." "You've gotten demanding as of late, Maggie," he teased. He was exaggerating, of course. She'd always been like this, very similar to his sister Sarah in temperament, with a quick wit and a stinging tongue and strong opinions. The truth was that as of late, she'd been the opposite of all those things, quiet and restrained and a little pained. "If you demand specifics, then I can rouse myself to deliver to you just that. I find the House of Lords to be a major adjustment. The people who used to consider my father an ally are now finding that I do not share the same values, and many of them grow angry. Those that see me as connected to Lord Crowan expect me to be able to keep up with his secret legacy, and I'm afraid that no matter how hard I try, I am not one to be seen about town peddling secrets on the corner." "You are your own man," Margaret said gently. "If you were able to step into the role of your father, or even of Reginald Barrington, I'd be concerned. You have something unique to bring to the House of Lords, and if you insist on hiding it under layers of those that came before, it would be incredibly disappointing." Edmund felt his heart warmed by this, for in truth, he hated the position he'd taken on for Reginald in the Parliament. He thought of his former dream of the Navy in sharp contrast with his current life. The sea was wild and open and told you exactly what it needed from you, even if those things were hard and life-threatening. Dealing in secrets was the opposite, closed and tame, the sort of thing where you died from a stab in a back alley from a man you'd never met. "Thank you for saying that," he said simply, not knowing how to convey all this to the beautiful woman weaving in and out of the other dancers beside him. "And how are you?" he asked, changing the subject. "I know you've had a lot of business to tend to as of late on your father's property. What have you learned?" Margaret winced. "I've learned that pale gums aren't a good sign on a sheep." She said it so simply, so matter-of-factly, that it took Edmund off guard, and he laughed. "I don't know what I expected you to say," he grinned, "but an anatomy of sheep diseases was not where I thought you'd start." "That's the problem," she went on with a twinkle in her eyes. "I really don't know where to start. I know this won't come as a surprise to you, but I think I was more or less spoilt as a little girl." "You?" He feigned astonishment, then winked. She had just come in for another twirl and glared at him as she made her way in and out of the formation. This only amused him more, and he could see a matching delight in her eyes. "You needn't seem so entitled about it," she scolded. "You were spoilt yourself, Edmund, although not quite in the same way. I know your father was hard on you, and until recently you hardly even saw your mother. That's not what I'm speaking of. I'm speaking of the piles of mud I'm tracking into the house now, because I never knew what it was to get muddy beside a pasture. I'm talking about this awful land agent who won't do a thing I say, eh?" "Let him go," Edmund said pertly. "You are his boss, after all." "I'm not sure that I could," she mused, turning under his arm and starting off in a promenade again. "He's like a bad coin. I keep thinking I've set him aright, and then he pops back up again where I least expect him, even worse than he was before." Edmund pulled her close for the dip and tug, and looking into her eyes, smiled gently. "If there's anyone that can match a land agent's temper, it's you. Stand up for yourself, Maggie." Something secret passed in Margaret's eyes. Reginald had taught Edmund to look for things like that, signs that people weren't telling you everything you needed to know. Reginald said it was at moments like this that you ought to push further. It was a weak spot, and often people gave if you attacked them in their weak spot. But he didn't want to attack Margaret. He just wanted to know her better. He felt he'd grown up with her all his life, and yet the woman sitting across from him now on the dance floor was in many ways a stranger to him. "Do you remember when we were children?" he said abruptly, as they moved apart again. "Do you remember the stone game by the river?" "Yes. You tried to teach us to skip stones, but it never went quite according to plan." "That's one way of saying it," Edmund teased. "Another would be that you and Lucille and Sarah always got overeager and chose enormous stones and threw them into the water instead of letting them skip across the surface." "What of it? Did you ask me out onto the floor for a dance so you could critique my stone-throwing form?" The secret was gone from her eyes, and there was light and dancing in them again. "No, I just want to remind you that when you tossed in all your stones, I always waded in and fetched them for you. Father told me that this was a horrible practice that would encourage you girls to be lazy and to misuse the gifts that were given you, but I never paid him any mind. I just went on wading in there and fetching the stones back." "You were rebellious." Margaret shrugged. "No, I was not quite as spoiled as you think." He smiled at her. "That's the point of my story." All of a sudden, the music drew to a close. Edmund was surprised and a little saddened by this, but he bowed gently to Margaret and escorted her from the floor. At the edge of the room, another man approached the couple and offered to dance with Margaret. He was young and handsome, one of those stylish, foppish types that so many of the young ladies went for these days. Edmund bowed. "Thank you for the dance," he said to Margaret. As he turned to go, he thought he glimpsed a brief moment where the secret sadness came back into her eyes, but then she turned to her new partner, and a mask of casual enjoyment was back on her face again. "Do you have a moment, Lucille?" he asked, returning to the group by the tables. Reginald was sitting beside her, but Sarah and Augustus had stood up as he approached to take the dance floor together. Lucille smiled in his direction. "Of course, especially after you went after my friend so valiantly and refused to let her languish on the side of the room. You both dance very well together." "Thank you." He took a seat and was trying to think of a way to speak with his sister in private, when quite suddenly Reginald, who always seemed adept at reading the room, made an excuse to leave and slipped off leaning on his cane into the swirling masses of people. Lucille turned to Edmund with an expectant look on her face. "What is the matter, brother?" "Only a moment ago, on the dance floor. You seemed positively radiant. I thought for a moment, the briefest of moments, you might have forgotten your own troubles, but here you sit with all the trappings of worry about your features again. For once, it is not for myself that I worry, he said. I sense that something is wrong with Margaret, and I can't be certain what it is. Didn't you notice her face when she hurried away from us some time ago? And also there was a moment on the dance floor. No, don't look at me as though I am blowing this out of proportion. I know Maggie, and I know what I saw. It's sweet that you still call her Maggie, Lucille said. She sat in silence for a moment, and then shrugged. I don't know that there is anything I can tell you. She hasn't approached me for any help or with any story hinting that she's in need at all. In fact, she seemed to be adapting as best she can to the inheritance and handling of her father's estate. If something was wrong, don't you think she'd tell me? That was just it. Edmund wasn't sure Margaret would tell Lucille. He remembered with a pang of guilt how furious he'd been with Margaret when he'd thought she was endangering his sisters, and he could only imagine that, faced with a similar need in the future, she would avoid dragging the Lockridge girls into her situation at all costs. Lucille, I have a question for you, and it is of a most serious nature. Are you sure this is the right place? Lucille waved her hand around the room. A public arena? What is it that your husband always says, sister? People are never so blind as when they're in a public place, doing something they've done all their life. Yes, I think we're safe to talk here. Just keep your voice low. Go on. I know that Margaret was in trouble before because Jerome Colborne held some sort of blackmail over her head. She told me and Sarah as much. I also know that she told you everything about the blackmail, and I am worried that perhaps the nature of the blackmail is what plagues her now. Perhaps she feels some sort of guilt. That wouldn't be quite right, Lucille mused, although guilt is a funny thing. It doesn't always require justification and logic to lodge its talons in a person. Tell me what it was, Lucille, Edmund said, a bit firmer this time. I'm a good lad, you know as much, and I won't expose her secret. I think I might be able to help. Lucille sighed, and her face grew a bit more drawn. She ran her small hands along the top of the table that separated them and then tapped twice. It was her tell, the thing Reginald had taught her to do to distract people when they were playing cards. At last, she looked up at him again. You've asked me this before, brother. More times than I can count. Really, if I thought it would do anyone any good, and if I hadn't made a promise to Margaret to keep it to myself, I would tell you in an instant. I know that you would be discreet, but the truth is, it's not really my story to tell. Margaret wouldn't want you to know. Trust me, I've spoken with her on the subject, and it's not your business. You should leave it alone and stop dragging yourself through the confusion of sorting out how to learn the truth. That's just it, he exclaimed. The truth? What harm could the truth do? Much, if doled out at the wrong time. She levelled a serious glance in his direction. He sighed. Reginald told you about what happened in the House of Lords. She raised her hands in mock surrender. Don't be angry with me. I'm not here to defend some pious nobleman who abuses women in the dark and then takes them down for the very same action in the light of day. I'm only saying that with a bit of measured maturity, you might handle the release of that information differently in the future. Edmund sighed and leaned back against the curved back of his chair. He could see that he would get no information on Margaret's sadness from his sister at this time. He closed his eyes and let the music of the ball swirl around him for a moment, trying to think about what it might be that had so brought Margaret down from a place of joy. It was almost as though the whole business with the blackmail and Jerome Colborne was still plaguing her. She had the same lines of worry on her face, the same quiet reticence in the presence of people that before she would have been proud and entitled to walk beside. "You don't think," he ventured quietly, "that she's bothered by that blackmail you investigated?" "That's just another roundabout way to ask the same question." Lucille scolded gently. "I'm not going to tell you anything about it. And no, I don't think it can have anything to do with that. We destroyed the copy of evidence Jerome had in his possession, and the man himself is locked up behind bars and facing the noose." Edmund nodded, letting his gaze stray to the dance floor again. Margaret was spinning around on the arm of the young man who'd asked for her hand, dipping and twirling through the familiar motions of a Scottish reel. She was keeping up well, a smile plastered on her pretty face, her motions all that of a young lady having a fine time out for the night. It was only when she turned once in his direction, her eyes fixing ever so briefly on his, that he saw it was all a ruse after all. The fear was still there in her eyes, hidden beneath a surface of dancing and laughter. "Your worry is not wrong," Lucille was saying. Edmund realised he'd been so distracted that he'd lost some of what she'd said. "It's probably just that Margaret was scarred by the trauma of having a villain and a kidnapping under her roof, but I'm sure she'll heal with time and good, steady friendships. You've nothing more to feel responsible for. You have enough on your plate." Edmund nodded and looked out again at the dancing couples. He knew he had nothing to feel responsible for, but as he looked at the slim figure swirling on the dance floor, he thought for the first time that it wasn't a matter of having to do anything. He wanted to feel responsible for that little woman, and he vowed to get to the bottom of what bothered her. Chapter 5. Margaret walked quietly downstairs, thinking back on the days before she was alone in this grand mansion with her thoughts and her silence. When she was a little girl, she'd hated how rarely she was left alone with her own thoughts. There were always servants and governesses and parents pestering for her attention. She would have traded all this silence for just a bit more of that invasive nature that reminded her she was not alone. It was for this reason, and many more, that she was happy to have a letter waiting for her on the tray when she got downstairs. A letter with flowery handwriting that didn't at all match her blackmailer's. She ripped it open and read Lucille's familiar language, written in dark ink on a floral stationery. "Dearest friend, please come to my house today for a bit of tea. It's been too long since we've had a good long chat. I'll put on a bit of steeped English leaves and we can speak about the days that have passed since our last meeting. Lucille." Margaret didn't see a time or a date, and so she presumed she could simply show up whenever it was socially convenient. She looked at the clock on the wall and, weighing a brisk morning walk against a few more hours of lonely silence, she turned and took her cloak from the wall and set out. The sun had been up for a few hours, and the dew was burning away from the grassy byways. She followed the streets across town to the Crowan estate. It was a long walk, but she'd started early and felt the exercise working hope into her bones. She was happy, ever so briefly, in the morning air. She forgot about condemned convicts languishing in prison. She forgot about the darkest moments of her family's past and the conflicted feelings she had about Edmund Lockridge. For a moment, she was just a young woman walking through town to see her friend. Her step lightened. At the corner of the lane that turned towards the Crowan estate, she slowed her step and took a moment to enjoy the long lane of arched trees, the whisper of a breeze in the leaves, and the fine beauty of the marble home. It was a stunning spectacle of wealth and circumstance, and Margaret thought again how lucky her friend had been to find love and money in the same man. Many women in London would have settled for less. She might have to settle for less. She knocked on the door and was greeted by the butler, who bowed low and showed her inside with a welcoming smile. "Lady Crowan is inside, but she's only just now been called out." "Oh," Margaret paused in the doorway, vacillating between going away at once or staying a bit longer. Then I oughtn't to bother her. "Oh, nonsense. She asked that I show you into the parlour directly." Margaret followed the butler, feeling some of the morning magic draining away, and wishing very much that she hadn't dropped in to impose on her friend when she stopped in surprise in the doorway of the parlour. "Lady Margaret," the butler was saying in deep tones, but Margaret wasn't listening to him. She was looking beyond him into the gorgeous room with its high ceiling and tall windows full of light. There, sitting in the middle of the room, was Lucille. Standing behind her, leaning against the mantelpiece, was Edmund. The butler bowed and disappeared as Lucille leapt up and clasped Margaret's hands in her own. "I'm so glad you came, dear friend, but I've just heard that Sarah is unwell, and I'm intending to ride across town to see to her children for the day. You know they have a nanny, but they're such bright things, and I hate for them to miss their mother too awfully. You do understand, don't you? I don't mean to sell you short, especially after you came all this way." She peered at Margaret's skirts. "Wait, did you walk all this way?" "I did." Margaret tried to sound as though this was something perfectly normal, something that she did every day, but she didn't sell the lie very well. After all, the Haywards were known for never putting themselves out, and the sight of Margaret Hayward walking across town was not terribly common in London. It wasn't so very far. "But you must be tired." Lucille bit her lip. "You can't hurry off right away, dear friend, not when you've had such a monumental excursion. No, you shall stay here and take a bit of refreshment. My brother dropped by as well. Edmund, will you stay with Margaret, and when she's quite refreshed, would you take her home in your carriage?" Edmund, who had stayed silently in the background for the entirety of the conversation, only nodded with a certain cold serenity. He seemed more removed than he had the other night when he danced with Margaret, teasing her and bantering as though they were the best of friends. "Oh, no," she said quickly. "I couldn't. If you're worried about propriety, I'll just send the maid in to tend to the fireplace and dusting while you rest," Lucille said, waving her hand dismissively. "And now that that is settled, I can't see as you have any legitimate reason not to rest. You've been stretching yourself too thinly as of late, dear friend. Just sit down and have some tea and scones, and then Edmund will see you safely home." With a flutter of her hands, Lucille kissed Margaret on both cheeks and took her leave of the room with a few parting farewells. Then there was an awkward moment of silence, during which Margaret stood in the centre of the room, with her arms hanging limply at her sides, and Edmund seemed to stare through her as though his thoughts were very far away. Then the maid appeared, clearly summoned as a chaperone of sorts, and settled in the corner with a silver tea set to be polished. This seemed a catalyst enough to encourage Edmund's silence to break at last, and he waved Margaret over to the window seat at the far end of the room. They sat on each side, keeping a safe distance between themselves, and Edmund cleared his throat. "I'm sorry you were inconvenienced by all this, Lady Margaret. It's quite all right." She risked a weak smile. "And since when am I Lady Margaret again?" "I was Maggie only just a few nights ago at the ball." "That was very pleasant at the ball," he said, softening considerably. Then a cloud swept over his handsome features, and he looked at her in genuine concern. "Actually, I was meaning to speak to you about the ball. About quite a lot, actually. Is now a good time?" Just then, the doors swung open again, and 2 footmen entered with a tray of tea and scones. They set everything out in a fine array on one of the side tables, and then proceeded to pour tea and arrange small plates to be carried over to the window seat. Edmund smiled a little at Margaret while all this passed between them, but they said nothing more until it was again only the maid polishing silver in the corner of the room. Margaret took a sip of tea, and after Edmund followed suit, she said, "Now is as good a time as any, I suppose. Please, ask what you will." "I know you will think this improper," he said in a low voice, casting a glance in the direction of their attentive chaperone, "but I am eager to know what it is that weighs so heavily on your mind." Margaret was about to interject, as she had at the ball, that she couldn't speak about such things, but this time it was Edmund who interrupted her by putting up his hand. "No, allow me to finish," he said crisply. "I know that you feel for some reason you must keep this difficulty to yourself, but I entreat you to tell me what it is you are hiding. You shouldn't be alone in this, Maggie, and if you give me some idea what it is you are dealing with, then I might be able to offer you some assistance." "Assistance?" Margaret asked, unable to keep a note of bitterness out of her voice. "Do you remember the last time I asked someone for assistance? Lucille was kidnapped. Reginald was shot. You were embroiled in a disaster. It was the worst thing I could possibly have done." Edmund lowered his head for a moment in silence. After a pause, Margaret went on in a softened tone. "You yourself must remember the conversation you had with me that day you came to visit me. At the time, we had no idea that Lucille was talking in the garden with Colborne, not an innocent vicar. Surely you recall what you told me?" She remembered the scene as vividly as if it was occurring again between them now. Him, pausing by the door leading to the garden, watching Lucille and the vicar under the tree. Him, saying softly, kindly, that the whole investigation into her blackmailer frightened him. And I have to think about Lucille and Sarah. Margaret, feeling the ice close over her heart. "I see. I hope you really do see." Him meeting her eyes at last. "You're a good enough lass. But my friendship with you only goes so far. If one of my sisters is hurt because of secrets you drag them into, I will never forgive you for it." And there was the crux of it. Margaret waited until she saw genuine understanding on Edmund's face. "You told me you would never forgive me, and I think you were right to do so. That's why it confuses me that you would be interested in my troubles yet again. In truth, I'm confused that you would be able to speak to me at all." Edmund set down his teacup. "I thought this might have been at the root of your secret keeping." "It's not the reason I can't tell you my secret." "But it is a factor." He sighed. "I think some part of me thought I could avoid the humbling experience of this conversation, but I see now that was foolish and selfish. I shall speak with you plainly, and afterwards you may judge who of us really needs to give an apology." Margaret blinked, confused. Edmund seemed almost contrite, and certainly very genuine. She just looked at him, and after a moment he continued, "I do not know that I was right in what I said to you, Maggie. I was worried about my sisters, and I was feeling helpless. The only thing I was able to do was to scold you, who I realise now was equally as helpless. If I remember from that conversation, you promised me that you would keep my sisters safe. Isn't that right? But I didn't. Think of what happened to Lucille and her husband. But you didn't drag either of them into that situation. You didn't tell Lucille to go meet with the vicar alone, and you wouldn't have condoned such an action even before you knew he was using the clergy as a disguise for nefarious actions." Margaret shook her head. "I don't need you to say all of this." "As I see it," Edmund said quickly, "you did the best that you could in a difficult situation, and the only reason it didn't end in tragedy was that you did indeed ask others for help. You included people in your plight, so that when things went wrong, we were able to use our collective knowledge to find a solution." He bit his lip and looked suddenly like a little boy. "I saw your face the night of the kidnapping, and I knew that I ought to do something or say something, but I was too proud and confused. I'm sorry you've had to carry that burden this whole time." He waited, at last, apparently wanting to see what result his words had wrought. Margaret wasn't really sure. She felt taken aback. These words were so contrary to the narrative that she'd built in her own head that she wasn't sure where to begin. As she traced each string of her fear back to this lie that Edmund was angry about what happened to his sisters, she found each fear quickly unravelling. Each but one. "I thank you for saying that," she said softly. "I don't think you have anything to atone for or to apologise for, truly." "If you really accept what I say," he said slowly, "then perhaps you will consider letting me in on this new trial that is so clearly wearing down your good spirits." Margaret looked at Edmund for a moment, trying to keep her composure, but then, like a crack in a marble statue, she felt the tears start to build in her eyes. "I can't," she said softly. "I just can't." "Why not? If I told you," she said, the truth ripping at her heart, "you would hate me." Edmund leaned forward, coming just short of taking her hand in his, and looked into her eyes. Margaret felt uncomfortable, as though he was looking to the very centre of her soul and seeing the truth engraved there, illegitimate. "If you can't tell me then," he said, "perhaps you could share with me what it is that you think needs to happen for you to be free of this sadness. You look like a desperate woman." Margaret felt one of the tears form in her eyes and then roll down her cheek. "I fear the only solution to my problem at present is marriage." She would have blushed with embarrassment and shame if she felt she had anything more to lose, but as it was, she doubted that she would be speaking with Edmund again. "I cannot tell you the contents of the blackmail, but I will tell you that if I don't marry, I risk losing my name, my title, and everything else that I hold dear. That is why you see sadness and desperation in my bearing. I see the end, and it is barrelling towards me more quickly than I can escape it." Edmund stood quite suddenly, the motion drawing attention from the maid across the room. She stood too, and curtsied. "Do you need the tea taken away, my lord?" "No," he said, and walked to the other side of the room to stand by the mantel with his back towards Margaret. "But perhaps you could leave me and Lady Margaret alone for a moment. Just sit outside the door if propriety bids you do so." The maid looked from one to the other, and then nodded at last, and left with her tray of silver and polishing utensils. After the door closed behind her, Margaret felt the silence settle into the room like a heavy blanket. She felt it compress her, weigh down upon her, and drive the hope out of her chest. She couldn't see Edmund's face, but she could only imagine the disgust and confusion that would be there when he turned around. Perhaps she'd said too much as it was. Perhaps he'd already guessed from her mention of losing everything that she was not a legitimate child, that her family history was sullied, and thus her reputation and future prospects. When Edmund did at last turn, however, Margaret saw that she'd been wrong. His face was not that of measured disgust, or any disgust at all, in fact. He looked at her with something that bordered on longing, and was certainly kindness. He walked back across the room and sat down beside her, closer this time, with his knees almost touching hers. She drew back a bit, more taken off guard by this closeness than she'd been by him stepping away a moment earlier. "Please," she said softly, hearing her own voice breaking with emotion. "Just say what you will say, and don't spend any more time trying to make it sound pleasant. I am not under any illusions about my situation, and it will not hurt me overmuch if you give in to a bit of honesty." "You ask me to be honest," he said softly. Then he reached forward and took one of her hands in his own. His touch was firm and kind, his eyes on her. "Then I will ask you, Margaret, if you would consider something quite sudden and unexpected." He shook his head. "If you will possibly consider marrying me." Margaret felt a great surge inside of her as all her preconceptions about Edmund and worries turned all at once on their head. He wasn't so aloof after all. Perhaps he was offering this out of kindness and a desire to save her, but he was offering all the same. Perhaps there was some affection present after all. She knew in her heart that she ought to think about this, to weigh the consequences, to force herself to remember all the reasons why she had wanted to keep herself apart from Edmund. It was better for him, after all, to be with someone who wouldn't drag down his family fortunes. But in the moment, all Margaret could do was say the words that kept rolling over and over in her mind. "Lord Huxley, I would be honoured." His face relaxed, and he looked genuinely relieved. "Are you quite serious?" he ventured. "Don't toy with me." Margaret swallowed all feelings of guilt. She really did care for him after all, and if there was even a chance that he could care for her. "I'm serious," she said softly. For a moment, it was as she'd been earlier that day, walking free across the city towards her friend's home. For a moment, she laid aside her worries and allowed herself to be briefly, blissfully happy. Chapter 6. "My dear brother," Sarah said when he told her and Lucille the news at a tea house in London the next morning. "When I told you that it would be good to get a lady in your life, I hardly imagined you would run out at once and fetch the first girl you could find." "It was abrupt," Lucille added, but Edmund could see a certain sparkle in her eyes. "You tease," he said. "But can you imagine someone more suited? She's your friend after all." He watched Lucille's face very carefully as he said this, for he did have some lingering concerns about the secret that Margaret was hiding, and he worried a bit that perhaps it might be something harmful that he should know about before tying his name forever to Margaret's. Her expression, however, never faltered. She smiled with rosy colour in her cheeks. "Perhaps it is all a bit sudden," she said, "but I think you are a wonderful match. I will admit that once, not so long ago, I had a suspicion that she had some affection for you, but I never let myself hope that it would come to pass." "Did you really have a suspicion?" Sarah raised her eyebrows and laughed. "That shows you how self-focused I am. I never imagined anything of the sort. Aren't you afraid that she's a bit strong-willed, brother? I can say as much as a strong-willed woman myself. We are hard to contain at times." "It is because I know you, sister, that I am confident in a marriage to a strong and opinionated woman," Edmund said. It was partly true. He couldn't remember exactly when he'd started to look at Margaret romantically, but it had been for some time. Since learning of his family fortunes, however, he'd pulled back considerably from any pursuit of young ladies. He didn't want to drag any of them down with him. "What do you think she will think about the state of our family fortunes?" he asked quietly, lowering his voice, lest the others in the tea-house should listen in and learn more than was safe about the Lockridge wealth. "I don't want to drag her down with me." "I don't think she'll see it that way," Lucille said quickly. Sarah shrugged. "Like I said, the idea of you and Margaret ever being together never occurred to me before this very moment, but I will say that for all Margaret's wild and rather spoiled ways, she cares more about the heart than about silks or such matters. Haven't you noticed how plainly she's been dressing as of late? And though I know it's been difficult, I also know that she's been attempting to learn how to manage her father's estate. She shows mettle and grit, both things that could help you as you're building the Lockridge business back up again." Edmund had noticed Margaret's plainer dresses. In fact, it had been one of the many things that had given him courage to ask her at last. He had heard her plea for help, and now he wondered if he ought to share it with his sisters. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, however, he thought better of it. Margaret had seemed so frantic and stricken, as though it would hurt her and others dreadfully if her secret got out. He wanted to respect that. He wanted her to feel safe. Perhaps, he mused. I'm glad, at any rate, that you both agree that she is a good choice. Lucille smiled softly. Is this why you asked me about the blackmail again, brother? You were already thinking about asking her? No, it hadn't been why he'd asked, and Lucille's mention of the blackmail again made Edmund itch with a desire to know and to help. He held his tongue this time and just smiled and let his sisters think what they would about the situation. He wasn't sure, even if it was a truly terrible thing, if it would be something that could possibly make Margaret seem less beautiful. Even yesterday, when he'd taken her hand into his and asked her to marry him. He'd waited for the nerves and the panic that so many young men talked about when facing the commitment of marriage. But he'd felt no such thing. Only a desire to stay there, sitting on the window seat with Margaret, as long as possible, watching a smile drive the tears from her eyes, watching her courage come back again, feeling her soft hand encased in his own rough one. When will the wedding be? Sarah asked. We ought to announce an engagement. No, Edmund said quickly. This was something Margaret had insisted on in the hours of conversation after his abrupt proposal. No, we aren't going to do an official announcement. We will have a short and simple ceremony a few weeks from now, and we will keep it out of the papers until the marriage is official. That's all very underhanded, Lucille said, frowning. Is it necessary to be so cloak and dagger about the entire thing? As the one married to the physical embodiment of cloak and dagger, Sarah teased, you ought to know that some circumstances call for things like this. I think Margaret's had enough excitement and public interest as of late, Edmund said quickly, citing the reason that Margaret herself had given him. She just wants something quiet. She says afterwards she wants to sell off her father's estate and move at once into Lockridge with me. She's already made arrangements. Already? Sarah frowned now. Didn't you only get engaged yesterday? Yes, but she'd set up just such a thing before, when she thought Colborne was going to take everything she owned. She just has to go back to her original buyers. She says that our family estate will be a new start for her. Well, I'm happy for you. Lucille reached across the table and put a hand on her brother's arm. I know we have many questions, but I'm sure all those things will be sorted out in time. You both care for each other, and I know that with such a firm foundation, you should be able to sort out difficulties as they arise. While Edmund was more or less certain that Lucille's advice was correct, and that he would be able to sort things out with Margaret, he was also concerned that when she discovered the truth of his financial situation, it would frighten her away. He knew that she had something she was hiding from him, but there was a bit more honesty in that. She'd told him outright that there was a problem, that it would only be solved with marriage, and that she couldn't tell him the details. He, on the other hand, had not told her the truth about the loss of the Lockridge fortune and the things that he'd had to give up. She would not be finding quite the luxury she perhaps anticipated when she moved into his mansion, and Edmund tried to drive away his worries about this particular truth by assuring himself that she would adapt quickly. Still, he determined that the faster he earned back the money his father had lost, the better. The first step, he decided, was to eat a bit more humble pie. He left the tea house and crossed town to Tattersall's, where he'd heard Lord Crowan was planning on spending the day. He had not paid his guinea to be a member, not after discovering the truth of how impoverished his title was. And so he was glad to see that the other men were already inside for the ongoing auction and didn't notice him slip a guest fee across the table and walk onto the premises without his formal lounge. Tattersall's was as familiar to him as his own home, in fact, for his father, Edgar Lockridge, had capitalised on the fashionable lounge for sporting gentlemen, using it as a place to network and build relationships. Of course, those relationships were often leveraged afterwards to injure the poor sap who'd trusted Edgar, but that was something that Edmund's father had never allowed to dissuade him from repeating the deception over and again. The columned walkway was full today with groups of men milling about and waiting for the next parade of stylish carriages, which were today the highlight of the selling. Personally, Edmund preferred to be there for the auctioning of the hounds, which always proved to be a messy event with humorous mishaps and always, above the ruckus, the baying of dogs who were competing with one another for the limelight. But carriage day was an enjoyment as well. He walked past the horse accommodation, where 120 beasts could be put up and cared for, and on through to the booth, where he knew he would find Reginald. He was quite right, for there at the head of the canvas tent sat the Lord Crowan, smoking a pipe and chatting with the man nearby, as though he'd never left the world of secret underhanded dealings. When he caught sight of Edmund, he raised a hand in greeting and then whispered a few words to the man beside him. The man bowed, smiled, and hurried away, vacating the seat nearest Reginald, where Edmund quickly sat. "I'm surprised you kept up your father's membership here," Reginald said under his breath when Edmund had settled beside him. "I'm glad to see it, for I think it's a valuable thing to have in your line of work, but I hadn't seen you here in some months, and I'd expected you'd turned your back on this particular part of your father's dealings." "I like the auction block," Edmund answered, "and the sporting events as well. It's only the underhanded nature of it all that I dislike." He took a drink that was offered him, and when the servant was out of sight, said quickly, "And no, I didn't keep up my membership here. It would be no great thing for me to foot the fee," Reginald said after a long pause. Edmund shook his head, feeling the bitter taste of pride rising in his throat. "I'm sure that's not necessary." Then, just as quickly, he bit his lip and shook his head. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean anything by that, truly I didn't. It would help me immensely if you would cover the membership for this year at least, but I came to grovel a bit more than that. I'd rather you pick back up where you left off after you married my sister and give me some insight into how I might leverage my position in the House of Lords to build back my family fortune more quickly and pay the creditors what is owed them." Reginald sipped his drink and nodded at the scene unfolding before them. The auctioneer took the stand and, for a moment, drowned out all hope of conversation with a long and loud explanation of the main types of carriages the onlookers could expect to see, finishing with the prizes on display, 2 of which had formerly been owned by royal connections. It would be a sign of status indeed to purchase one of those, but Edmund knew that he would have to settle for the status of merely being in the buying crowd at present. When the first carriages rolled into view, the auctioneer turned away towards the other end of the field, again giving room for discussion as his voice projected in the opposite direction. Reginald spoke now, addressing Edmund's earlier thoughts as though there had been no interruption. "There's no room for the word grovel between us, Lord Huxley." He smiled in Edmund's direction. "And I know it's a hard thing to ask for help where previously you'd not desired it. That makes you a bigger man in my eyes, not a smaller one." He set aside his drink and pointed at one of the carriages. Under his breath he said, "There's a man in the corner watching you. Look interested in the field every once in a while, so he suspects it is the primary point of our conversation." Edmund followed suit, nodding and gesturing towards one of the low phaetons, as though it held his full interest. "You're being most gracious." He cleared his throat, keeping his voice low in tandem with Reginald's. "Perhaps you'd be willing to offer me a lesson now? I have a question about all this business that is plaguing me." "Go on." "You told me that I handled the information I proclaimed in Parliament incorrectly, that I should have held on to it until the right time and used it as leverage against the nobleman in question. I think, if I remember correctly, I told you that not all truths need to be told exactly when you learn them. That's the thing that's been weighing on me. Edmund waved his hand towards one of the finer carriages, moving it about in the air as though taking the measurement of the thing. I want to be of use, and I want to be a shrewd businessman, but I don't see any way to gain secrets and peddle in the underbelly of politics without turning into the same lying, deceptive man that my father was. I don't want to be power-hungry and blind to the pain of others. Edmund, I don't think that is possible. You have a good, kind heart and a solid head on your shoulders. You don't seem like the sort of person who would be easily swayed to the dark side of politics. But I was. That's what you're forgetting. Edmund dropped the ruse, then, turning completely from the auction block and levelling his gaze on Reginald. It was hard to look into those cool, icy eyes and not lose his nerve, but he knew what needed to be done, and he wasn't backing down now. I was raised as my father's prodigy. He was so happy when he finally had a son. Do you know that he used to tell me when we were alone that I was by far superior to my sisters simply because I was a boy, that he would have traded them in for me in a moment. Reginald's face twitched ever so slightly. I don't think he only said that to you, Lord Huxley. My wife seemed to be well aware of his sentiments on the subject. You may think that I ought to have been thankful for this polluted praise, but I was not. Instead, I was eternally aware that I was selling him short in every little thing that I did. I knew every morning that I was about to set out on a day where all the responsibility of being Lord Huxley's child was on my shoulders, and mine alone. He reminded me always that if I didn't follow in his footsteps perfectly, I was not only a disappointment, I was the downfall of the entire family legacy. And you know now how wrong that assumption was. His footsteps led you into near bankruptcy, and in the end, they led to your father's death. Exactly. Edmund tapped the glass beside him to add emphasis. So, I turned the other direction. I threw out all the training that he beat into me, literally, when I was a child, and I made sure that I never sounded or looked or talked anything like him. I started riding out of doors, so my skin would darken. I made sure to sit on the opposite side of the House of Lords so that no one would mistake my politics for his. I asked my mother to come over for dinner every night that she could be free from Sarah and Augustus, so that she would feel treasured and cared for as she never did with my father. And of course, I tried to be sober-minded and honest with my finances. Reginald said nothing, but Edmund could see that he had the other man's full attention. And then, he finished quietly, you ask me to start peddling in secrets again, to walk in the shadows the way he taught me to keep information on people and leverage it against them. That feels like stepping right back into his awful twisted shoes. Reginald nodded. I understand. I should have heard this in your voice when you protested about it before. He looked out at the passing carriages and gave a quiet sigh. Then, slowly, like the sun rising, a smile came back on his face, and he turned back to Edmund. I see it differently, however. How so? Have you ever heard of a redemptive ending? I think this is just such a thing for you. You have described all the ways in which you tried to do the opposite of what your father did. I don't think removing yourself entirely from what your father did in the House of Lords really is the opposite of his intention. I think that the opposite of using secrets to hurt people is using them to help people. Reginald tipped his head to the side and gestured to one of the gilt carriages. And that, my dear lad, I would be happy to teach you. He gave a little laugh. If anyone tells you there is only one way to skin a horse, they're wrong. You've heard the saying, And I would add that if anyone tells you that lying and deceit are required to understand the secrets of the House of Lords, then I would say they were wrong as well. Edmund looked at his friend with quiet respect. He wanted to learn, and he felt for the first time that Reginald truly understood his concerns. Deep down, he still wasn't sure he believed that the secrecy was necessary, but the creditors kept coming, and sooner or later he had to find a way to repay them. Chapter 7. The wedding gown felt a bit foreign on Margaret's shoulders, stiff with taffeta and lace. She stood before the mirror in Lucille's house and examined herself with a quiet intensity. There was a cream taffeta bodice, trimmed with small ruffles that ran over onto the short, puffed sleeves, and from the high-waisted skirt tumbled small embroidery lines stitched into a filmy cream overskirt. At the bottom, about the hem, there were little tassels so small they almost seemed to be embroidered flowers, and beneath that her small satin slippers came into view. She'd pinned her dark curls up atop her head, and into them were woven cream flowers. From her shoulders came a filmy lace train that dragged 2 feet back on the ground. She reached a hand up to her face and felt her cheek nervously. "I feel overdressed," she said softly. "For your wedding?" Lucille came up behind her and embraced her tenderly, giving her a sisterly kiss on the cheek. "There's no such thing." Sarah came up on the other side of her and looped an arm around her waist. "You look nervous, love." "It's normal for a bride to be nervous on her wedding day," Lucille chirped tenderly, readjusting a curl or two. "You've both been so kind about this sudden arrangement," Margaret said suddenly, turning to the 2 sisters and searching their faces with her eyes. "I don't want to overlook how quickly you've adapted to this proposal. I'm sure you were very surprised." "It would have been different if you'd been a less worthy lady," Sarah said gently. "And I've wondered at such a match for some time," Lucille added. "I've always thought you were suited, and I had noticed some sweet glances in recent days." Margaret knew this statement should warm her heart, but in truth, it lit a nervous little fire inside of her. Just this morning, she'd received another letter from Colborne's accomplice, detailing the demands yet again, and the last words of the letter were still rolling around mockingly in her memory. "Many happy returns on your marriage." So, the person had found out after all. Even though Margaret and Edmund had tried to keep the news to themselves, they'd tried to keep it a simple and quiet ceremony, with only family in attendance. Still, with the required reading of the banns 3 Sundays in advance, there was always the possibility that secret marriages might slip out into the public after all. Now, thinking of that letter tucked away amongst the belongings she would later follow over to Edmund's home, Margaret felt guilty all over again for trapping such a kind and sweet family into a marriage that would prove so costly for Edmund when the blackmail reached its zenith. She swallowed hard and forced a smile. "Let us speak no more of it at present," she said softly. "We should turn our attention to the ceremony and all that comes afterwards." The walk down the aisle seemed interminably long. Margaret had no one to walk with her, and so she went unescorted to Edmund's side at the front of the room. He looked so handsome standing there in his fine wedding clothes, his fair hair combed back out of his face, and his hand resting just so on a stylish cane. His eyes, too, held Margaret's as she made her way to his side. She thought, as the music faded, that she longed to step into those eyes and disappear completely from the rest of the world. Where Edmund was concerned, she was happy and contented. It was the other things besetting her that cast a pall on this day. "Dearly beloved," the parson intoned, "we are gathered together here in the sight of God and in the face of this congregation to join together this man and this woman in holy matrimony." The man went on to talk about that honourable estate and all that it signified. Margaret and Edmund were facing him, standing with their shoulders nearly touching, and Margaret thought again how odd it was that this was as near as they had been, except for the day when Edmund had asked for her hand in marriage. She felt a shiver of delight and fear at the thought of how near he was, and tried to focus back on the subject at hand. "I require and charge you both," the parson was saying to her and Edmund, "as ye will answer at the dreadful day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment, why ye may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it." Margaret blinked, trying to put the little voice out of her mind that was pestering her now. Impediment, like a dark secret that could sink your husband's estate and ruin him in the sight of all men. Like that. It was too late now. There was silence in the church. All the eyes were focused on the parson, waiting for him to move on from that question, since, in their mind, of course these two beautiful people deserved to be together. Of course, there was no impediment. Margaret felt a bit more misery joining the guilt already boiling in her chest. The parson then turned to Edmund, asking him if he would take Margaret to be his wife. "So long as ye both shall live, I will," Edmund said, his voice strong. The parson turned to Margaret. "And wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou obey him, and serve him, love, honour, and keep him, in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?" Margaret felt a great loosening in her chest at his words. For the first time all day she felt her conscience was free, for in this she could answer wholeheartedly and know that her answer was true. "I will." There was a carriage waiting in front of the church when Margaret and Edmund ran out amid a shower of flower petals. As she walked, Margaret scanned the crowd, looking to see if the same mole who had informed on her marriage banns had also arrived to terrorise her wedding. But every face looked familiar. Rose Hayward had not come, but Lord and Lady Whitehall were there, Sarah's children running about underfoot and hurling flowers with gusto. And so were Lord and Lady Crowan and the Dowager Lady Huxley, who was looking less pale and more bright by the day. There were a few other close friends, but that made up the majority of the party, and after ascertaining as much, Margaret climbed into the carriage with Edmund's assistance and set her gaze towards home. When they had pulled out of sight, Edmund put an arm cautiously around her and drew her to him with a shy tenacity. She found the motion both endearing and comforting, and she leaned into him at once. "Are you quite happy, Maggie?" he asked. She wondered if he even knew how powerful that name was, how it tore down all her fears in one fell swoop and made her forget the letters sitting just behind her in her travelling cases. "I'm glad it's all over," she said. "You were quite busy at the end there, auctioning off your family estate." Edmund raised his eyebrows. "I thought you were playing the part of the businesswoman quite well. Actually, you made a good bit of coin on that." A good bit of coin that mostly went to paying off debtors and finishing out the contracts of the working tenants, she said quietly. "But let us not talk of business now." "Yes." He reached up and rescued a flower from amongst her tresses, pulling it down and holding it delicately in his hand for the briefest of moments, before smelling it and then tucking it away in his pocket. "Let us talk about how beautiful you looked as you came down the aisle towards me earlier today, and how very thankful and proud I am to now be riding through town with you as my bride." "My goodness," she said, blushing furiously. "Who knew that you were such a romantic?" "You did, I suspect," he said blithely, "or else why would you have married me?" Margaret turned and looked out at the passing houses, lost in her own thoughts. "Are you disappointed?" Edmund asked after a brief interval of quiet. "In what would I be disappointed?" "That we're going straight away to my home instead of to the seashore or some other locale." "No," Margaret said with a smile. "That is the sort of thing that the French would do. I'm happy enough to stay here with you in a place that is familiar. Your family home is stunningly decorated. Besides, there's no place, I expect, that would be more elegant." A look sped across Edmund's face, and Margaret caught it. "What is that?" she asked. "What are you thinking?" "There's something I wish to talk with you about before we reach home," Edmund said slowly. "What is it?" Edmund opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment there was a call from the side of the road, and a tenant of the Lockridge estate raised his hand in congratulations to his lord and new lady. When the interaction was over, they were already rolling down the drive, and Margaret let all her thoughts of Edmund's question slip from her mind as she looked at the grand estate. The Lockridge mansion had always held a certain mystique for her, and, if she were honest, a certain fear. But that had been back when Lord Huxley was an old and conniving man, not when he was the young and handsome gentleman riding beside her now. She reached and clasped his hand. "It's so beautiful," she said lightly. "I have been here so many times before, but it is even more remarkable to come up the drive when I know this is my home." Edmund was conspicuously silent, and when the carriage at last came to a stop, he handed Margaret out of it with a serious expression on his face. He didn't make any attempt to broach the former subject, but she thought as they climbed the stairs that he had the air of a little boy who was bracing for something dreadful. When she stepped inside, Margaret began to see why. The butler greeted her in the usual way, sending the footman to bring her bags up to the room Edmund had prepared for her at one wing of the house, and then Margaret followed her new husband slowly into the main hall past the front entryway. She had been here many times before and knew well the deep tapestries and stunning artefacts that lined these walls. There was a marble statue here in the front that many people stopped to marvel at, and the work of some fine European painters decorating the first main hall. There was even a great rug from the Orient that had been an enormous draw for Edgar Lockridge's guests. Margaret had heard Sarah refer to that rug once as the dullest piece of furniture that could ever make a nobleman turn his head. But here before her was no rug. The floor was bare wood, and over the mantel, where there ought to have been a painting of the Holland flowers, there was nothing. The walls, in fact, were utterly empty, and in the place where the marble statue had once stood, there was only a stained circle on the wood. She felt Edmund's eyes on her, watching and waiting, but she couldn't yet fully comprehend what she was seeing. She turned without a word down the nearest hall, the one she knew would take her through the parlour and into the vast dining room. The parlour, however, was a shock in and of itself. All but a few chairs had been removed, and the only flat surface upon which to set anything was a rather Spartan desk pushed beneath one window. The great crystal piece that had once hung above the fireplace was missing, as were the paintings on the southern wall. The chairs that remained were fine enough, but Margaret knew the upholstery and finery that used to drip from every pore of this mansion, and she knew this was not right. "Have you been robbed?" she asked, her mind spinning. Edmund swallowed hard. "I dash! Edmund, your table!" Not waiting to hear his explanation, Margaret pushed past him into the dining room. The great mahogany table that had been a main attraction at dinner parties, etched as it was by a French designer with a fine finish and gold-studded legs, was gone. In its place was a plain wooden table with a simple woven runner down the centre. The walls and the decorations were as sparse as they'd been in the other 2 rooms of the house. Everything looked like a carcass that had been picked clean. "Everything's gone," she said quietly. "I wasn't robbed," he answered, coming to stand beside her in the dining room and answering her question as though she hadn't just pushed past him. This is what I need to talk to you about." Margaret's mind was beginning to fasten on what she had known in her heart since she'd stepped into that bare hall, but she waited quietly, her hands by her side, wanting to hear her new husband admit it for himself. "Margaret," he said, shifting to the other foot and looking as miserable as she'd ever seen a man, "I didn't mean to keep this from you, or perhaps I did. Perhaps I'm just a coward. But I feared what would happen if you found out, and I have a plan for remedying everything." She waited, her mouth dry. He rushed on. Father wasn't as frugal as he claimed to be, and he wasn't such a grand businessman either. In fact, he had some frantic speculation and ridiculous bets that sunk our estate deeply in debt. After he died, the creditors started coming. They want the home. I have a plan. I'm working with Reginald and Augustus to get things back on track, but for now, it will be a sparse sort of life. I've no capital in hand, only what I can manage to sell off. He gestured across the room. The table, for example, was a good promise to one of the creditors. I think he'll be able to sell it at an auction house for enough pounds to keep him happy for a few months. He was still talking, rattling on about his plans to restore his father's business and everything that he would change and make better. But for Margaret, all his words were running together. Her mind had attached to the single truth that most affected her. There was nothing in the Lockridge estate after all. Though she still cared about Edmund, he would not be able to save her from Jerome Colborne's vicious cohort. In fact, she might bring him further down into debt with her troubles. She took a step backwards and reached for the table for support, struggling to look as calm as possible. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "I was going to wait, you see." He looked so earnest, so kind. "I have thought about marrying you for some time, Margaret, and I didn't know if you returned my affections. I was going to wait until I'd built up the business again and repaid all the creditors. If I'd had it my way, I would have had this place furnished even more elaborately than before when you walked in." "But you didn't wait. You seemed so urgent when we spoke. You said you needed to get married at once." Margaret swallowed hard. He was right, of course. She had needed to marry once, and marry rich, and if Edmund had chosen to wait, Margaret would have been forced to walk off in the arms of another rich benefactor. She didn't have the benefit of waiting, but his kindness, his desire to help her in her time of difficulty, had trapped him in the hole with her, and she felt the guilt of it more fiercely than before. "Margaret, say something. I haven't seen the upstairs." "Yes, of course." Edmund seized upon this with a pathetic zeal, seeming to think it was a relinquishing of the financial difficulties for the time being. "I prepared you separate rooms. I know this has all been so sudden, and I wanted to be sure that you didn't feel any pressure." That was a relief, at least. Margaret couldn't even let herself think of the thing to which her new husband was referring, not when her mind was so full of the disaster at hand. "Good, thank you. I'm sorry." She put a hand to her head, feigning a wave of dizziness. "It's just that I have a bit of a headache after the events of today. I think it would be best if I retired at present," and we resumed this conversation in the light of morning. "Margaret, I'm sorry." "There's nothing to apologise for." She forced a smile. "You'll have the servants send my things up?" He stood looking at her, his face a mask of misery. Margaret wanted to make that misery go away, but her own was so thick in front of her eyes that she couldn't see her way out of it to help Edmund. "I'll send it up," Edmund said at last. You're at the end of the hall with a gabled solar attached for personal use. Thank you again, Margaret said, and without further ado she fled upstairs. Chapter 8. And shall the young Lady Huxley be joining you at dinner this evening? The butler asked, bowing a bit and gesturing towards the dining room. We set 2 places as we did last night, but seeing as she was unwell and unable to attend, we thought to remove the plate today. You thought correctly, Edmund said dully, rising from his chair and following the butler into the dining room. The smell of chicken and dumplings wafted up to greet him. I'm afraid Lady Huxley is still indisposed. It's been 2 days since the wedding, the butler said simply, as though this had some sort of bearing on Margaret's responsibilities. Yes, I'm quite aware of the timeline, Edmund snapped, feeling instantly guilty afterwards. The butler didn't deserve his own personal turmoil to be turned out so unkindly against the man. It was just that the darkest thoughts had been his constant companion since Margaret learned about his family's lost fortune, and as she had removed her own companionship as balm over the past few days, he had little else with which to assure himself. My pardon, he said to the immovable face of the butler. I am sure Lady Huxley will come down when she is quite well again. A change can be difficult, sir, the old man said kindly, returning Edmund's brutish behaviour with gentility. I know that in a few days' time she will be feeling quite herself again. Thank you, Edmund answered, sitting down to his dinner alone. In truth, he wasn't sure of his role in all this. He had apologised in part to Margaret on that first evening, but he hadn't had a chance to speak to her any more on the subject. He suspected that the headache she claimed to be enduring was a feigned illness to give her an excuse to stay away from his questions and his explanations, and so he didn't climb the stairs or knock on her door. He vacillated between feelings of frustration that she would turn the first few days of their marriage into a battle of wills, and compassion at the thought that she might be upstairs feeling lonely and frightened at the prospect of a more difficult life than she'd signed up for. It went against all his real desires towards Margaret to have gone about things in this way, the deception, the poor entrance into married life. He felt that he had ruined her, and when she was most needing assistance, tonight, he decided, was the last night he would eat alone without making some sort of overture. He owed her that much at least. He finished his stew quickly, having little appetite but going through the motions of nourishment anyway, then poured himself an after-dinner cup of sherry and slipped back into the parlour to sit by the fire. He had been in this state of repose for perhaps the better part of an hour when he heard a whispering noise of silk at the door and looked up to see Margaret standing there. She was wearing a plain violet gown, and her hair was pulled back in a low chignon. She looked very wan, although that might have been the firelight and shadows playing tricks on him. He stood at once at the sight of her. Margaret, you've come down? I'm feeling better. She looked much worse. I thought I might join you tonight. She raised her hand, and in it he saw a small copy of poetry, for a bit of reading. So she was not ready to talk yet, but she was ready to offer him her presence as a conciliatory gesture. Edmund felt a slight lessening of anxiety and a bit of accompanying relief. Please, sit. Have you had anything to eat this evening? I can have something brought in. They brought some food up to my room, she said quickly, and Edmund knew at once from her face that she hadn't eaten it. She came and sat beside him on the settee, but a little ways off, so that no part of her was touching him, and she opened her book. He watched her face for a moment, half expecting, after the events of their wedding and a few days before, to have some sort of confrontation, or at least the beginnings of a resolution. But it seemed, after a few minutes had passed, that Margaret really had reappeared for the sole purpose of reading her poetry by the fire. He wanted to reach out to her, wanted to say something that would ease the tension he could see coiled in her shoulders, wanted to respond to the courageous gesture of her coming downstairs and choosing to read beside him rather than in the safety of her solar. But whenever he opened his mouth, his mind shot back at him a million retorts to his good intentions, and he knew that it would do no good to speak at present. Tongue-tied and miserable, he opened his own book and hoped that soon they would be able to talk again, as they had in the past. Conversation did improve, but only a little. Over the next week, Margaret began appearing at meals again, but always she seemed as though part of her were somewhere else, watching over her every action and judging the proceedings quite harshly. She looked paler by the day and seemed a bit gaunt. Still, she was making an effort to talk with Edmund, although he realised soon that the effort was almost worse than the silence. To see someone you care about struggling to speak with you is a painful thing, and that was what Edmund witnessed every morning when Margaret came down to eat, and every evening when she reappeared, phantom-like, and worried in the dining room. What was she worried about, after all? It wasn't as though Edmund was going to do anything to hurt her, but still she acted guilty and afraid. "What are your plans for the day?" he asked one morning, reaching to hand her one of the fresh oranges that had appeared at the market the day before and had been snapped up by an over-eager cook. "Are you going to visit Sarah or Lucille?" She took the orange without meeting his eye and made a small indentation in the skin with her finger, using that toe hold to drag the peel away from the flesh piece by piece. The juice wandered down her hands, unchecked to her wrists. "I don't think so. I was going to walk about the garden. It's chilly outside. Then perhaps I'll stay inside." Edmund saw a particularly vibrant stream of juice wander almost to her elbow, and almost without thinking he reached out with his kerchief to wipe it clean. She jumped back, saw what he was doing, and then took the kerchief and wiped it herself. He hated how she shrank from him. "Well, I'm going into Parliament today, and afterwards I have a meeting with Lord Crowan. Perhaps you could meet me there and share some time with Lucille." "I don't think that will be necessary." "I wasn't talking about necessary," Edmund said softly. "I was talking about what might be good for you, Margaret. It's good to get out of the house." "I'm still getting used to the house," she answered after a rather long pause. "I would prefer to stay in." He nodded and turned back to his breakfast as though this was all perfectly normal, having an extended cold shoulder from one's new bride over breakfast, only a week after the wedding, but in his heart he was shrivelling away. If he could have done so, he would have gone back to that day he proposed, and he would have told her everything then and there, before everything was finalised, and she was trapped in a marriage that offered her no reward. He wondered how long she could hold on to this, how long she could hate him. A dress. That was an idea. Edmund was not at all under the impression that going to a tailor would solve his marital problems, but he thought it might be some token of kindness that would make Margaret feel more at home, and perhaps keep her from looking so frightened all the time, as though she was a mouse cowering in a hole in the wall and waiting for the house to strike. Her silence was beginning to get to Edmund. It reminded him of how his mother used to be around his father, and that would mean that he was like his father, which was an unthinkable atrocity. He tried not to dwell on that, instead going into town after his meeting with Reginald and stopping by the tailor's to ask after a dress. "Absolutely. Send the lady in at any time, and we will fit her out for something fine. Actually, I want it to be a surprise for her," Edmund explained. Then, lowering his voice to avoid the prying ears of gossips, he added, "And though I would like it to be well made and pretty, I'd rather it not be too fine, if you will." Something simple, something yellow perhaps. She looks lovely in yellow. Yellow and lace are very fashionable at the moment. The tailor raised his eyebrows. But if you're not sending the lady herself in, which I would like to stress is the best option at hand for obtaining a well-fitting gown, then I presume you have her measurements. Her measurements! Edmund's heart sank. Then it was back to Margaret's closet when she was down in the parlour that evening, and he was slipping a little scarlet gown out that he'd seen her wear, and that seemed to fit her well enough. He put it in his saddlebags for the morning, feeling like a wicked thief, and took it back to the tailor. "I don't have her measurements," he said apologetically, "but this seems to fit her very well." "You don't have your own wife's measurements?" the man asked in astonishment. Then, perhaps seeing from Edmund's face that he'd crossed a line, the tailor immediately added, "Well, 'tis no matter. I can make do with this quite well." And that was that. At least, that was that, until Edmund found himself setting in front of Margaret a week later with a wrapped parcel that he pushed across the table towards her. In the end, it had been expensive enough to stretch their already stretched budget, but not so expensive that Edmund was forced to go deeper into debt. He was proud of himself, in fact, and the confusion on her face and mild interest was, at least, a different expression from the restrained fear and even, on occasion, hostility. "Why?" she asked simply, not reaching to touch the parcel. "Because you are my wife, and because I wish you to feel special." She looked uncertain, and he thought he saw a tinge of a blush climbing into her cheeks. "But what is it for?" "It isn't for anything, just for you." "For no reason?" Good heavens! Surely someone as wealthy as Margaret Hayward had received a gift before. "Just open it." She did so, perhaps hearing the definitive tone in his voice, and when the paper was peeled back to reveal the butter yellow of the silk and the delicate but simple lace edging all around the sleeves and collar, her face was for a moment beautifully transformed. A smile of real delight curled the edge of her lips, and her eyes, so dark and pretty, widened with surprise. "It's beautiful," she said. Then, like the rain coming quite suddenly upon the horizon, the smile faded. "It's beautiful," she repeated, and this time it sounded like a proclamation of judgment rather than rejoicing. Quite unexpectedly, tears came into her eyes. Edmund didn't know what to do with them, how to help, or how to make things better. "Is there something the matter with it?" He leaned closer to examine the seams. "I can take it back to the tailor." "No, nothing is the matter." She shrank away from him, perhaps mistaking his examining of the dress as some sort of overture in her direction. The tears were coming more swiftly now, running down her cheeks as the orange juice had traced her arms a few days ago. He knew his lesson now, though. He was not to wipe away those tears. He stood, the frustration and confusion burning in his chest like anger, and then gave a stiff little bow. "You must excuse me," he said. "I seem to have caused you more hurt. I am going to retire to my study at present, and if you require anything at all, you may reach out to me there in your own time." He fled before he had to see any more of her tears. In his study, Edmund poured a generous glass of port and took a gulp that sent clarifying, burning alcohol straight to his stomach and afterwards to his brain. He felt all astir with confusion and frustration. He had not expected for the gift of address to make up for the way he'd led Margaret into a marriage under false pretences, but he certainly hadn't expected it to frighten and alarm her either. "Am I a brute that she shrinks so?" he said aloud. Port always made him speak to himself. It was one of the things that made him like his father, and therefore it was generally one of the things he avoided at all costs. You're not." Her voice surprised him. Edmund had expected to be alone all night, but there was Margaret in the doorway, the yellow gown over one arm. She laid it aside and stepped further into the room, the tears drying on her cheeks. "You're not a brute, Edmund. I can't even find the words when I need them the most." That, he understood. But he didn't know whether or not to trust this sudden shift, this undiscovered kindness in her tone. He said nothing, but waited until she'd crossed the room and was standing close to him. She smelled like cinnamon, and she was so short, so very short, and endearingly the tears still lingered in her big eyes. "Edmund, I've been horrible to you, and I'm so sorry. I'm just stuck. I don't know how to pull myself out of this fear." "What are you afraid of?" She shook her head, taking the tiniest step forward. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that you don't deserve the way I've behaved. The dress, you're so kind, so very kind. I'm sorry that I've answered your tenderness with silence." He swallowed hard. "Margaret, I understand. I'm under no illusions about why we entered into this engagement. It's a political game, you know, like all the other political games in this town. I know that you're in a tight spot, whatever that spot might be, and I know that you had to choose whoever you thought was advantageous. It must be frustrating to learn that your decision was based on polluted merchandise." She winced. He could see the pain that his words had brought her, and knew in an instant that was not what he wanted. He kept speaking quickly. "I didn't mean it like that, Maggie. I just meant that I understand why you've been quiet, and I wish I could go back and change everything that's happened in the last few days." She shook her head. "It wasn't just a political game for me, Edmund." He smiled sadly, but said nothing. She pressed on, going so far as to reach out and lay her hand on his arm. "I said yes to you, not only because I needed help, but because I genuinely care for you. Edmund, I have cared for you for some time." She stumbled over the words, and Edmund couldn't tell if it was from a depth of emotion or from something a bit more likely. A disingenuous heart desperate to alleviate his guilt. He just couldn't believe that the woman who had sat silently across from him for 2 weeks, barely spoken at meals, spurned his advances and shrunk from his every touch, felt anything but disgust for him. Whatever Edmund had hoped for, he felt that in his heart a true affection from Margaret would never happen. "Don't fret yourself," he said gently. He wanted to make those worried lines slip away from her face. At the very least, after the great disappointment that had been their marriage, she deserved to be at ease in his presence. "Please, I'm not concerned." "I am." She stayed a moment longer, and Edmund thought she wanted to say something more, add to her case in some way, but in the end, she took a step back into the shadow. "I just wanted you to know that I've behaved badly and that I'm sorry." "Your apology, unnecessary though it is a kind one," he answered, "but I don't see that you have anything else to apologise for." "Good night, then." She walked back to the gown and picked it up. The study was dim, but a candle on the wall seemed to catch the yellow of the fabric and hurl it all about the room. "Till tomorrow." He nodded and watched her slip back out into the parlour. She had apologised because she was a good and kind woman, and because she didn't want him to feel the guilt of his deception too strongly. But as Edmund watched her go, he felt with a sinking certainty that he could not hope for anything more than kind acceptance from his new wife. Chapter 9. At the close of every day, Margaret vowed to try to do better the next, worry less, keep her fears from Edmund, try to avoid his sweet, sweet offers of love, but always the next day seemed to dawn with more mistakes in it than triumphs. Edmund seemed sweeter every day. He was kind and gentle and asked absolutely nothing of Margaret, seeming to take her confusion and frustration as absolutely legitimate, not understanding at all that she was really just frustrated with herself and the awful situation she was in. He seemed to interpret all her silences as condemnation of his family finances, all her fearful expressions as fear of him, and all her shrinking away as disgust with his person. That last misunderstanding struck her as darkly comical, for the real reason Margaret couldn't stand for Edmund to touch her was that she was disgusted with herself. The kinder Edmund was, the starker was the contrast between his open apologies and attempts at reconciliation, and her own dark lies surrounding the matter of her birth and the blackmail that would soon ruin the Lockridge estate for good. She wished often that Jerome Colborne had never been born, but whenever that thought crossed her mind, it was as though the manipulative man, who had once gone by the moniker Harpocrates, was crouching on her shoulder, reading her own darkest thoughts back to her. "You wish I'd never been born? Well, little lass, it's not the matter of my birth that's in question now, is it? It's that matter of yours. Perhaps if you'd never been born, or if your father had managed to sire you by more appropriate means, Edmund Lockridge might have been spared all this. You might even have been a happy bride." She tried to block out the mocking voice, but it was coming from inside of her. She would have had to rip out her own heart to shut it up. The whole rotten mess was getting out of hand, and a week after she walked into the gutted interior of the Lockridge residence, she received another letter in the mail. This addressed mockingly to the new Lady Huxley, with renewed demands from Colborne's cohort. She'd hidden it away at once, but the memory of it was fresh in her mind. "You're running out of time." She was running out of time, and that was the catalyst at last for her nervous attempt to broach the subject of money with Edmund. She hadn't wanted to, and if it weren't for the blackmail, she would never have attempted it. It was so clearly a touchy matter that brought with it feelings of shame and confusion for Edmund. She would rather have spared him all that if she could. But the letter was right. Running out of time. She dressed in the yellow gown, did her hair up with a bit more effort, and waited in the dining room for Edmund to return from Parliament. She hated the way his face lit with happiness when he saw her. He was so handsome and eager, so young and pure. She didn't deserve that smile of joy that came into his eyes when he saw her make even the slightest effort. Margaret forced herself to keep her attention on the matter at hand, to try her best to communicate the need with Edmund without revealing the cause. "You're looking lovely this evening," Edmund ventured, tentatively, as he always did. "I'm glad to see you're feeling well enough to join me again for dinner." She smiled, nodded, and motioned for him to join her at the table. "Mutton tonight. How was your time at the House of Lords?" "There's a man, Jude Bailey, if you know the name, who has taken a particular disliking to me. I think it has something to do with my father's reputation, and I can't fault him for that. But he gets on my nerves and undercuts my work at the most inconvenient times." Edmund threw his hat and cloak aside and came to sit beside Margaret. He looked so handsome in the candlelight. Margaret's heart skipped a beat, but she struggled to focus on the matter at hand. Edmund, for his part, seemed unusually light-hearted. He cut off a piece of meat for himself, and then some for Margaret, circumventing the footmen altogether, and kept up his explanation with zeal. Today, he was angry over some middling thing or other. "Do you remember him?" Margaret shook her head. She really didn't remember him, actually, although she was sure she would recognise the face if she were to see the man. These lords and ladies were always spinning in and out of her father's sphere, and sometimes she would know a face for years before matching the name or understanding the person's significance in Parliament. "Anyway," Edmund went on, waving his knife, "he's a thorn in my side, but nothing more. Reginald says I ought to ignore him and others like him. Focus on the big fish, as it were. He smiled at her, and the expression disarmed her as it always did. And your day? The usual. Her mouth felt dry. Although I've been doing some thinking about our particular predicament and what might be done to alleviate some of the pressure on you and on the estate. Edmund stopped chewing for a moment, and when he began again, his eyes had a look of suspicion in them. He nodded for her to continue, but it took all of Margaret's courage with that sideways expression staring her down. I hope you don't object or have some outdated idea of women not concerning themselves about such things. It's not outdated, and it's not because you're a woman, Edmund interjected, taking a swig of sherry. It's just that I don't much like the idea of you having to worry about any of it. I told you that I would provide, that I would bring us back up to speed eventually, but you'll have to be patient for a few years. Years. Margaret struggled to keep her tone light. That's just it. I don't know so much about these matters, but I have heard that it can be helpful to find the capital elsewhere. Right now, you're drowning under your father's creditors, but largely that's because you're trying to catch up with years of misconduct if you took out a loan. No. Edmund laid his knife down. Margaret winced. Please, hear me out. If you took out a loan, you would be working with a current creditor. You could pay off all the others, and then you'd have so much more time to pay off the one who helped you with the loan. It's good business, it's not charity. Absolutely not. Is that it? No explanation? No reason why you refuse to even hear my plan? Margaret was beginning to feel a bit frustrated now, and that grain of anger had a tendency to grow into a real temper. She struggled to contain it. For heaven's sake, if this was born of some sort of belief that she shouldn't talk about such matters, then she was going to have a talk with Sarah about her brother's obstinacy. Please, humour me. I am happy to give an explanation, but we are not entering into a back-and-forth discussion of the merits of loans and the drawbacks. I've made up my mind on the matter. Do explain, she said dryly, not even trying to keep the sarcasm at bay now. I'm surprised that I even have to. You know full well that the reason for my family's current difficulties lies entirely with my father's reliance on loan sharks. For ridiculous things. You yourself said he gambled thousands on speculation, and even more than that on frills and elegances around the house that are completely unnecessary. This would be a loan for matters of business, and to give us some safety in case... She struggled to find words that wouldn't give her away. In case something happened and we needed a little help. If you think the frills about the house are so completely unnecessary, Edmund answered, looking for the first time a little bit more angry than stern, then why do you want to take out a loan? Surely it's not for matters of fashion or decoration, since I'm able to provide the little necessities and you have just claimed not to want the extravagancies. I've just told you, she said slowly. It's for safety. Against what? I do not know that I have any enemies anymore now that my father's legacy is fading away. No more people holding my sister hostage or pushing people over balconies, not that I'm aware of. He was definitely angry now, and defensive. Margaret knew, looking at him, that she ought to have some compassion for his point of view. She ought to tell him that she understood, that it would be hard to go back to being in debt when he was still trying to get out of debt, that she trusted him to provide for her. But instead of saying all that, her brain merely latched on to how obdurate her husband was being. If this is a matter of pride, she snapped, then I would think you would have the presence of mind to set aside such ridiculous foibles for the sake of taking care of your family. Are you really putting your pride above my happiness and well-being? She knew this last blow was unfair, especially considering how little Edmund knew about the true state of her own well-being, but her temper was too hot to debate it at present. "Let me tell you what happens if I follow this little plan of yours," Edmund said, pushing his plate away and pulling his knife, spoon, and 2 forks forward onto the cloth in front of him. "This is what I owe now." He pushed the knife into the limelight. "And you're asking me to borrow this?" Up came the other 3 pieces of silverware, to both pay off my current debt and have enough for some unnecessary safety net and business ventures. He grabbed the knife in one hand and the other 3 pieces of silverware in the other fist, waving them. "Sure, if we pay off this knife, that will be good, but then I'll have even more over here to pay off." "I do not need you to explain to me the way basic economics works," Margaret snapped, hating the patronising tone. "Edmund, you are new to this yourself, so you needn't treat me as though I'm a child, and you the governess educating me." She pushed her chair back from the table and stood. "I was only asking you to have the fortitude and humility to consider another option. Consider, Edmund, I wasn't even demanding that you hop on board just now. If you don't have the foresight and thoughtfulness for that, then I'm not sure what I can do." She felt them, the betraying tears fighting in her eyes. She hated that she cried when she was angry. It always undercut her point so dreadfully. Edmund had stood too when she stood, and his face softened somewhat. "Why are you crying?" he asked. "Because I'm angry," she answered honestly, leaving out the other true answers, "and desperate, and afraid. I think you're short-sighted to focus on the current problems and have no contingency in case something dreadful happens." "What is it?" he pressed. "What is this dreadful thing that you think is going to happen?" "Margaret, don't think that because I'm gentleman enough not to question you always about the reason we got married, that I've forgotten your urgency. There was something you were running from, and something you still haven't explained to me." She stared back at him, aware for the first time that in her temper the adrenaline was making her knees shake. Or was it the fear? After so long, the guilt and the fear were beginning to blend together. "Tell me," he pressed. "I'm your husband now. It's my job to offer you succour and assistance in all things, and by keeping the source of your trial to yourself, you're denying me the chance to execute that simplest of jobs. Nothing is simple about this." She latched onto that quiet phrase, stalling. In truth, as she looked at her husband's kind, handsome face, Margaret considered telling him everything about her bastard birth and the blackmail and Colborne's cohorts. Everything would be out in the open then, at least. At least she wouldn't have the weight of a secret, as well as the weight of shame in connection with her birth. But the moment passed. One moment she was Maggie, ready to share everything with the boy she'd loved since childhood, and the next she was Margaret again, the frightened, angry girl with no recourse, who kept backing further and further into the corner. "You told me you wouldn't ask me," she said, her voice accusatory. Edmund would have no way of knowing that the accusation was aimed at her own heart. "It isn't fair of you to press me about it again and again." Telling Edmund would change nothing for the better. It would only drive a further wedge in their already fracturing union by revealing that he married a common woman. No, worse than a common woman. The product of something illicit and unspoken. He would despise her for good then, and whatever confusion he felt now would be intensified. "Maggie! Please, you'll have to excuse me." She slipped out before he could say anything more. His voice alone was enough sometimes to recall the Maggie in her to the surface, and she didn't want to lose her grit now. 2 days later, another letter came in the mail. The frequency with which Margaret received these threats and blackmail notes was alarming in the extreme. She imagined the perpetrator sitting at home behind his desk, with all his time and energy devoted to composing something that would strike at the heart of Margaret's deepest fears. This letter, penned on the same fine card, in the same heavy handwriting, was no different. Lady Huxley, I like the ring of that, by the way. Now that you've settled in and have the ability to respond, I'd like to hear back from you at the underwritten address at your earliest convenience. Please specify when and where you intend to deliver the required sum. It crossed my mind upon our last correspondence that perhaps you are dragging this out in hopes that the matter of Jerome Colborne will be settled by happenstance. He is, after all, facing the rope. And I suppose you think my demands will end with his death. On the contrary, the moment he mounts that scaffold will be the moment your secret is spread all over the town. Lady Huxley, the bastard daughter of a father's lust and a serving maid's indiscretion. The scandal sheets will be brimming with it, and that pretty little husband of yours will be ruined along with you. Please, don't wait any longer. For your sake, of course. Margaret's hands were trembling such that she could hardly read the last words. She scribbled the address at the bottom of the page on another scrap of paper and sat down, trying to think about a response. She didn't know what to do. There was no money to be had. As she was turning over this most familiar of problems in her head, she heard Edmund's step in the hall, and before she could hide the letter, he was inside. Margaret! His gaze, eagle-sharp, was on the letter at her side. What is that? You look quite pale, my dear. Is it bad news? She put her hand over it, the words running through her mind as though he were reading them aloud now, and her cheeks burned. Lady Huxley, the bastard daughter of a father's lust. Edmund was walking towards her now, intent on the prize. Come, let me have a look at it. Anything that has affected you so strongly is something that your husband should surely tend to. There was genuine concern and kindness in his eyes. Margaret had no doubt that he would reach her and snatch the letter into his hands. It's nothing, she said weakly, but he would be there in an instant. She stood up and took a few quick steps to the other side of the room, reaching over and tossing the letter into the blazing centre of the fireplace. In a matter of moments, it was consumed and shriveled into ash. She turned back to Edmund's astonished face. Really, nothing to concern you with. Just a little matter of unfinished business. He said nothing, just stared at her, looking straight through her. How it was possible for someone so young and, in many ways, green to the ways of the world, to look on situations with such natural intuition was beyond Margaret, but it was unsettling. She had no doubt that Edmund Lockridge suspected the letter was somehow connected to the hardship she was facing, but he said no such thing. Instead, he shrugged and turned aside. If it really is nothing. And he disappeared from the room. Margaret turned to the fire and watched the flames lick away at the logs in the space where a moment before those offending words had been. She was glad to see that, as much power as the blackmail held over her life, at least in this moment she could singe away the words into a fine powder. She wondered what Edmund was thinking, then turned back to the address and the writing desk to try and stave off the present disaster. Chapter 10. What Edmund was thinking, in fact, was that he was not as dense as Margaret seemed to think he was. He knew with certainty that the letter she'd burned up would have given him a solid idea of the ghosts that haunted his beautiful but estranged little wife, and the conversation about the loan, coupled with the strange burning of the letter, only renewed his passion to get to the bottom of the situation. He had promised Margaret that he wouldn't ask her any more about what she was hiding or why she had insisted on so sudden a marriage, but he hadn't made any such promise about his independent study. He vowed to turn all the skills Reginald was teaching him, as well as his own natural wit, to the task of deducing what dark cloud was over his wife. The first thing to do, he decided, was to spend more time with her and to see her in social settings, two things that until now had been quite difficult, even with Margaret's marked attempts to be kinder and more social. She attended a tea party a few days later with his own sisters, and he made an excuse to tag along, saying that he hoped to speak to Reginald or Augustus about some matters of business. Neither man was home, as Edmund had secretly suspected, and so in the end he sat in a corner of the room and pretended to read whilst listening in a little guiltily on his sister's conversation. "It's just been so long since we've seen you," Sarah said, pouring tea and bouncing a little one on her knee. She and Augustus were both very progressive about child raising, and as much as they employed a nurse to help during the first few months after birth, in the end they did much of the playing and caring for the children on their own. It was new and unheard of in aristocratic homes, but Edmund could see that the children were happy. The older one, 4 years old, was standing by Margaret, and Edmund saw his wife's pale, drawn gaze drift off and down to the child's curling hair. Only in these brief moments would she smile. Sarah seemed to notice as much. "Have you been quite well? You look a little peaked." "Everyone keeps saying that," Margaret said, and her voice sounded weary too. "I just have some things on my mind is all, and the change to a married life is not so easy as it sounds." "And as it doesn't sound easy at all," Lucille interjected kindly, "I can only imagine you're having some difficulty." Edmund knew that Lucille and Reginald had had a rough beginning to their marriage as well, quite in contrast to Sarah and Augustus's tempestuous love that seemed as alive now as it had ever been. But to look at Lucille gave him hope, for now the venerable Lord and Lady Crowan seemed as happy as Lord and Lady Whitehall. Perhaps Margaret and he could find some comfort and happiness after all. "Tell me about you ladies," Margaret said, hedging around the subject. "It's been so long since we've talked." "We're well. Reginald has been resting quite a bit and minding his own business in most matters, although I think at times he misses the excitement of his former life. I don't envy you Edmund's involvement in that secretive world, Margaret. You must be worried sick." Edmund, his eyes glued to the paper in front of him, was listening for any response from Margaret. She said nothing, and after a moment it was Sarah who spoke at last. "Margaret's not quite the worrying Nancy that you are, Lucille. She and I both have a bit of iron in our spine." "Good heavens!" Lucille laughed, lowering her voice, lest the children understand, and speaking in riddles. "Just remember whose spine was recently threatened, my dear sister. I've got more metal than you know." The women laughed, and Edmund smiled a little to himself that the first moment of levity had come at the expense of such a traumatic memory. He looked up and saw that, though Margaret was smiling wanly, her face was pinched with worry and, was it possible, guilt. He wondered if she still harboured any guilt over her part in Lucille's kidnapping, but he put it from his mind. He'd told her that she had nothing to be worried about. "I'm glad that's all over," Sarah said briskly, "but I think it proves that if something bad is happening, the best thing is to tell your personal community about it, so you can work together to find a cure." "So true," Lucille said. "Now, I'm not sure." Margaret's voice came slowly and softly to Edmund's ears. He lowered the paper just enough to see her face. It was tight and drawn. She was looking out the window. "I'm still devastated that I brought you girls into such a discomforting situation," she went on. "I'm not sure if I would do the same thing again if I had the choice. I hated seeing you at gunpoint, Lucille, and your dear husband was actually injured on my account." "My dear friend," Lucille scoffed. "If you remember correctly, Reginald was injured on my account, and a little his own if we're going to be remembering facts quite honestly. My husband, for all his wonderful goodness, is very capable of making his own enemies and has no need of stealing yours." The women went on to talk about different subjects, mostly for the sake of the children, Edmund guessed, but for his part he couldn't take his eyes from his wife's face for the rest of the visit. The strained look was still there. It was the ball held later that week where Edmund had really been hoping to make a breakthrough in the matter of Margaret's secret, and his hope was due entirely to something Reginald had said at their last session. People in the upper crust of society often do their dirty work under cover of social occasions. You would be shocked to know what underhanded dealings have taken place during a waltz or in the corner of an operatic production. If you suspect someone, watch them at a dance or in a dinner party. Edmund didn't suspect Margaret of wrongdoing, but he did suspect her of hiding something, and he put Reginald's advice to effect thusly. If Margaret was under some dark cloud, it was possible that he could determine the culprit by virtue of who she spoke to, sought out, or avoided at the event. Therefore, he insisted that they attend the ball despite Margaret's requests to stay in, and in the end, she relented. He was waiting outside by the carriage when she floated down the marble staircase in a cloud of sky-blue satin with her dark curls spilling out of a ribbon atop her head. She looked a picture, prettier than he'd seen her since the day of their wedding, in fact, and it quite took his breath away. He put out his hand to clasp her gloved one as he helped her into the carriage. "You look beautiful tonight," he said kindly. She blushed and said nothing in return. That was an odd thing about Margaret, Edmund had realised. While his sisters were humble and kind women, they had always been somewhat aware of the power of their beauty, and they often greeted compliments with nods and murmured gratitude. Margaret, on the other hand, seemed to view them with suspicion, as though she could stay quiet long enough that the sentiment and the idea of her own beauty would fade away into the mist. When they arrived at the event, Edmund helped her out of the carriage and wound her arm into the crook of his elbow as they climbed the stairs to the top of the mansion. The hosts were inside, doing the usual shaking of hands and greeting of people, and Margaret submitted to all the questions of their marriage with soft blushes and whispered thank yous. She was doing well, fitting the role of the blushing bride just as she should, and Edmund would have revelled in it all if it wasn't for his intimate knowledge of the reality of the marriage and the great gap of lies that lay between them. It was that gap that he intended to cross tonight, however, and the reminder gave him renewed energy. When they were inside, he spotted Lucille and Reginald across the room, and they joined up together in a flurry of kisses from the women and bows from the gentlemen. "It's good to see you out and about, Margaret," Lucille said warmly. "I know it's difficult to brave the social scene again after your name is linked up with that of another, but I applaud your courage and pray that it will be richly rewarded. As for you, Edmund, you're looking very self-satisfied this evening. Do you have anything up your sleeve?" "Why would you say that?" he asked, alarmed by how close to the mark Lucille was. "Just teasing. I used to ask you that question when you were a boy, and you got just that expression of glee." Lucille socked him teasingly in the arm. "I know that you only look that way because you're thankful to have such a pretty little lass on your elbow tonight." "Yes," he said quickly. "Yes, that's it." "And how have you been?" Reginald asked Margaret, turning to her with an almost hawk-like intensity in his eyes. "Are you as satisfied to be here with a Lockridge? We newcomers to the dynasty must stick together, you know." Edmund appreciated the man's teasing kindness, and he could see that Margaret did too. "I never thought I'd have a kinship with Lord Crowan," she said with the faintest of twinkling in her eyes, and for a moment Edmund saw the old Margaret, the one he had so desperately wanted to marry for so long. "You had a bad reputation in my day, and I'm amazed you managed to snag the sweetest Lockridge for yourself." Edmund gasped in mock annoyance. "I'm going to tell Sarah that you said that. And as I'm your husband, I'm also going to take personal offence that you do not consider me the sweetest Lockridge." The conversation was easier from there, and at last the couples went out on the floor for a little dance. Dancing with Margaret came more easily than any part of marriage had over the past few weeks, and after the close, Edmund found himself enchanted by the laughter in her voice and the sparkle in her eyes. They split at the end of the dance floor to find new partners, and when Edmund had secured for himself one of the simpering lasses who needed a turn about the floor for the sake of showing off their figures to the other men in the room, he looked back to see where his new little wife had ended up. He was surprised to see her standing alone by a fern, sipping a bit of punch and looking whimsically on the gathered guests. Just at that moment, as he was whirling through the first turns of the dance, he saw that she was suddenly not alone anymore. There was a gentleman by her side, a tall, sallow man with beady eyes that Edmund knew all too well, the Jude Bailey who had been such a trial to him as of late in the House of Lords. Edmund's first reaction was to abandon his partner, a plump little lass with red curls and big blue eyes, and race to his wife's side. But in the next moment, he wondered if here at last was an answer to some part of the puzzle. Perhaps this Jude Bailey was pestering Margaret in some way, reminding her of something from her past, or someone. A chill ran up his spine. He had to go through the motions of a promenade and a spin before he was facing Margaret's way again, and then he saw her reaction to Mr. Bailey. She was shrinking away from him, turning her body physically to give him the cold shoulder. He seemed annoyed and attempted to speak with her again, but again she put him off, and, in the end, the tall man slunk away into the shadows. The little seed of doubt that had once begun in Edmund's mind was fiercer now. He had been considering all the possible reasons for Margaret's rigid secrecy, but one reason he had not considered was the possibility that should have been most apparent to him from the start. After all, his own family had been effectively ruined for a time when Sarah had dropped the false gossip to the press that she was involved with a tailor. It had been a necessary evil to put a stop to Edgar Lockridge's schemes, and it had furthermore been a significant twisting of the truth. But still, it was enough to put the Lockridge name quite out of Parliament for a time. Perhaps that was it. Perhaps Margaret had to marry at once because she'd become involved in some sort of inappropriate liaison with another man, a man like Jude Bailey. In truth, Jude Bailey didn't quite seem the type. He was married to a pretty, although shrewish woman who was quite fond of parading about in silks and feathers on her husband's arm. It would be odd to consider such a man leaving his pretty wife for another woman, but perhaps that was Margaret's secret. It would explain everything, even the guilty look she sometimes got when she was with Edmund. The dance drew to a close, and Edmund parted with his partner in a state of great confusion. He felt a little guilty that he'd given her so little of his time, but his mind was wholly taken up with the slim form of his little wife still standing beneath the fern. He thought to go to her firstly and inquire after Mr. Bailey's attentions, but then he saw the gentleman himself making his way out the side door towards the gardens of the grand estate, and he thought in a flash of temper that he would confront Bailey first, and be in a kinder mood for Margaret later. At the very least, he wanted to know if Jude Bailey had been the one to send the letter that had so upset Margaret, the letter that now lay in a pile of thin black ash in his fireplace. He made his way across the room and out the door to the garden. Bailey was leaning against the banister, smoking a cigar. He looked up with marked surprise at the sight of Edmund Lockridge. "You can't even leave a man to his cigar," he grumbled. "You're the bane of my existence, Lockridge, just as your father was." "I want to ask you about something," Edmund said. "I want to ask you what it was just now that you wanted to say to my wife." At that moment, before Edmund could fully register the look of surprise, and was it alarm, that darkened the other man's face, he felt a soft hand on his arm and heard the tittering sound of light-affected laughter. "Lord Huxley, what an absolute pleasure. I was wondering if we would see you this evening, so soon after your marriage. My, you're bold to venture out. I see that she's already wearing blue. I hope you're not keeping her too sad all shut up inside that grand estate." It was Mrs. Bailey, her tall, slender body clad in scarlet, the rubies glistening at her throat and in her ears, her dark hair mostly hidden beneath an elaborate turban. "Tell everything," she said, and then, "I've a second cup of punch here. Would you like some?" Edmund took it, a bit dazed by the onslaught of conversation and battling to regain his social acumen. "I thank you," he mumbled, trying to collect his wits. "Here's the long and short of it," she said with another light laugh. "I know you and my husband are at odds these days, but I don't see that's any reason why we shouldn't all be friends outside the House of Lords. After all, why should our lives be dictated by the decisions made in that House of Government?" "Many lives are dictated by those decisions," Edmund said slowly, his wits coming back to him at last. "That's part of the nature of governing." "Do let's not get philosophical," she answered, miming a yawn. "Why? We've too beautiful an evening at our fingertips to go that route. Tell me, do you find your wife a sparkling conversationalist? I think she's just a bit quiet, but we can always accept such things from a blushing bride. There's so much to be shy about at the beginning, you know." Edmund raised his eyebrows. "She talks quite well, I think, and about a diversity of subjects. At least she had in the past. Now she seemed at times like a marble statue, but he was going to get to the root of that problem. Remembering himself, Edmund turned to address Jude Bailey again, but when he looked up, he saw that the man had already gone. "Where is your husband?" he asked, turning to Mrs. Bailey. She fluttered her hands in the air and gave that twittering, bird-like laugh again. "Oh, you know how it is," she said. "I married him for his wits and his wealth, and promised to be his forever, but I never promised to keep his time schedule." She considered this exceptionally amusing, and her laugh followed Edmund back into the ballroom. Chapter 11. Margaret stayed in her bed the next morning, looking at the crack of sunshine spilling through her shade as it widened into a puddle on the ground. She knew that by now Edmund would be breakfasting, and shortly after that he would linger for an hour in the parlour and then leave for the Parliament. She didn't move. An hour passed, and she heard the Lockridge carriage pull up to pick up their lord and then roll away again. Then she got out of bed and stood at the window until the carriage had disappeared into the distance. All this because in her heart of hearts she was beginning to feel rather desperate. The blackmail was increasing, the money was non-existent, and the time to tell Edmund was drawing near. She'd seen his face at the ball the night before, strained and curious, and turned always in her direction. She wondered if he guessed the truth, and so she had stayed curled up like a coward in her bed, hoping that he would leave as he had, without bothering her. It was only after she saw the carriage round the corner and disappear that she felt, for a moment, the desire to have him back again. What's the worst that could happen? She'd asked herself the night before. If you told him, that is. The worst that could happen was Edmund finding out about her birth and sending her away, alone and destitute, into the night. Margaret had enough self-awareness to understand that she was not the sort of woman who did well wandering the streets in search of friend and shelter, but more than that, she was self-aware enough to know it wasn't even the destitute bit that bothered her. It was the bit where Edmund's face would drop in sadness, where he would look at her with disgust and confusion. where he would bid her go away forever. Not seeing Edmund ever again, as strained as their marriage had been, Margaret had held out hope all this time that some answer might be found for the rift that had grown between them. Now that answer seemed to be shivering on the brink of disaster. "Breakfast, madame?" The maid at the door had her breakfast again, just as she had all those early mornings at the beginning of her stay when she'd skipped the mornings with Edmund. She opened the door and showed the girl in. "Please." She examined the contents of the tray. Toast and an egg and some tea. Simple, but good. "This looks wonderful." "Are you going to be going out today, my lady? Should I prepare the horses for you?" "No." She'd slept in, but still she felt very tired. "I still don't know the house very well. I was thinking about walking about it this morning and familiarising myself with it a bit more. Do you have any suggestions in that regard?" "No, my lady." The girl blushed and curtsied as though out of habit rather than necessity. "I'm quite new here myself. Lord Huxley had to let most of his servants go at the beginning of this all. Or they left, I'm not sure of the details, and he hired me only shortly before marrying you." The girl shrugged. "It's a mighty big house, though, and I expect if you spend the day going over it, you'll still have more to see." "I look forward to it." To her surprise, Margaret felt that she really did. It seemed a small thing to fixate on a tour of the grounds when more pressing business was afoot, but all the same she was relieved to put her mind on other thoughts for the present. "Just so as you know that the servants' quarters are downstairs." "I am aware." "I know, my lady, but what I meant was that they're not in the attic like most estates. You'll find naught up there but old dusty artefacts from before even the former Lord Huxley's time." The maid smiled sheepishly. "If you wanted something to pass the time, that is." Margaret brightened a bit at the thought. The rest of the house being stripped bare, there was little to occupy the imagination downstairs. Perhaps there would be pictures or remnants of Edmund's heritage in the attic. Now the day's meandering had a purpose. She ate her toast and egg with more gusto than she'd felt in some time, dressed in a plain brown dress that would hide the dust, and marched upstairs. The staircase to the attic above was winding and small, but it came out in a low, long hall that was more finished than Margaret had considered. She walked along the hall, peering into doors, but was quickly disappointed. Perhaps at one time this attic had been full of artefacts. She could see wide swaths where the dust was a bit thinner, but whatever furniture and belongings had been hidden away up here had been found by Edmund and parcelled off to the auction block to pay off the creditors. There was nothing in the first room, a few mothballs in the second, and in the third and fourth only the remnants of curtain scraps and what looked to be wood chips. At the end of the hall there was a room with a window looking out on the grounds, and Margaret peered through it for some time, watching the world below her with envy. There were flocks in the distance, and she thought she made out the shape of a shepherdess winding her way amongst them. How lovely to be a shepherdess, to focus on the well-being of some gentle animals and marry a simple boy and have lovely children. No one blackmailed shepherdesses, for they had nothing to give. She pulled her head back into the room and was about to go when she spotted a small wooden door in one side of the room. It was latched and about 3 feet high, leading into the crawl space where the ceiling came down to meet the floor. "If there are mice in here," Margaret said ominously, as though her warning alone would frighten away any creatures. She twisted the handle on the miniature door, and it swung open with a creak and a groan. Inside there was light filtering from the ceiling onto a wide space that seemed to go back for the entire length of the house. There were only boxes, however, on the area closest to Margaret, The rafters further on didn't look strong enough to support the weight of anything more. Close by, however, there were 4 large chests and a few smaller boxes of dusty books. Not too exciting, she said to herself, but she crawled in anyway, coughing a bit at the dust and arranging herself in the centre of the loot. The first chest was rather dull, just a few faded linens, possibly tablecloths from a time before the Lockridges made and lost their wealth. The second had a fine silver set with some rather nice edging work, including a beautiful little pitcher that fit cool and soothing in Margaret's hand. She cradled it there. Not knowing why, exactly, she was reminded of her mother. The books were all very dusty and didn't afford any truly remarkable titles. But the third chest held a surprise. The top of the box was covered over with a large sheet of faded paper, and on it was written, "In the event of an emergency or some other striking need." Margaret felt a tinge of excitement and pulled the paper off. Beneath was a stack of more paper, which, at first, disappointed her. If she'd expected there to be jewels or some other such saving grace, she was let down. But as she rifled through the papers, her spirits rose again. "Bonds!" she exclaimed. She read the writing beneath them, and her breath stopped in her throat. A lot of money tied up in a pair of very hefty bonds, enough money to cover what she owed. In the next moment, Margaret's joy sank. If it was enough money to cover what she owed, then it was also enough money to meet the demands that were held against the Lockridge estate. Of course, she must take them to Edmund at once and show him what had been overlooked in his own attic. His saving grace had been just overhead the entire time, and here he had been slaving away and finding a new 5-year plan and a 10-year plan, when all along he could have paid everything off with these very bonds. She blew the dust off them and tucked them into the pocket of her skirt, skittering backwards out of the crawl space and into the less dusty air of the attic again. She latched the door, and as her fingers slid off the iron, her brain backfired on her. She could give the bonds to Edmund. She should give the bonds to Edmund to save the house. But if she did, there would be little to hand over to Jerome Colborne's cohort, and the threat that had been over her like a cloud would remain. Wasn't it in Edmund's best interest, after all, for his wife to be safe and happy? It would ruin Edmund if she was ruined, so really the bonds were a saving grace for him as well as her, if they went to pay off Colborne's aid in the blackmailing endeavour. Even as she reasoned this way, Margaret knew that she was splitting hairs in a matter that was morally clear. The money she'd found belonged to Edmund and Edmund alone. She ought to return it, but she wasn't going to. She walked to the window again and looked at the shepherdess. She had freedom within her grasp, and she couldn't let it go now. The feeling of guilt turned over in her stomach, and she pushed it down, wretched but convinced. She would take the bonds and deal with the problem herself, solving it all before Edmund knew about her past, or the blackmail, or what she'd found in the attic. What he didn't know couldn't hurt him, right, but it could hurt her. Margaret crept down out of the attic with her conscience nipping at her heels. Chapter 12. The House of Lords was overrun with people this particular morning. The outer streets clogged with protesters, angry about a particular bill that weighed heavily on the poor in London. Edmund wound his way through the crowd, feeling the tension all around him, overly conscious of his fine clothes and demeanour. They were marks for the more angry in the midst. But when he looked past them as a great mass and saw each individual person, frightened and cold and in tatters, his heart was moved. When he reached the top of the stairs, Reginald was there with a cane tucked under one arm, using the pillar for support instead. "It was a fine adventure making it through all that this morning," he said, waving at the people. He had a shrewd look in his eye as he examined Edmund. "What do you think about all this hullabaloo? I am confident that despite your casual air, you and I share similar impressions of this madness. Edmund said with a dry smile. After all, despite your generally neutral stance, you almost always take the side of the downtrodden. Your father is turning over in his grave at the sound of that, Reginald said with a laugh. You, a Lockridge heir worried about the poor and the needy. He sobered somewhat, however, and waved to a little boy in the front of the crowd who was picking up scraps out of the gutters as the adults marched and chanted. "Let's see what we can do about this today," he said quietly. "Bailey's going to come at us with everything he's got, but if we stand our ground, I don't think he'll have the votes. The people will win one for once." Edmund pursed his lips together at the sound of Jude Bailey's name, and Reginald, quick as ever, caught the motion and raised his own eyebrows in response. "Ah, not a fan of our dear Bailey, then. I just have some personal business to handle with him after today's session. You'll have to wait a bit longer than that. I hear he's headed out of the city after he gives his speech, and as you and I will certainly have to stay around after the vote to handle the particulars, I highly doubt you'll catch him." Edmund sighed, thinking of all the questions he had for the man, and the fears he had about his wife's past. Perhaps it would be better to meet with him in the quiet of his home, he said. "Have you met the venerable Mrs. Bailey?" Reginald laughed. "I don't know that you'll find an overwhelming amount of quiet in their home after all." The two men walked inside, but in the shadow of the coat-room, Edmund put a hand out and stopped Reginald. "You've helped so much with matters of business and politics," he said, faltering a bit over the words. "But I've a question for you at present, about a more personal matter. It seems to me that you and my sister are quite happy now, quite used to each other. Is that so?" Reginald smiled, although Edmund could see a question in his eyes. "I suppose we are. If you were to ask me something a bit more direct, a bit less English, then I would tell you more specifically that I love her dearly and wouldn't know what to do without her." Edmund nodded and, swallowing hard, dove into the heart of his question. "It's just that marriage isn't all that I thought it would be. It never is. But I have a feeling that I'm doing something wrong, something obvious that everyone else manages to get right the first time, and for some inexplicable reason, I cannot." "I doubt that's true, old fellow." Reginald's gaze softened somewhat. "But I will tell you that there was a wall between Lucille and me. As long as we had lies and secrets from one another, honesty is very important, as is a good apology. I struggle with such things, even though I know full well my own failings. For so long I saw the admitting of such as a sign of weakness, and therefore shrank from such exposure. Lucille, however, responds well to such confessions, and I suspect most women do. Honesty in word and deed, my lad." Edmund bit his lip. He had been honest with Margaret, in most things, but she was keeping something from him. How could he bridge a gap when the secret was not his own? In most things. That thought followed him through the entirety of the meeting that day, as he watched Jude Bailey's sallow face and angular body pace the length of the room and present his case. It rattled around in his head when he and Reginald mounted an offensive, and when the whole room burst into a harassing mob of lords yelling at one another across the space. Edmund had been honest with Margaret, but for one thing, he had never told her the truth of how he felt. Only the fringe ideas attached to his reasons for being with her. He wasn't sure that such a small confession would do any good, but he was ready to try anything to get back in the good graces of the pale little woman who so enchanted him. When he left the House of Lords that evening to ride home, the crowd had mostly dispersed, but the little boy was still waiting under a column for scraps. Edmund slipped him a few coins, but before he could inquire further after the boy's welfare, the little one scurried off. Edmund climbed into his carriage and tapped on the outside to signal his driver to head towards home, his mind turned towards Margaret and the conversation he wished to have with her. "Margaret!" he called when he'd disposed of his hat and coat in the front entryway. He hurried towards the parlour, but she was not inside. There was a maid there, however, dusting over the fireplace, and the girl looked up with surprise when he entered. "My lady is upstairs in her solar," the girl said quickly, giving a little curtsy. "Would you like me to fetch her for you? It was so dark out that we already laid out dinner for her and she's eaten. Should I bring you anything?" "No need," Edmund said hurriedly. His thoughts were only for Margaret at the moment. "I'll go upstairs to her myself." He climbed the stairs 2 at a time and came to the end of the hall where her little sitting room had been arranged even before their marriage. He knocked twice and heard a shuffling of papers and activity before Margaret's voice came a little hurried and breathless through the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Edmund." Quiet, for just a beat too long, then, "Oh, come in." He opened the door and found Margaret standing in the centre of the room, her hands folded in front of her as though she were a child asked to stand before her governess and give a recitation. Her cheeks were a little pink and her hands were shaking. Edmund wondered what it was about him that made her so frightened. "I am sorry to disturb you. I wanted to know if you might be willing to let me speak with you a bit on a matter of some personal importance." He looked around the room, feeling a bit like a trespasser sneaking into a place where he was not wanted. The room had been neatly arranged when he prepared it for her, with the help of Lucille and Sarah, but now it had the touch of Margaret all about it. A sanctuary. There were some pretty drawings up on the walls. He wondered if she'd done them, then realised he didn't even know if she liked to draw. There was a new rug in the centre of the room, and all the furniture was pulled over by the window so that Margaret could look out on the garden below. "Come in," she said again, and he realised that he was still standing in the doorway. "Thank you." He walked across the room and took a seat in the chair she motioned him towards. She sat opposite from him, her eyes on something sitting on the desk behind him. When he turned to look, there were only a few stacks of papers there. He looked back at her. "How was your day?" "Quite all right," she said quickly, a quiver in her voice. "Quiet." "I cannot say that mine was the same," he said. "There were protesters outside the House of Lords." "Oh, why? Are you all right?" "Quite. There's a new tax on grain, and it will hit the poor the hardest. I think they managed to keep away from violence for the time being, but I don't know how much we can expect from them in the future. They're desperate." She nodded, interest in her eyes, but a guard there as well. Edmund smiled at her and reached forward, taking her hand in his own. Her skin felt ice cold. "Maggie, I wanted to talk to you frankly about everything that has happened since our wedding day, even before our wedding day." "You don't need to," she said quickly, but she didn't pull her hand away. "I do," he pressed on. "I owe you a frank apology, unhindered by any explanations or excuses." "Edmund." "I should have told you about my situation, about the lost wealth of the Lockridge name, before we ever married. I owed you honesty, at least, and I believe that lie stands between us still. I want you to know that I acted out of cowardice because I was afraid of losing you, and I regret that very much." He tightened his grip on her hand. "Maggie, I've cared about you for some time. Actually, I don't remember a time when I didn't love you." He saw her tense a bit at the word love, her eyes wide, and he rushed on, before she would make any further attempts to interrupt him. "You didn't feel this way, I know, but it's true nonetheless." I remember being a boy and seeing how kind you were to my sisters and how you were so bright and alive and unafraid of my father. I was so afraid of him when I was little, you know, and your ability to stand up in the face of all his nonsense always impressed me. Then there was your wild temper and your courage and the way you could match Sarah's wit in any argument. I loved it all. As we grew older, I thought for certain I would lose you. After all, you had a fine family name and inheritance at your disposal, and coupled with your wit and beauty, I thought there would be a line of men at your door. He smiled. And there were, if I remember correctly, but you kept to yourself. And even though I knew it was wild, I dared to hope that I might be enough for you one day. When I found out about my father's poor financial decisions and the ruination that he'd brought upon us all, I saw it as a nail not just in the coffin of the Lockridge name, but also in all the hopes I'd had about our wedding. That is, until you told me that you needed a husband, and you needed one soon. Against his better judgment, Edmund felt tears welling up in his eyes. You don't know how I was moved by that, Maggie. I wanted you so badly, and I put aside all my thoughts about waiting to build a fortune, and I just took the one chance the universe had given me. She was crying too now, quietly, her bright eyes fixed on his. Edmund cleared his throat and blinked the emotion away. I just want you to know the truth of my feelings for you, so you don't have to wonder. This wasn't just an arranged matter of politics for me, and if it was for you, I can accept that. I have accepted that, actually, but it would be more cowardly still for me to go on pretending that I want our union to be just the same as all the other advantageous marriages that are walking around these London streets. I want love and respect. Quite suddenly, Margaret leaned forward and kissed him. It took Edmund off guard after all the cold confusion that had marked their marriage, and for a moment he simply sat there and felt the wonderful, silky softness of her lips on his. She lingered there for a moment and put her hands up to his face, then sat away and stared into his eyes. I don't deserve you, she said so quietly that he could barely even hear her. I never have deserved you, Edmund, even when I was a girl, and certainly not now that I'm a grown woman. There was that look in her eyes again, a look of guilt that didn't belong on such a beautiful, kind little face.
I disagree, he pressed, catching hold of her hands. I do not give my love lightly, Maggie. I want to be with you, and only you. You deserve so many beautiful things, and you also deserve a life of happiness.
He'd leaned forward to kiss her again, but quite suddenly she pulled away from him, releasing her hands from his and shaking her head. She backed away until her back was pressed against the door, leading from the solar into her private chambers, and great tears welled in her eyes. I can't listen to this any more, she said, her voice breaking, and you have to know that this is for your own good, Edmund. You deserve so much more than me. She pulled open the door and disappeared inside. Her cheeks were wet again with tears when she locked it behind her. Edmund sat in the quiet room, straining for any sound of her, utterly baffled. How was it possible to go at once from the high of having his wife's affection at last confessed to, in the next minute, having such a confusing display of emotion? He stood after some time and walked quietly to his own room. Perhaps in the morning he would broach it again. Perhaps things would make more sense then. Her words followed him down the hall, though, and into his dreams that night. You have to know that this is for your own good, Edmund. What? What was for his own good? Sleep came slowly, and his dreams were of her. Chapter 13. Margaret waited until she heard Edmund pad quietly out of the room, and then she set to work, pulling out the valise from beneath her bed and laying it out on the coverlet. She went to her closet, and working quickly lest the night maid be up and see her candle still on under the door, She began filling the bag. She took 3 gowns out of the chest beneath her window, including the golden yellow one that Edmund had given her, and some undergarments and stockings as well. She rolled each up as tightly as they would go and tucked them into the bottom of the case, putting a book of poetry, some writing implements, and a purse of coins in on top. Then she sat down at her desk, her hands shaking, and picked up a pen. "Edmund, I'm sorry." She stopped writing. The memory of his lips on hers and how earnest and kind he'd looked was too fresh in her mind. She set the pen down and leaned back in the chair. She couldn't do it. That's why she'd come in here at once and begun to plan her leaving. She couldn't spend a single minute longer lying to that beautiful, kind man on the other side of the wall. She couldn't bear it, not after all his tenderness and honesty and the confession of his enduring love. Yes, he had said love, hadn't he? It was too much to bear up under that kind of guilt. Margaret left the desk and, listening at the door to be sure of herself, slipped into the now empty solar and retrieved the bonds from their place amongst the shuffled papers there. She couldn't keep lying to Edmund, but she couldn't give back what she'd stolen either. Besides, it didn't matter what she did, the outcome would always end in him discovering the truth and leaving her. She was just preempting his own inevitable actions. She tried to shake the image of his face as he'd leaned forward in earnest and told her how sorry he was about the deception that began their marriage. That tiny infraction against all Margaret's tally of personal sins seemed laughable even to mention, and it was this open kindness at last that endeared him to her so completely that she decided to leave before she hurt him further. She had been right all along. She didn't deserve him. When the bag was packed with the bonds inside, she still could not write the letter. In the end, she crumpled her scrambled attempt and vowed to think of a better explanation to send him by morning. She waited on the edge of the bed, her feet barely touching the floor, and just let the night slip by around her. The fire died, the room grew cool and the house silent, and still she waited. At last, when the clock struck 2:15 in the morning, she rose and tiptoed whisper-soft into the hallway outside with her valise in hand. She passed Edmund's door, fighting the urge to go inside and say goodbye in person, and then slipped downstairs and to the side door. It was rarely locked, and even when it was, there was no heavy bolt to pull. She turned the latch and escaped into the night. It was cooler than she'd anticipated, and she was glad of the cloak she'd brought as she scampered across the eerily moonlit courtyard to the lane, and then onto the road beyond. The city was a strange place at this time of night. All respectable establishments closed up, all the lights out but for a few street lights, and these Margaret hurried through quickly, lest some queer happenstance should find her near the home of someone that might recognise her, and wonder why the new Lady Huxley was hustling along at such an ungodly hour. All that time on the bed she'd tried desperately to think about where she would go and what she would do, but in the end it was instinct alone that guided her feet. And almost without meaning to, she looked up and found herself in front of Lord and Lady Whitehall's great stone mansion. She walked to the door with leaden feet, and after wavering for a moment at the bottom of the stairs, turned to the side and made her way around the great girth of the building to the little half-buried cellar entrance, where the waitstaff came in and out and went about their business. She had been walking for many hours, but the morning light was still not up over the horizon. She knocked at the wooden door, then again and again, until at last she heard muffled footsteps in the corridor and saw the lock handle turn. It was one of the footmen, she thought. She wasn't sure. Dressed in his nightclothes with a cap upon his head. He blinked. Lady Marg. Huxley? If the situation wasn't so dire, Margaret would have been tempted to laugh. The poor boy looked as if he'd seen a ghost, and she could almost see his mind sorting out whether the existence of Lady Huxley at the back door of his own place of business was really just some strange dream he'd concocted in his own brain. "It's I," she said reassuringly. "I'm afraid there's an emergency at hand that requires the greatest discretion." This much she'd rehearsed before and during the extensive knocking process. "I am in need of assistance from Lord and Lady Whitehall, but primarily Lady Whitehall. If it's possible, could you show me to the sitting room? I will wait there until morning." The footman was coming to himself a bit more now, and he stood a bit straighter as though he was back in livery already. "Of course, Lady Huxley. But please allow me to go and get her ladyship right now, if the situation is so very dire." "No, I will wait." Margaret found to her surprise that her will was enough to sway the footman, and in the end he took her quietly down the halls and up the far stairs, through the servants' entrance to the great hall beyond. It was very dark, and not even a lantern had been left on inside. The footman had a candle, though, and he showed Margaret through to the parlour. When she'd sat stiffly in the corner, he said sheepishly, "I don't want to trespass on your ladyship's desires, but I know that upstairs we've plenty of guest rooms ready, and I'm certain that Lady Whitehall would prefer you have one of those." He looked about the room. "You ought not stay in here for the night." "I ought and I shall," she answered. "I don't want any more alarm rushing about than need be." "But her ladyship—" "Her ladyship can answer to me." "Yes, I can," came a new voice from the doorway behind them. All at once Margaret realised there was a bit more light in the room, and turning, she saw Sarah and Augustus framed in the doorway in their nightclothes. Sarah looked a bit like a spectre, actually, dressed as she was in a long white gown with her pale face and white blonde hair. She took a step in, a wrinkle creasing her brow. "Thank you, Robert. You were right to insist our guest have one of the rooms. Please go prepare one at once, and then you may sleep in a little later in the morning for your pains." The footman nodded and rushed out of the room, clearly thankful to be released at last. Margaret stood shiftlessly, feeling the cold discomfort of knowing that her actions were wildly inappropriate, but also seeing that neither Augustus nor Sarah was going to venture the first word. "Sarah," she said softly, "I need some help." "I can see that," Sarah said, stepping away from Augustus and handing the three-pronged candelabra into his care. She came and put her arms around Margaret. "You're ice cold. Is something wrong? Has something happened to Edmund?" "No," she said, unable to say anything else. Her heart felt frozen, as did her tongue. "Did Edmund say something? Have you quarrelled?" Sarah looked hard into Margaret's eyes, her shock beginning to show. "He didn't hurt you, did he?" Margaret's eyes widened at this preposterous suggestion, and she gasped. "No, of course not. Edmund is good and kind to me. He's too kind to me." And she sank down into the chair and dropped her head into her hands. Sarah sat wordlessly beside her, and when Margaret looked up again, she caught her friend exchanging a look of confusion with her husband. "Oh, don't look like that," she said mournfully. "Please, I can't talk about it, not right now, but I can't stay there with him one more day." She knew how insane this must all sound, and was thankful when Sarah took matters into her own hands and helped her stand. "We aren't going to talk about it at all," she said, "as long as you're safe and Edmund's safe. No, you shall just go to bed. Were you out alone at night in this chill, and in the morning, we won't talk until you've had a good breakfast and collected your wits. You're safe here, of course, and we will try to understand better why you came in the morning." Margaret looked at her friend's kind, concerned face in the candlelight and wondered what on earth she would tell the sweet woman in the morning. She thought of a host of explanations, including, of course, the truth. but the bonds seemed to be burning a hole in the valise beside her, and none of the explanations would do. She dreaded the morning when Sarah would ask the hard questions and perhaps attempt to get the truth from Margaret at last. She knew what it would look like, the esteem slipping from Sarah's eyes when she learned about the theft and everything in Margaret's past. But she also felt a wave of exhaustion and knew that she couldn't fight all her battles right now. She was safe, she had shelter, and she wasn't close enough to wound Edmund or lie to him anymore. "All right," she said softly, her voice hoarse in her own ears. "I suppose a bed and a bit of sleep would do me well." As she followed the footman upstairs to the now prepared room, she heard Augustus's voice speaking to Sarah below. "She looks haunted," he said, not unkindly. "In the morning, though, I will have to reach out to Edmund. I can't imagine how frightened he must be." The morning. Margaret fell into bed and pulled the coverlet over her. She just had to make it to the morning. Chapter 14. 2 eggs this morning? Edmund's valet was bustling about the room before he'd even gotten out of bed. "Or will you be breakfasting with Lady Huxley downstairs?" "I'm not sure Lady Huxley will be downstairs this morning," Edmund said slowly, still confused over the events of the night before. "But I think I would like to try. Please send a maid to tend to her and I will be down in a moment." "Of course, sir." Edmund dressed and prepared to go downstairs, but when he was still fumbling with the ties of his cravat, he heard a commotion in the hall outside. He opened the door and stepped out to see 2 maids in the doorway to Margaret's room, whispering rather hurriedly between themselves. They stopped when they saw him. "What is it?" His tone was even, but Edmund felt a strong misgiving in his gut. He walked down the hallway. "It's nothing, Lord Huxley," the youngest maid said, bobbing into a curtsy, "just that we can't seem to find Lady Huxley. I went in a short while ago to tend to her ladyship's toilet, but she's gone. She must have risen early for a walk in the gardens, or to visit friends." But even Edmund knew that this was not like his new little wife, who'd kept mostly to herself since the marriage. "I thought that, sir, but we've sent the boy around the grounds and he's yet to find her." The elder maid looked uncomfortable and shifted to the other foot nervously. "And there's something else, sir." "Go on." "Her valise is missing," the maid blurted out, pointing into the room. Edmund felt a chill run down his spine. He stepped into Margaret's room and looked around. The bed was painfully neat, clearly not slept in the night before, and there were a few things laid out on it that had failed whatever packing requirements Margaret had followed the night before. A chest of gowns was still open at the other end of the room. He walked to it. There was not a single scrap of yellow anywhere inside. "Are you telling me that she went away in the night?" he asked quietly, a warning in his voice. "I'm not saying anything, sir, only telling what I've seen," the maid said, frightened. Edmund realised that she likely thought this was all the result of some sort of argument, and expected Edmund to fly off in a rage at the realisation that his wife had run off in the night, but Edmund felt no such thing. He felt heartbroken. So, in the end, it had not been enough, the attempt at honesty and marital harmony. In the end, she had left, just as he dreaded she would leave. "I should have waited," he said aloud. He should have waited until he was wealthier and more established, so she wasn't so afraid, so that he could have been worthy of her hand. "I don't know that you could have waited enough, my lord," the maid said, mistaking him. "I think by the look of her candle she left some time in the early morning." Edmund shook his head, scrambling for the right thing to do. "Ladies, I appreciate your help here this morning, but I am going to have to ask you to be discreet about all that has transpired here." He didn't know how much he could trust to the gossip of maids, but he had to make some attempt at maintaining a covering over Margaret's actions.
I do not fully understand what has become of Lady Huxley yet, and until I do understand, I would like the fewest people possible to know about this matter. Are you all right with that?"
The two women nodded, and Edmund thought he saw sincerity and even sympathy in their faces. "Of course, my lord," the elder said, and the younger curtsied as well. "Is there anything else we can do?" "No," he sighed. "Please let me know if she isn't back this evening. I'm going to go in search of her. I'm sure there is some explanation for her absence." He walked back to his rooms with his heart thudding nervously in his chest. If she was so unhappy that she was willing to run away, then he didn't see there being much chance to salvage the situation. Still, he had to find her, if only to make certain that she was safe. The maid thought she'd left in the early morning. If so, then she'd wandered the streets by herself in the darkness and the cold. The thought made Edmund a little ill. He was downstairs, already shrugging into a riding coat and calling for his horse, when a letter arrived by way of a breathless messenger boy. He recognised the handwriting at once as the strong and familiar strokes of the Duke of Whitehall, and he opened it to find the following message inscribed neatly. "Margaret is safe. Don't come to the estate. I will be by late this morning to explain everything. Please make sure the room is clear of staff and servants. Augustus." Edmund felt a wave of relief as the first sentence of the letter resonated in his consciousness, but in the next moment the questions that had been at bay out of his genuine concern for his wife surged forward and overcame his mind. Why had Margaret run away? If Augustus knew that she was safe, then Edmund could presume it was to Lord and Lady Whitehall that she had run, and something about this fleeing to his sister's skirts for refuge rankled him. Why had she gone so close, where she would have assumed him to follow? He paced the floor of his study, watching the clock. When at last he heard the heavy tread of Augustus Sutton in the hallway, he was nearly beside himself and rushed to the big man in earnest confusion. "Thank you for coming, and I owe you everything for the letter of reassurances you sent me earlier today, but you must explain everything. Please, I am beside myself. What did she tell you? Did she give a reason? Is there anything I could do to bring her back?" Augustus put out his great bare arms and took hold of Edmund's shoulders. In many ways, he was the father that Edmund had never had, just as Reginald was the older brother. This simple gesture of connection calmed Edmund somewhat, and then Augustus spoke. "Fetch some tea, Edmund, and something to eat. I can see you've had nothing all morning. Then we will talk." Edmund rang for the servants, and then, when the order had been placed, took up a position beside Augustus on the settee and leaned forward in earnest. "Is she with you and Sarah?" Augustus nodded, his face sober. "She came to our door late last night, Edmund, or early this morning, as it were. She was cold and, I think, a little frightened, but more than that, she was heartbroken." Edmund felt a tightening in his chest. "I don't know what I did," he said softly. "I'm so sorry." "According to her," Augustus went on in the same even tone, "you did nothing at all, Edmund. She says that you are a good and kind husband, and whatever bad conclusions someone might jump to in the event of a woman fleeing home in the middle of the night do not, she assures us, apply to you. She kept babbling on about not deserving you and having to get away, and then at last we took her up to bed. Nah. Have you seen her this morning?" "I have not, although Sarah did for a bit. She won't come out of her room, but she did say something vague to Sarah about wanting to spend some time away from this estate, needing to set some things in order. She also talked about lies." "Lies?" Edmund felt stricken. "Lies about the Lockridge wealth, you mean?" Augustus frowned. "No, actually, I think she was talking about something in relation to her own history. Again, Very vague, but if I were a betting man, I would tell you that the woman taking refuge in our house is afraid of herself, not of you. She has the look of guilt about her, and whether or not that guilt is legitimate has yet to be discovered. Edmund blinked, struggling to wrap his mind around this new paradigm. Until now, he'd been convinced that everything that had gone wrong between him and Margaret had been influenced by his decision to keep the true state of the Lockridge finances from her at their wedding. Now his mind flashed back to his suspicions about Jude Bailey in the ballroom, and he wondered if that was in some way connected to Margaret's past. "Why didn't you want me to come and see her?" he asked quietly. "She is my wife, after all. I should be allowed to visit her. And you are allowed. At any time you may come to my house and ask to speak with her." Augustus sighed, his eyes softening. "I don't need to protect her from you, Edmund. She's made that much clear. I only told you to stay here because it seems to me that Margaret needs some time to herself, some time to know her true feelings and to think of options other than the ones that are monopolising her mind. It's hard when you think there's no other recourse to get out of that circular thinking." Edmund shook his head. "It's hard to be parted from her." "I can't imagine." Augustus paused when the tea arrived and waited patiently until Edmund had half-heartedly eaten a sandwich and drunk at least 1 cup of tea. Then he continued, his tone even more sober than before. "I actually came to visit you today because I do not buy this vague explanation she has given, and though I am not the master of secrets that you and Reginald are, I am still suspicious of her reasons for wanting to be apart from you. Edmund, did you ever find out the reason behind the blackmail that Jerome had against your wife?" "I never did, and she asked me never to ask about it. Out of respect for her, I have mostly held my tongue on that subject, and the few times that I did venture into said territory, I was greeted with quite the hostility and fear from her." "I don't know this for certain," the Duke said quietly, "but I have a feeling that all this is somehow related to that first bit of blackmail. I think it's too odd that Margaret, who usually is so bright and confident, should still be shrinking about and acting erratically after her marriage. Perhaps she is dissatisfied with her husband." "I know that comes from a place of real concern," his companion said kindly, "but again, I beg to differ with your assessment. I think it is more likely that this blackmail she was plagued with has somehow resurfaced, or some other new manipulation is afoot. For whatever reason, she doesn't feel she can share it with you. Well acquainted with the machinations of the female heart, I would venture to say that reason is shame, however misplaced. Before you begin to be angry with yourself or bear the full responsibility, I would suggest that you use your skill in the art of secrets to deduce for yourself what this blackmail might be, and who might be holding something over your wife." It was at this moment that Edmund again remembered Jude Bailey, and something like hope began to open up in his chest. "I have had my suspicions," he said slowly. "Just so. And what are you going to do about it?" Augustus leaned forward on the head of his cane. "If you're asking my opinion, I say you dig deeper into the matter and do not emerge until Margaret is free from whatever cloud lingers over her now." Edmund nodded, considerably encouraged. He didn't know how to face the confusing give and take of Margaret's tears and desire, but this he could handle. He vowed silently to find a way at the next session to speak with Jude Bailey, and he determined not to leave until he had the answers he sought. Chapter 15. Margaret examined the handwriting on the most recent blackmail note again. It was so familiar. She remembered the reaction she'd had at the ball a few weeks back when she'd seen Jude Bailey's writing on the label affixed to his sleeve. It had looked so similar to the writing on these very notes that for a moment She'd felt the ice-cold fear that perhaps her tormentor was actually standing in front of her in flesh and blood. But in the next moment, when he'd turned away at last after a few attempts and drunken conversation, she breathed a sigh of relief and felt silly for her suspicions. Now, looking at the writing again, she wasn't so sure. The bridge north of Wetherby, midday on the morrow. So that was the time and place. She felt the bonds burning in her pocket. It was only an hour away, and high time that she slipped out of Sarah and Augustus's expansive mansion for the meeting. This was no time for guilt, only time to get done what needed to be done. She hadn't decided yet how she was going to break Jerome Colborne out of prison, but she was confident that the bonds and the repayment of the monetary debt would satisfy matters for the moment and give her some breathing room. She inspected herself in the mirror. She'd put on the butter-yellow dress and pinned up her hair beneath a straw hat. It had rained yesterday, but though the streets were still damp and puddled, she felt quite warm and had no need of a jacket out of doors. She reached back into the pocket again and fingered the edges of her bonds nervously. They were still there. "Where are you going, Auntie Maggie?" It was the eldest Whitehall child, standing in the door with a wide smile and curling hair shining in the sun. "Just a bit of a walk." "Me too." "No, not today." She slipped past, thankful that the child's parents didn't intercept her flight. She knew they would talk her out of it if they found her, remind her of what had happened when Lucille had gone to a clandestine meeting, tell her that she ought to stay indoors and rest until things were mended with Edmund. But things couldn't be mended with Edmund, not until this matter was ended and tucked away in the annals of her past. Outside, Margaret walked quickly, eating up the street in her haste to have it over with. She wondered who would be waiting at the bridge. The image of Jude Bailey's scrawled label came back into her head, and she shivered at the thought that his long, languid form would be leaning against the bridge when she arrived. She'd never liked the man, and she knew full well that he didn't like Edmund. Stop thinking of Edmund. Focus on the task at hand. Margaret noticed the neighbourhoods deteriorate as she pushed her way further into the city. The buildings began to huddle together like children trying to get out of the cold, awnings reaching out like the withered hands of the poor beneath them, begging for alms. Grass curling up as though the sunshine here in the darkest part of the city simply wasn't enough to give nourishment. She put a handkerchief to her nose, wishing that she'd thought to wear something a bit more drab. She felt like a jewel, a great whopping, targetable jewel, slipping through the streets in this grand to-do. "Will you stop for a bit of tea?" an old woman called from a doorway. Then she cackled and disappeared inside, clearly delighted at her own joke. A little boy ran up to Margaret, his trousers torn, his nose running beneath a pair of wide blue eyes. "Miss, do you have a bit of coin for me, miss?" She thought to walk on. After all, this lad was likely a pickpocket and would just take more than she gave if she lingered long. But his nose looked so miserable and his eyes so large. She knew what Edmund would do, and automatically she pulled out the contents of her pocket, holding the bonds in one hand and dishing out the coins in the other. When the boy had disappeared from sight again, the bonds went back into the pocket. Her hand tested that they were truly safe, and then Margaret continued on her way. She thought again about who might be waiting for her at the appointed time, and she remembered something her father had said when she was a few years younger, in a simpler time. He'd said that Jude and Jerome would run the world if they could stop bickering long enough to see it. He'd been talking about Jerome Colborne. She knew that now. But she had never really cared about those men, and had therefore tucked the memory away where she didn't need it. Now it gave her pause. So, Jude had been an associate of Jerome's. Perhaps they had bickered, but wasn't it possible that when you find something in common, you can work together towards the same goal? She shivered, and suddenly wished that she'd brought the cloak after all. Her arms felt cold, her heart colder. She was almost to the bridge now. Margaret reached into her pocket and took out the bonds, holding them in readiness for the trade. She was only a few steps away from the corner when, quite suddenly, she felt a tremendous blow from the side and stumbled backwards into the nearby brick wall. She floundered for a moment, disoriented, feeling a sharp pain in her arm where she'd hit the wall, and then she turned and saw that the blow had come from a man in dark clothes with a tweed hat, who'd run into her at what seemed full speed. He was crouching in the street, searching for something. "Pardon you," she gasped, recovering herself. "I think you—" But then she felt the most subtle of empty feelings in her right pocket, and her hand went there automatically. It was empty. The blow had knocked the papers loose, and now they were there on the ground only a few steps away, and the man who had swept into her was pulling them up, turning them over, and then sprinting off into an alley. "No!" Margaret screamed, starting off after him. "No! You can't!" She stumbled on the cobblestones, her boots splashing through puddles, her skirts tangling up around her knees. Her arm throbbed, and she wondered if there had been some sort of spike or protrusion in the rock that had punctured her. She pushed on. The man in the tweed hat rounded a corner and came out in a great square where a market of bedraggled people was milling about. It was colder here, and the wind bit at her. "Stop him!" she screamed, pointing across the courtyard towards the man's running figure. "He's a thief!" Inside her, her conscience was pointing at her and snickering. Takes one to know one. The crowd, for the most part, seemed unalarmed by this burst of activity, and Margaret saw that not a single person was going to make a move in her direction. Apparently, the cry of "thief" had somewhat lost its pull in these parts of the city. She took off again, heading for the alley where the tweed hat had disappeared, and when she rounded the corner, paused, breathing hard and searching for a sign of the man. There he was, his foot disappearing over a ledge ahead. She ran forward and, not caring about the way the rough stones dragged against her soft hands, scrambled hand over hand up onto the ledge. Beneath her was a barrel to help with her descent. But when she stepped down upon it, the man in the tweed hat suddenly came out of the shadow, his face still concealed, and kicked hard at the barrel. With a frightened scream, Margaret went sprawling to the ground in a puddle of muck and rainwater. She hit hard, and for an awful moment the wind left her and she couldn't suck in a proper gulp of air. When she was righted again and scrambled to her feet, she couldn't see the man in the tweed hat, or her bonds, at all. "You wicked man!" she gasped, the tears coming hot and fast and burning against the ice-cold skin of her cheeks. "You wicked, wicked man! How did he even know?" But even as she said this aloud, she knew the truth. The little boy who needed money, the sweet little pickpocket she'd helped, that had shown this man in the tweed hat the contents of her pockets, and that had been enough to warrant this attack. Margaret stumbled back, the loss of the bonds not yet sinking in. She was cold and lost, and bruised from 2 consecutive falls on the journey. She limped back through the marketplace, feeling the eyes of everyone on her. She wondered if she should go to the bridge and see her tormentor's face, but in the end she couldn't. If the errand had been dangerous before, it would be nearly deadly to do so without the proper reward. She walked, and then ran, towards Sarah's estate. When she reached the front steps, she stumbled up them and past the astonished butler into the main hall. The mirror at the far end of the room showed a sorry and bedraggled sight. Her dress, once so lovingly and tenderly given to her by Edmund, hung in a muddy and soggy mass about her. A single long tear stretched from her once fine collar down to the sleeve. making the lace edging fall sadly off her exposed shoulder. Margaret's brown hair was about her shoulders, and her face was streaked with tears. "Margaret!" Sarah's voice came, fierce and astonished, from the top of the staircase. "I thought I heard you come in." She came down the stairs as quickly as she could run and gathered her friend into an embrace. "Margaret, what happened to you? Were you attacked? Is this blood?" It was blood, and Margaret was unable to mumble even a lie as explanation until Sarah took her into the parlour and dressed the wound caused by a sharp bit of tin she'd landed on during the second fall. "What happened?" Sarah asked, again and again. Then, when Margaret only shook her head wordlessly, Sarah tried, "I'm worried about you, Maggie. You have to tell me what's going on so I can help you." "No one can help me now." Margaret understood now. The magnitude of what had happened had fully settled in on her by the time she was back at the house, and she understood that in addition to ruining the chance to pay off the blackmailer, she'd also ruined Edmund's chances of securing his family fortune. The yellow silk that hung in rags around her now was like everything else that she'd taken from Edmund, in tatters, ruined. Finally, she leaned forward, her head falling against Sarah's shoulder, and began weeping. "That's it," Sarah said, confusion and shock still echoing in her voice. "That's it. You can go ahead and cry." Margaret collapsed there in her friend's embrace. Try as she might, all her attempts at saving herself had failed, and now she was inconsolable. Chapter 16. Edmund could hardly hold his tongue until the session was over, and when at last the call had been given and the lords all began slipping out of their seats, he made his way across the room towards Jude Bailey. He was halfway there when a former acquaintance, someone he'd known better in his father's days in Parliament, and hardly held in esteem now, snagged him by the elbow and drew him away from his quarry. It was the Viscount Parkington, babbling on about some law or other that he wished to have Edmund's support in. "I would hope," the man was saying as Edmund peered past him in the direction of Jude Bailey's retreating figure, "that you would at least consider offering me your support. I think it's truly sad that you've connected yourself lately with the likes of Lord Whitehall and Lord Crowan. It doesn't look good for your family legacy here, and I'm sure your father wouldn't have liked it." Bailey paused in the doorway himself, talking to a group of men just outside. Edmund pulled his elbow free of the Viscount's grip. "I'm not like my father," he said curtly, a sentiment that he found he had to express at intervals lately. "I'm sorry to say it, but I can't offer you any support on the issue you're discussing. It's a blatant misuse of government funds, and a deception clothed in a garment of kindness to add to that." The Viscount paled with quiet rage. "You don't know what you're speaking about," he snapped. "How could you, such a young man, have such formulated opinions about government policy?" "I think everyone deserves an opinion on government policy," Edmund said, a bit more absent-mindedly than he meant to. Ordinarily, this was just the sort of argument he wanted to take part in, a conversation that would establish his motives in the eyes of the other lords, a chance to put someone he thought quite dangerous in their place. But his eyes were on Bailey. Bailey was the ticket after all, and Edmund was done waiting to find out the reason why his wife was so fearful and distant. "I'd love to speak with you further on this subject," he added, a little too late. "But at present, I'm afraid I have pressing business elsewhere." He bowed quickly and made his way across the room. Behind him, he heard the Viscount turn to another man standing nearby. "That snivelling excuse for a man is Lockridge's son. How far the lineage has fallen." Edmund tried not to care, staying focused instead on the task at hand. He pushed past two more people who seemed bent on interrupting his passage, and made it outside onto the front colonnade, just as Jude Bailey, on foot, disappeared around the corner, and out into the street beyond. If he'd brought a carriage with him, Edmund would have lost him entirely, but as it was, he knew that he could make tracks and be on the other man's coattails in a moment. Jude Bailey was not taking the main track through town, as Edmund would have expected, but had turned instead the opposite direction and was winding through increasingly narrow alleyways until Edmund could tell they were near the wharves, and a very disreputable corner of London at that. Edmund thought about calling out to the man to wait up, but then a very Reginald-like thought crossed his mind, and he decided to follow quietly behind and see what Bailey's curious little quest was all about. After what seemed to be a half-hour of walking, the man stopped in front of a leaning, smoky building that wasn't marked, but from inside there was a tinny sound of music and the issuance of laughter and tobacco smoke. Bailey went in, Edmund followed. It was what appeared to be a private club of sorts, certainly disreputable, possibly selling black market goods, and there were gaming tables set up where Bailey went at once to set down his money and play. So it wasn't something so nefarious after all, Edmund thought. A bit sleazy, perhaps, but not something at the centre of the man's connection with Margaret. Margaret. The name felt out of place in a place like this. Edmund gathered a bit of patience about himself and ducked out of the gaming den before his quarry noticed his presence. He sat down outside, lit a cigar, and waited. It was dark when Bailey at last emerged, a bit intoxicated and alone. The timing was perfect. Edmund followed him for a few paces, and then, when they were opposite a dark alley, he grabbed the man from behind and, ignoring his twisting and angry yells, shoved him face first into the alley. Bailey turned around in a rage, but Edmund saw that his face was white with fright. Then, as recognition dawned, he seemed to ease a bit. "Ah, it's only you, Lockridge. I thought perhaps I'd muggers on hand after all." Edmund didn't like that his power was waning. At present the other man had information he needed, and if there was no fear involved, he wasn't certain that he would get an honest answer. "I don't know what harm a mugger could do you," he said at last. "It looked to me as though your purse came out completely empty, and it was so full at the start of the evening." Bailey's lip curled into a sneer. "Did you come to judge a man's bad habits?" He snapped, his voice oozing with distaste. "I don't have time for your rubbish, Lockridge. With a lineage like yours, I don't know how you could possibly pass judgment on another man for as long as you live. I don't want to talk about your habits," Edmund answered coolly. "They are destructive, certainly, but your demise is of no interest to me. No, on the contrary, I want to talk about Margaret." For a moment, Bailey did a very convincing impression of confusion. "Who?" he asked. That was more than Edmund could take. He lunged forward, gripping the other man's cravat in his fists, and shoved his prey up against the wall. Bailey was a short man, and his toes were nearly off the ground when Edmund held him thusly. "Whoa, lad!" Bailey cried out in alarm. "What's this that you're doing then? Have you lost your wits?" "In truth, I think I'm only just now seeing things for what they are," Edmund answered. "What do you know of Margaret? What is your business with her? If it is a carryover from her father's days, I'll have you know that she is my wife, and now all her troubles are mine today, if it is a matter of my own business." "Your wife, of course." Bailey held up his arms. His eyes reflected the light of a nearby inky streetlight. "Margaret? Yes, I remember now." Then, catching Edmund's gaze, he added quickly, "I remember who she is. I've no idea why you would track me down in an alley and threaten my life." Edmund released the man's collar, but remained near at hand to hurry along his confession with a rather intense stare. "Then tell me what you're hiding." "Hiding? If you'd eyes in your head, I would have thought you already deduced that for yourself." Jude Bailey gave a sullen nod of his head in the direction of the gaming rooms, although I'll have you know that it's not so bad as it looks. I don't lose this much every time, and my estate is still fairly well in hand. You don't have any history with my wife? Edmund asked blankly. But I saw her with you at the party. She pulled away from you and showed a clear distaste for your company. What party? The ball a short time ago. Bailey laughed hoarsely, and the sound ricocheted unpleasantly off the walls around them. Let me get this straight, he said with malicious pleasure. You're newly married, and already you're sneaking around back alleys trying to catch your wife in the arms of another man. Edmund was at the man's throat again, backing him up against the wall. You'll not speak of her in such a way, he hissed. There's to be no dishonour against her name. I only wanted to know if you had some business with her. Something in his tone must have driven home the intensity of what he said, for the laughter faded at once from the other man's countenance, and Bailey looked, for a moment at least, genuinely frightened. Calm down, Lockridge, he said, raising his hands again at his sides. I didn't do anything with your wife. I barely even remember talking to her at the ball. Perhaps she did pull away from me. How am I to know? Not everyone is so conscientious as you are, good man. I was deep into my cups at that point. If I recall, it was you who spent some time lingering at my wife's side, not the other way around. Then why did you run when I tried to track you down? Run? Bailey shrugged. I don't know what you misinterpreted as me running, but I can assure you it wasn't my intention to escape you. My wife started speaking with you on the balcony, and I made off in the direction of the garden to avoid listening to another of her grating speeches. He winked as though he was sharing some common secret with Edmund. They're awfully long, you know, he added. She gets going and she just won't stop to catch breath. Edmund saw, to his astonishment, that there was truth in the other man's face. It was noticeable, just as Reginald had told him it would be during one of their lessons. You'll always see honesty on a truly snake-ish man's face, if you look closely enough, the Duke had said to Edmund. They're so unused to it, it fits them as uneasily as a lie would fit an honest man. There was the unease in Bailey's face, and the bit of desperation in addition. He was telling the truth. Edmund released him and watched the man slide across the wall and stand a safe distance off, his back to the alley. Wait, Edmund called. Then why is she afraid of you? How should I know? Bailey shrugged. Then, after a moment's pause, he grudgingly added, I know this Margaret you married, although she was Margaret Hayward when we were formally acquainted. She used to move in our same circle, back when her cousin Samuel was in my acquaintance, but I'm afraid after the nasty confusion surrounding Samuel, we've lost touch with Margaret. My wife's rather fond of Rose Hayward, you see, and it just wouldn't do for her to entertain a connection with Rose Hayward's disreputable connection. Margaret is the disreputable one? Edmund asked in astonishment. Can it be that you are in any way blaming the actions of Samuel Hayward, murder of my father, I will remind you, on his innocent cousin? Not his actions, but his arrest. Bailey pulled up short, clearly seeing that this line of reasoning was raising rage in his opponent again. I'm just speaking about my wife. I've got no dog in the hunt, after all. And you think this accounts for Margaret's distaste of you at the ball? Edmund said it dully, practically watching his chance at solving the whole confusing issue fade away from view. If it wasn't Bailey, who was it? That, or that I probably smelled of port. Bailey had relaxed almost completely now, and reached out to clap Edmund good-naturedly on the shoulder. You understand, lad. You were probably in your cups yourself to approach me like this in a dark alley. You're glad I'm not more dangerous. Edmund swallowed hard. The man spoke truth. This was the kind of insult that, against the wrong person could result in death to the one who had initiated it. As it was, Bailey seemed to be focused on short-term joys, and with the prospect of this unpleasantness almost at a close, he seemed willing enough to forgive and forget, and get on with his evening plans. "I misjudged the situation dreadfully," Edmund said dryly. "I assure you that I am most chagrined about the matter, and I hope no injury was done." "Well, my cravat's gone to rubbish, but I can send you a tailoring bill for that." The man shrugged and slunk away from Edmund. Edmund heard his voice as he rounded the corner, soft and fading in the distance. But what else can you expect from a Lockridge, after all? So it wasn't Bailey after all. Edmund took off for the better part of town, and by the time he was well in sight of his house, he felt a weariness crawling into his bones. He wanted to lay down and rest. Maybe in the morning this would all seem clearer. Maybe there would be another string to pull upon, another lead to follow. But bed was not to be. As he climbed the stairs, he saw a man in a heavy cloak waiting outside on the cold porch. When he neared, he recognised the man as Augustus Sutton. "Your butler put up a fight," Augustus said when he was within earshot. "You can assure the man that I knew I was welcome indoors, and I chose this particular place for a reason. He will tell you that he offered me tea and crumpets, and he will be right." The brief smile faded from the man's face. He sometimes reminded Edmund of a grim bear, and he never looked more like that personage than when he had grave things to discuss. "I didn't want to go inside, because there's no time to waste." "Margaret?" Edmund moved to dismount from his horse, but Augustus put up a hand. "Stay." He came down the stairs 2 at a time and, walking around to the hitching post, loosed his own mount and climbed aboard. "We are going over to my estate, and we're going now." "What is it?" Edmund felt a chill of fear piling atop the exhaustion that had leached inside of him. Has something happened to Margaret? "After waiting here for hours after nightfall," Augustus answered grimly, "I was a bit worried that something had happened to you, but don't fear, Margaret is mostly well. But she's finally ready to talk. She insists that she will only speak to Sarah and me if you are present." Even with the haze of tired weariness about him, Edmund felt a momentary wave of relief. Margaret would speak to him at last. There would be no need for another thread to pull in the morning, for by morning he would know what was at the root of all of this, and he would be able to handle it with the strength of his own intellect and fortitude. "Take me to her," he said, turning his horse back into the night. Chapter 17. Margaret heard Lord Whitehall and Edmund at the door before they came into the parlour, stamping their boots and talking in low, indistinct tones. She looked at Sarah across the room in desperation. Sarah stood quickly when the men entered and, curtsying, waved them towards the dining room. "We were beginning to despair that you would come," she said with a weak smile, "but dinner is saved." Margaret looked miserably up at Edmund. His eyes were fastened on her, and there was a question deep within them. She looked away again. "You could have eaten without us," Augustus said in a low tone. "I know that more important matters are afoot." Sarah shook her head in silent warning. Margaret had asked that they eat together, that Sarah and Augustus stay to hear the entire sordid tale. She didn't know if this was out of a desire to punish herself by having a larger audience, or protect herself by ensuring that there were people to calm Edmund when he learned the awful truth. All that she knew for sure was that she wanted to get this all out in the open. She'd changed out of the torn yellow gown into a plain brown affair with cream lace trim around the throat, an attempt to cover the scrapes and bruises from her earlier mishap. But she couldn't hide the abrasion on her neck from the fall, or the bandage that peeped out from beneath her short sleeves. Edmund noticed. "Are you all right?" His eyes narrowed. "What happened?" "Dinner." Sarah took her brother firmly by one arm and led him, along with Augustus and Margaret, to the dining room. Dinner was mostly cold, but thankfully it was a bit of roast duck and potatoes, which weren't so bad lukewarm after all. It seemed a strange sort of charade, sitting down to a meal when no one seemed to have an appetite, but Margaret needed time to gather her wits about her. The footman moved about the table, setting out fine foods and refilling already brimming wine glasses. Edmund sat beside Margaret, almost touching shoulders, and yet, somehow, he felt miles away. "I'm sorry that we are so late," Augustus said after the first course had been served and removed. "I was held up." "He's being kind." Edmund cleared his throat. "I was late arriving home. I had some business to tend to and followed a gentleman into a disreputable part of town in an effort to question him." This was news to Margaret, and apparently it was news to Augustus as well. He raised his eyebrows, shifting aside to allow the footman to place a plate of meat and vegetables before him. "That sounds rather like the sort of thing I'd expect from Lord Crowan, not you. Did you find this gentleman and ask him your pressing question?" "I did." Edmund turned and looked at Margaret, the heat of his stare drawing her eyes to his at last. He said no more, but she felt almost certain he was communicating some connection to her. Was this mystery interrogation somehow connected to her? She had to find the courage to tell him sooner rather than later. The meal carried on in silences, only broken by Sarah and Augustus's weak attempts at conversation, and when at last the drinks and cigars were served and the women stood to depart, Edmund raised his hand. "I would forgo our after-dinner conversation, Lord Whitehall, if the ladies would allow us to join them in the parlour." He looked at Margaret. "We have much to discuss." Margaret felt a surge of nausea in her stomach. Now was the moment she had been dreading. "Of course," Augustus said, standing and offering his arm to Sarah. "We will retire to the parlour together." To the footman he said, "Please bring a light tea and brandy tray to the parlour and then leave us there." When the four were settled in chairs around the room, Augustus and Sarah sharing a settee, and Edmund sitting slightly removed from Margaret, she finally spoke. "I'm sorry," she said at first, her voice hoarse. "I'm sorry to everyone, but mostly to you, Edmund." Her eyes flitted to his face, and then away again in fear. "I know that you must be very angry at me." "Not angry, exactly," he interjected, his voice deep and kind. "But I am confused, Margaret. If you can, tell me what it is that I did wrong. How did I frighten you away?" His eyes fell to his hands. "I know the realization of my lacking fortune was a fright to you in the extreme, but I hardly imagined you would leave in the night without telling me where you were." Still, though his words were firm, Margaret could hear the kindness in his voice, and it gave her courage. "I had to go," she said quietly, so quietly that the rest of the room had to still to even hear her words. "I couldn't stay with you any longer." She looked up at Edmund, wondering how much of her desperation shone out of her face. "But it wasn't because of you, Edmund, I promise. It was because I couldn't face what I'd done." She swallowed hard and watched this turn of events register on Edmund's face. He wrinkled his forehead in confusion. "What do you think you've done, exactly?" he asked quietly. "I don't think anything," she said quietly. "I know." Sarah leaned forward and brushed her friend's arm kindly. It was a gentle show of support, and Margaret seized upon it to finish her tale. "I suppose, from the way you are all looking at me with such interest and expectancy, that Lucille has never breathed a word to any of you about the nature of the blackmail that the rascal Jerome Colborne had against me." Edmund shook his head slowly. Sarah and Augustus followed suit. Margaret swallowed hard yet again. "I see," she murmured. "That explains your kindness to me." "I'm not sure that's true," Sarah interjected quickly. "Lucille knows the truth, and she is still open and kind to me." "That is because she is only responsible to fill the office of friend," Margaret said with a sad shrug. "She never had the responsibility of knowing my past and still being in a marriage relationship with me." "Do not hold us in suspense any longer," Edmund said quickly. Margaret nodded. "I shall not. Jerome Colborne uncovered evidence of the truth of my birth, my illegitimate birth." She scanned the faces around her. They were frozen, still processing this information and, blessedly, not reacting for the moment. She rushed on before she lost her nerve. "My father and my mother were unable to have children, and so, when he engaged in an illicit affair with a serving woman in their employ, and I was the result, my mother was willing to take me as her own and pretend that I had been born to her. She never told me the truth, and my father didn't either. The serving woman eventually went away. Such a wedge as she had already driven between my parents was irredeemable, and I have since learned that she died. Her legacy is no more, and yet here I find myself still standing with the truth hanging over me like a sword of Damocles." She felt her lip begin to tremble and did her very best to keep a courageous face. "You must believe that I didn't know about all this until the first time I received a blackmail note from Colborne. I swear I didn't. When I found out, I was crushed. By then, however, my father had already passed away and left me his great estate, and if it wasn't for the involvement of Lucille, I would have been lost forever." Sarah reached out and laid a firm hand on her friend's arm. Augustus's face was unreadable. Edmund didn't look nearly as shocked as Margaret had expected, but still his forehead was wrinkled in thought. He had caught upon a clue in the last thing she'd said, and he followed that thread now. "You say the first time, as though there were other instances of this blackmail." The question froze in the room, hovering there. Sarah sucked in her breath. Margaret nodded at last and watched the truth begin to settle into place. "It happened after the matter with Lucille was solved," she said, all in a rush, her words now coming thick and fast. "The whole kidnapping situation had been resolved, and Jerome was put away forever. I thought I would have no more problems from him, but it seems that he covered his tracks well and put in place some manner of contingency to be carried out in the event of his arrest. I received another letter written in a familiar hand that I, as of yet, cannot place, but it detailed similar threats. I was to deliver the vast sum today, at a bridge meeting spot in the lower town." Margaret spoke the amount aloud, and everyone in the room gasped audibly. "That would be your entire family estate," Edmund said quickly. "It would drain you of all your resources." "I only wish that were true," Margaret said woefully. She had now crossed from merely shameful information into a realm that bordered on horrifying to repeat. "It's worse than that. It appears that my father's estate was not in a good place to begin with." She smiled sadly at Edmund. "You see, you weren't the only one who lied about the money that was backing our marriage. We were two penniless people coming to a marriage in hopes that the other could save them." "That's not why I married you," Edmund said after a moment's pause. His voice was very low and his words quite soft. "But I can see now why it struck you so hard when the truth of the Lockridge debts was told to you. You saw it as the end of your chances, that marrying a wealthy man was the only way to keep your secret safe." Margaret couldn't read his face or voice yet. She wished that he would be more open with her, tell her what he thought about her bastard heritage, what he thought about the deceit that led into their marriage. But then she remembered the most recent betrayal and knew that she was not done. I went to the meeting today to deliver the money, she said dully. But you had nothing to deliver, Sarah said, exchanging a look with Augustus. Margaret could see what they were thinking, trying to piece together Margaret's absence, her battered state, perhaps kicking themselves for not keeping a closer eye on her. I did have something to deliver, Margaret said, rushing over that bit for the moment, but when I was on my way, a man knocked into me from behind. I went sprawling and the reward tumbled out of my pocket. The man picked it up at once and took off down the street. I followed him through some very bad neighbourhoods, down back alleys, and in the end over a wall. I fell. She reached up almost unconsciously and ran her hand along the bandage on her arm. I lost him. I lost it all. Edmund stood and came to sit beside her on the wide lounge where she had taken up residence. He put a hand tentatively out and took her hand in his. You must be in some pain. And what a frightening experience to add to that. I wish that you had told me. Perhaps I could have handled this matter myself, saved you the trouble of trekking through the streets, paid for some of the money. No. Margaret turned to Edmund fiercely. You had no money. We already covered that particular misfortune, and now you see my dilemma. I knew that my husband could not get me out of this mess, and I knew that if the truth were known, you would be as destroyed as I was in the public eye. I knew I had to solve it, and I was not willing to bring any of you into the mystery with me. Why not? Sarah asked incredulously. Why do you think? Margaret cried. Because of what happened to Lucille and Reginald last time they helped you, Edmund said with quiet understanding. Yes. Margaret wanted to weep, but held the tears back. I didn't want to bring any more people down in my quest for a clear name. Augustus had not forgotten the early question uttered and unanswered. So, you didn't ask for help, and you had no money or inheritance to give. What, then, did you bring to this secret meeting at the bridge? Margaret turned agonised eyes to Edmund. The tears started coming now, hard and fast. I went on a tour of your house, Edmund. Our house, I suppose, just to get to know the place that I now must call home. I went all over, but ended up in the attic. It was very empty up there. I sold everything to pay off debtors, he said, confusion on his face. He was so innocent and unsuspecting. Not everything, she said quietly. There was a little door that led to the top of the attic, back beyond the finished rooms, and there were chests inside. Now she could see that Sarah and Augustus had grasped the gist of her misdeed. Their faces were frozen, waiting. But not Edmund. Edmund loved her too much to think her capable of such a thing. She went on, each word coming out like a disease being drawn from a wound. I opened one of the chests, and there were pieces of paper inside. Her voice fell to an almost noiseless confession. Bonds. Bonds? Edmund asked, incredulous. In your father's name? I think they were an insurance policy of sorts, very expensive. She named the value, and before the astonished people in the parlour could interject, she explained, they would have covered my debt almost perfectly. Now, finally, awfully, Edmund seemed to understand. His face, which until now had been so bizarrely understanding, infuriatingly kind, blackened with rage. You stole them, he asked. You stole the bonds, and you kept it a secret from me. I didn't think I could tell you, Margaret cried out, now desperate to explain herself, even though she knew no explanation would suffice. I thought that you would surely keep them to cover your father's debts. The only way I could tell you was by revealing my own private shame. And so, you took them, kept them from me, and lost them on the way to a blackmail deal. He rose, his eyes flashing fire, and stood over Margaret with a face of immovable granite. Edmund! No, Margaret, he said coldly. Not this time. And he fled the room, unheeding of her weeping behind him. Chapter 18. Edmund walked outside, a blind fury settling on him like a thick fog. He couldn't see clearly. There was only the idea of Margaret crouching in his attic, stealing his father's bonds and using them, losing them, for her own purposes. But more than that, there was a needle of pain deep beneath all this that whispered over and over again to him, and she didn't trust you enough to tell you any of this. He walked to the stables as though his feet were carrying him there by force. He stood outside the door, seeing that it was dark within and not wanting to wake the stable hand, and then strode in and lit the lantern near the door with a bit of match he found in a basket. The light of the lantern barely filled the hall between the horse stalls. He walked along them until he found his own horse standing quietly in the corner, and he pulled the animal out. They'd put him away in here, of course, because they thought he would stay the night. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't sleep under the same roof with that woman. He heard feet coming near, 2 sets of feet, and knew before he even turned around that Sarah would be standing there by Margaret in the doorway. Margaret was sobbing softly, tears running down her cheeks, and her soft brown hair had come loose and fallen around her face. Sarah came up behind her and put a hand around her waist. "Don't!" Edmund waved away this gesture of kindness in contempt. "If you must comfort her and condone her so blatantly, I would only ask that you somehow manage to do it out from under my vision. It's nauseating, the way you're coddling her." "Edmund," Sarah began, but this time it was Margaret who quieted her. "It's all right, Sarah. He's right." She stepped away from her friend and fully into the pool of golden light left by the lantern. "I know you're angry, Edmund. I just want to talk about this." He saw the bruise on her neck and the bandage around her arm, and a softer side threatened for a moment to take over his senses and make him slave to her again. But she didn't trust you enough to tell you. He would not allow it. The time for talking is over. He took a step towards her, shaking with fury. "The time for talking, Margaret, was back before we got married, when you lied about your fortune. It was after we were married when you lied about your blackmail, and it was certainly a few days ago when you stole the bonds from my household and lost them in a back alley." "But I told you now," she said helplessly, shrinking visibly at his words. "I'm being honest now, even though I could go on hiding here at Sarah and Augustus. I want you to know the truth. I wanted you to know what I did." "You think that matters now? That you're choosing to speak to your frightening husband instead of hiding behind my sister's skirts?" Edmund stepped closer to her. He hated the way her lip trembled, hated the way it made him want to be kind to her and forgive her all in an instant. He looked away from her and let the fury build again inside him. "You used me," he said. "From the very start. I should have seen that there was something of the witch in you, but I was blinded by my affection." "My affection, Margaret? I cared for you too much, since we were children." His voice broke, and that made him even more angry. He hadn't deserved this, hadn't deserved to suffer the loss of his love, as well as the loss of his father and his family and his fortune. Suddenly, though some part of him knew it wasn't fair, Margaret's betrayal was associated in his mind with all the betrayals he'd ever received. "I know," she said miserably, shrinking in front of him. "I know that I hurt you, and I want you to know I didn't prey upon your affection. I didn't even know that you cared for me in that way until you asked me to marry you, and even then I just thought you were being kind." "You didn't know? A conniving woman like you?" Edmund shook his head. "I don't believe it, Margaret. I was at your house every day that I could be as a boy, and I followed you around like a dog. I was always watching you at every event, every ball, every social function. I loved you. He could hear the brokenness in his own voice, and tears nearly came into his eyes. He pushed them back. But not you. You never loved me. That's not true. I made a mistake, but what you're saying isn't true. I cared about you. Margaret wrapped her arms around herself as though to keep out a chill. She was shaking like a leaf, standing before Edmund like a woman waiting to have her sentence read at the block. Tell me again how it happened, he asked, hearing the baiting cruelty in his voice, but not caring enough to check it. You were prowling through my house, and you found my family's belongings, and it's my house too, Margaret cried, a flame of the old vehemence coming back into her eyes, a pink tinge darkening her pretty cheeks. You keep speaking about your house and your fortune, but you forget that you lied as well. You kept the truth from me, and if I had known how your family was truly situated, I would not have thrust my troubles upon you. I thought you could help me. Really? That sum of money, even for a strong estate, would have brought my father's businesses to their knees, love, he said quietly, letting the tone of death creep into his words. You should have known as much, seeing what it did to your own father's estate. Even if my place had been healthy and my situation well, you would have been a drag on everything that I held dear. Margaret dropped her head. I just didn't know what to tell you. The truth would have been quite satisfactory. You would have left me. She looked up at him, and quite suddenly Edmund was struck with how similar her small, pinched face was to that of a helpless deer he had seen on a hunt. Innocent, frightened. Why would you have cared? He asked quietly. You would have been free to find some other man to hide the dark spot of your history. Is that it? She asked in a heartbroken voice. You pretend to be satisfied and not too alarmed with the news of my illegitimacy, but now that you have learned of the loss of the bonds, you are free to turn on me as your heart really desires. You can use the money as an excuse to distance yourself from this poisoned woman. I don't need an excuse to distance myself from you, Edmund cried out, his anger building yet again. You did that well enough when you hid this from me and walked about my house with my money stowed away in the pocket of your gown. Didn't guilt come into your mind at all? How were you able to live with yourself? I wasn't, she half sobbed, dropping her head into her hands. That's why I left. I thought that my decision was the only way to save you and me both, and yet every time I looked at you, every time I heard your kind words and your gentle nature, I felt the sharp fingers of guilt around my heart. I couldn't live with myself, not at all. And so you ran weeping to my sister's side. You trespassed on her good kindness and on the worthy gentility of her husband, and made them privy to your crimes. Did you tell her that you had my father's stolen goods hidden away in your rooms? He looked at Sarah, who was standing pale and silent a few steps behind Margaret. She shook her head slightly and let her eyes drop to the straw at her feet. I see that you did not. He went on crisply. You say that you wanted to keep us out of this because of what happened to Lucille and Reginald, but I think you are more selfish than that. I think you knew that what you were doing was wrong. You were frustrated. You hadn't managed to get free of the blackmail the first time, and you didn't want to show us your shame. What of it? Margaret asked weakly, raising her shoulders in meek surrender. Is it so bad that I didn't want to show you my shame, that I wanted my handsome new husband to see the best of me and to think of me as more than a weak and tarnished, illegitimate woman? I couldn't have borne the pity in your face, or the way I knew you would try to keep being kind to me, to put on a good face and pretend to love me. I never had to pretend to love you. I just loved you. I couldn't help it. He took a step closer and took Margaret's arm in his grasp. Not hard, he would never hurt her, but he was firm. But not you, Maggie. You only saw that I was doggedly attached to you, and you knew it would be an opportunity to latch on to what you perceived as my success. You're a parasite, a bottom feeder that tried to get a bit of gold and found your own schemes working against you. Well, the universe takes care of people like you. Now you're as desolate as I am, and all your schemes can die with you." "Edmund!" Sarah cried, her voice sharp and laced with a quiet fury. "You're being exceptionally cruel. Sarah, stay out of this. I don't know what part you had in it, but do you know who you sound like?" Sarah's voice was high and shrill, and in a moment, Edmund felt the realization crashing in on him like a wave. His father. He sounded like his father. He could almost see Edgar in front of him now, bent and vulpine, his eyes flashing, his words slicing through everyone around him like knives. He looked down at Margaret and saw his mother shrinking away and living her life in an upper room where Edgar could never touch her. He let go of Margaret. She took a step away from him, her eyes full of tears, and then turned and fled the stable into the darkness beyond. As her feet faded away, Edmund's eyes focused on Sarah's form. She was standing stone still, her already marble-like skin pale and frozen in the golden light of the lantern. Her eyes were levelled on him with an intensity that alarmed him. "How could you?" she said, low and quiet. "I don't believe it." He turned, and setting the lantern on a bench, reached up and began taking the tack off the wall. He laid a blanket over the back of his horse and then followed with the saddle, bit and bridle. "After everything you have learned tonight of her deception and misdeeds, you still choose to condemn me for my actions rather than seeing her for what she really is." "And what is she?" He heard, rather than saw, Sarah take a few steps closer. "What is she, other than a frightened girl who has been dealt more than her fair share of hard times? Do you think she somehow deserves what has been given her? She didn't ask for her father to be such a wayward man, or for her parents to cover the whole affair up and take her in under false pretences. She was handed all of this at the same general time that her father died and left her the estate. I love our Maggie, but she's not one for finances, and certainly not qualified to pick up the pieces after such an inheritance." "I don't want to talk about the business of the Hayward estate," Edmund snapped. "If you think such a topic of conversation will somehow convince me that what she did was right and good, then you are wrong." "I'm not trying to say that what she did was right," Sarah said quietly. "I wish she hadn't done it. I wish she had come and told us everything and let us help her. But perhaps tonight you've proved the very reason why she chose to keep it to herself. You treated her exactly as she expected to be treated. You showed her that after everything she's just an illegitimate thief to you." This pricked Edmund's conscience more than he cared to admit. He bit his lip. "It doesn't matter what she is to me. It matters what she is to herself. And if she keeps acting like an illegitimate thief, then how am I to know anything different?" Sarah came and laid a cold hand on her brother's arm. It was a brief gesture, for he immediately pulled away. "You don't sound like the Edmund I know," she said. "You sound cold and hard and jaded, and whatever you try to tell yourself right now, I know that isn't you. I know that you love Maggie Hayward more than most people have ever loved anyone, and I know that when this fog of anger is gone from your mind, you'll see that again. You'd best make this right, Edmund, because if you don't, you'll realise you miss her, and it will be too late." Sarah stepped away and added quietly, "It already might be." Edmund waited with his back to her, laying his hands upon the saddle and leaning softly against the body of his horse to gain from it what comfort he could. He wondered if she would say more, waited for her to drive the nails into her case. But after a long interval he turned and found that she had already gone off into the night, likely looking for her friend. He thought, trying to be bitter, but instead finding himself unbearably weary. He was tired of his own grief and anger. He could only imagine how his wife felt. He finished saddling the horse and climbed upon it to wind his tired way home. As he left the Whitehall estate, he looked up at the uppermost windows, straining for some sight of Margaret, but he couldn't tell which light was hers. And there were no figures at all silhouetted in the windows. Chapter 19. Margaret's eyes were sore and red-rimmed from crying when she crept back into her bedroom that night. She'd heard Sarah calling for her in the garden, but she'd stayed out of sight, not wanting to speak to anyone. She was in a dramatic mood after the cruel words Edmund had said to her in the stables, and it took a great concentration of her will to keep from doing something over the top. She wasn't going to run away again, not until she had somewhere to run to. When she closed the door behind her, however, she realised that her bedroom was not empty. Sarah was sitting in the chair by the window, looking out over the darkened garden beyond. She was wearing a long white nightdress with a thick dressing gown over the top, and her pale white blonde hair was loose and long around her shoulders. "How did you know I would come back?" Margaret asked wearily, slipping inside and sitting on the end of her bed, the post pressing in against her back. "I know I have a habit of running off without much notice." "One offence is not a habit," Sarah said kindly, drawing her legs up beneath her like a little girl. "And, besides, you may think you're a master at hiding, but the trail of your skirt I saw peeping from beneath the arbour gave away your position to me. I assumed that your silence meant you needed some time to think, and with the knowledge that you weren't planning on making a habit out of running away sternly in hand, I left you to your own devices." Margaret closed her eyes, feeling the sting sharp against her eyelids. "You're a good friend." "I'm a little surprised that you're even speaking to me after everything that you've learned this night." "Edmund is hurt, and so he is lashing out." Sarah sighed. "He'll come to regret it, sooner rather than later, I fear, and then he will find he's dug himself a pit from which he cannot escape." No, Margaret said quickly. "He's right." I tried to protest. "But he really is right. I used him. I cared for him too. But you can use someone and care for them at the same time. He deserved better." Sarah tilted her head to the side, examining her friend with a steady stare. "No one could punish you as thoroughly as you are punishing yourself, Mags. It's time to move on and see what we can do from here. Have you thought of any way to apprehend Jerome?" "No," she said with a tired shrug, "and I'm afraid I've been thinking about it for some time, but there is another possibility. I could always just remove the stain from the city and therefore take away the power of the gossip rags to spread lies." "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, her brow darkening. "Nothing so very awful." Margaret played with the lace on her hem absent-mindedly. "I've been thinking that I ought to go to America. There I wouldn't be ruined by the scandal breaking. I wouldn't be a discarded bride or an illegitimate daughter. I'd just be another person." "And Edmund?" "Edmund would be relieved, I think. And perhaps the scandal sheets would publish a sentence or two, but he would be the victim in this whole nefarious plot, and his reputation would be in no serious danger." "I hate to hear you speak this way," Sarah said softly, tenderly, wrapping her arm around Margaret's shoulders, "as though you were conniving to bring my brother down." "I was, in a way." Margaret bit her lip hard, trying to focus her mind. The emotions were struggling to the surface again, and she feared they would cloud her judgment. "I didn't mean to hurt him. I care about him more than he knows clearly, but at the same time I knew that what I was doing was wrong, or else I wouldn't have kept it a secret so long." "So you're going to punish yourself by exiling yourself to America?" "It won't be such an awful fate after all," she said quietly, "because in the end I will at least have the knowledge of knowing you are free from scandal. And—" She paused as his name sliced at her heart. And Edmund. Sarah stood thoughtfully and moved to the corner of the room where a pot of tea had been warming beside the hearth. It was a little trick of the wealthy that Margaret knew well from her childhood, keeping the tea in close enough proximity to be warm when drunk, but far enough away to avoid a second steeping. Sarah poured 2 cups and brought them back. Margaret took a tentative sip of hers, feeling straightened and bolstered by the familiar gestures. "Don't you want to talk about what happened in the stables?" Sarah asked at last. "I know you must be smarting from all the things that he said. You must be acting in response to his words." Margaret thought for a moment. Sarah was more right than she knew. On the one hand, Margaret could hardly think about the argument in the stables, Edmund's betrayed anger, the things that he had said, without feeling suddenly ill and helpless, as she had earlier in the evening when she'd fled his presence. On the other, if viewed a little more distantly, the things Edmund said weren't so unexpected after all. "You don't have to defend me to him," Margaret said at last. "I know that you mean well by your loyalty, but I think he's hurting right now, and in that place of pain, he really needs the support of his sister. To have you and Lucille take my side would be a strong blow." "I am taking my brother's side," Sarah sighed. "I know him well enough to know that soon, very soon, he's going to wake up and realise what a bore he has been, and he will want to come back to you." Margaret shook her head sadly. She'd seen the frustration in Edmund's eyes, the hurt there. She didn't think he would ever come back. But Sarah thought differently. "If you go to America, it won't just be to save us," she said firmly. "It will be another attempt to run away, and I don't think you will be able to escape this all so completely after all." Margaret looked up from her tea in mild discomfort. "What do you mean?" "I mean that it would perhaps put a stop to the original scandal if you left, but the fleeing of the wife of a duke such as Edmund, and to the Americas no less, would cause a scandal all its own. The headlines would be merciless. People would speculate that he hurt you, that he threw you out based on your heritage. They would say cruel things about him. If he must face a scandal, ought it not to be while you are still by his side to support him?" Margaret winced. "He does not want my support. That much is apparent." But Sarah's words had struck home. Another scandal. This one reflecting on Edmund's character instead of her own. She set aside her teacup and dropped her head into her hands. She wouldn't cry. She'd already cried enough for a lifetime and had no more tears. But she felt weary with the lack of options. Darker possibilities flitted over her thoughts, and Sarah seemed to sense them. She seized Margaret's shoulders and shook her gently. "You're a prize, and a sweet girl," she said kindly. "You are going to be the source of Edmund's healing, not his undoing. Just wait and you will see. You can't run off, and you can't leave Edmund." Even while the protests were still on her lips, Margaret knew Sarah was right. "Then what?" She shrugged helplessly. "I didn't deliver the ransom. The news will be released tomorrow morning. That much is certain. Then we wait." Sarah stood up and carried the teacups back to the side table. "You get some rest, for you shall of course need it in the morning, and then we will face what the new day holds when it is before us, not a moment before." Margaret barely slept that night. In the morning she dressed quickly in a green house dress and hurried down to the breakfast room before anyone else arrived. She waited patiently while the servants scurried to lay out a spread. But it wasn't until Augustus and Sarah had appeared for the morning meal that the butler followed them in with a copy of the morning paper. Margaret turned her stricken gaze onto the object, and thankfully, Augustus noticed at once and opened the paper to read the contents. Margaret and Sarah watched his face with earnest, and then he passed the paper off to Sarah with a shrug. "Nothing," he said. Margaret didn't believe it, not until she'd torn through every part of the paper herself and saw no mention of her illegitimate birth. "Why not?" she asked breathlessly, not daring to hope. "Perhaps Jerome's assistant is not quite as cutthroat as he was," Sarah said, but Margaret couldn't let herself imagine such a situation. She had read the letters. The person responsible for this new brand of blackmail was every bit the villain that Jerome Colborne had been. No, this wasn't a moment of rare mercy. It was another move in the game. Her thoughts were confirmed almost at once when the butler interjected, "And some early morning mail for the lady." He held out a small letter to Margaret, and she took it in trembling hands. The envelope and writing she recognised immediately as the blackmailer's, but before she could confess as much, Sarah said hopefully that she just knew Edmund would rethink matters by morning. And instead of correcting her, Margaret just smiled weakly and excused herself from the table. She slipped outside into the hall and ripped open the message, hating that it could still put fear in her after all this time. "Lady Huxley," the letter taunted, "as much as I'd love to see your name splattered over the press, it's not in my best interest at present, despite your multiple failures. Things didn't go to plan, I see, in presenting the fortune to me that I deserve and that Jerome demands. Perhaps you had a last-minute change of plans. Well, I, unfortunately, did too. The timetable for Jerome's release has just moved up. And while I've seen you skittering around like a frightened crab in search of money for the reward, I've seen no such activity when it comes to Jerome's release. This was true. Not knowing what to do about that monumental request, Margaret had simply done nothing. She realised as she read the letter that a small, childish part of herself had hoped that if she just ignored the problem long enough, it would somehow no longer exist. She read on. "So, I am extending to you a second chance that you most certainly do not deserve. I will allow you to save yourself and your miserable reputation if you will help me facilitate Jerome's escape. And I mean now. You will meet a man driving a carriage in the street outside the courthouse in Whitechapel, and he will in turn carry you to where I live for our conversation. You will have no one follow us. You will come alone. You will do all this by the end of today, or this letter I've written to the papers will come out immediately. And don't think I've overlooked your little dalliance with Lord and Lady Whitehall. I sent the letter here after all, didn't I? Don't share any of this little arrangement with them, or I will be sure to send you out in style." Margaret folded the letter slowly, her heart beating wildly. She could hardly believe that she was considering such a dangerous meeting, but then again, here she had been given a chance at redeeming herself. She thought of Edmund's fierce glare the night before, and she made her decision. She walked back into the breakfasting room, making an effort to keep her voice calm and her face even. "I'm going back home to see Edmund," she lied, wincing inside but keeping her expression calm and clear on the outset. "I'm going to attempt to make amends. I think he might be open to such things now." It was all lies. She didn't think Edmund would be open to her making amends, even if she had actually been going to his estate instead of Whitechapel, where she was really going. But coupled with the arrival of the note, she could see that both Sarah and Augustus believed her. "Do you want to take our carriage?" "My filly will be quite enough company," she said, forcing a smile. Sarah answered her smile. "I knew you would have a way to get out of this mess," she said kindly. "Let us know if there's anything else we can do to help you." A way? Yes. But would it be enough? Chapter 20. Edmund woke in the morning feeling groggy and thick, as though the night's adventures and emotional riptides had somehow drugged him like a knight at the gaming tables with a strong brew in hand. He shook himself and dressed slowly, uncertain of himself. He felt a growing suspicion that he'd done something very wrong indeed, and the more that the night's conversation came back to him, the more certain he was. Before, all he could see was Margaret's deceit and thievery, but now other things were coming into uncomfortable focus. The impossible position that she'd been put in, her pleas that she really did love him, after all, the way she had looked shivering and frightened in front of him in the stable. I've been a damn fool. He dressed slowly, fighting with the buttons on his coat and the laces on his shoes, his mind distracted and uncertain. His anger had given him a false sense of clarity, as though he was seeing everything for the first time, and now that it was gone, he felt the painful realization that he'd been wrong, crowding in for sweet revenge. Nothing was clear anymore, except that he needed to see Margaret soon, and he needed to try to fix what he had shattered. He didn't have an appetite for breakfast, but a cup of stiff tea in the kitchen gave him courage, and he resaddled his mount to ride over to Sarah and Augustus's mansion, running through scenarios in his head. She would perhaps be angry, hurt. No, not Margaret. She would be apologetic, and that would be the worst of it, to hear her apologising as though his temper and boorish nature were her fault. I was wrong, he would say. In the same position, Maggie, I would do the same thing, I'm sure of it. You were trying to save us both. His own head was arguing more convincingly on her behalf than she'd argued for herself the evening before. No matter what scenarios he thought up, though, he couldn't shake the memories of the night before that came through and drove away his kind words with the cruel ones he'd previously fashioned. But not you, Maggie. You only saw that I was doggedly attached to you, and you knew it would be an opportunity to latch on to what you perceived as my success. You're a parasite, and her trembling, weeping. I left because I couldn't live with myself. And what had he done to relieve her of the guilt she so clearly carried? Nothing. He just twisted the knife deeper into her sensitive, stricken heart. He urged his horse onward, wishing the miles of road would melt away so that nothing stood between his and Margaret's reunion except their own pride, and that he would decimate as well. He barely tossed a word of direction at the groom when he arrived back at the estate. He'd fled in such haste the night before, and he climbed the stairs 2 at a time. When the butler answered, he pushed past the servant and into the main hall. Sarah spotted him as he rounded the corner into the parlour. She was sitting with Augustus in an attached sitting room, lost in conversation, but when she saw him flash by the door, she called to him in surprise. "Edmund! Did you two come back so soon? I would have thought you would stay longer to manage your differences." Edmund stepped slowly into the room. You two? What could they mean? You and Margaret? Sarah said slowly, confused. She's here with you, isn't she? No, she's not. Then why would you leave her at home? Edmund, you really do take all, parading around as though you were in the right, and she ought to come crawling back to you when it's clear to anyone that you both were at fault. Wait, love? Augustus put up a hand to silence Sarah's diatribe. Edmund, do you mean to say that Margaret never came back to your estate? No, Edmund said. Sarah sucked in her breath sharply. But she's been gone for hours and hours. She should have easily been able to make it to your estate and back by now. We just assumed. Sarah's voice trailed off. Edmund felt a stab of real fear. Do you think she did something dangerous? He asked, feeling sick. He had told her the night before that she ought to take her wayward ways elsewhere, that he hoped her schemes would die with her. Perhaps she had taken that a little too much to heart. Because of what I said last night. Sarah swallowed hard. She did talk about moving away to America, to distance herself from the scandal and hopefully save you the disgrace, but I thought that I'd talked her out of it." Edmund felt the old feelings of frustration rise in him again and fought back the urge to scold Sarah for not fighting harder to keep Margaret at home. After all, he reasoned that it was his fault that she had felt compelled to flee in the first place. His fault, and no other. Miserable, he sank down on a bench in the room and dropped his head into his hands. "How did she get out of here?" he asked wearily. "She told us that she was going to see you. She got a letter from you this morning, and it only seemed right that she would then go and try to make things right with you." "You shouldn't have sent such a thing if you expected to ride this way," Sarah said softly. Edmund looked up, his heart catching in his throat. "I didn't send a letter." Augustus frowned. "No, I was there with Sarah." "I know there was a letter." She stepped out into the entryway to read it, and then came back, looking strained but quiet. "She said she was going to see you." Edmund leapt up. "I didn't send a letter," he repeated more firmly. "So who sent that letter? And why did she leave at once?" He started to leave the room. "Where are you going?" Sarah leapt up to follow him, and Augustus rose as well. "I'm going upstairs to see if she left any sign of where she was going, if she really did run off to America. Then she would have packed some things to take with her. If not, if her absence is due to that letter she received, then perhaps we can find some trace of where she went." They went upstairs, all in a rush, Edmund feeling the wings of panic take off in his heart. He didn't want to think the worst of the situation, but with each step that drew him nearer to Margaret's room, his heart felt more sure. She had gone after all to the blackmailer, or else something else had developed with Jerome. He felt sure of it, and when the maid let them in to inspect the room, he was even more sure. Her bed was neatly made, but otherwise the room had a very lived-in feeling. There was a book there that she had been reading. Her clothes were still hanging in the closet and folded in the chest, her purse and valise still leaning against the wall. She hadn't packed to go anywhere, that much was certain. But in the dying coals of the fire, Edmund spotted a scrap of paper. He ran to it and drew it up. Margaret must have tossed it there as she slipped away, but perhaps she had been too consternated to be sure that it was burned before going out into the morning air. It looked as though a good half of it was burned in its entirety, and most of the rest of it was severely damaged by smoke and heat, but a few words were visible at the corner. "In a carriage, Whitechapel, come alone." The only fragments of phrases visible, but it was enough to see that Sarah had received another command from her blackmailer, and, perhaps driven by the pain of her conversation with Edmund the night before, she had agreed to go. "Whitechapel," Sarah said softly, when Edmund had at last handed the scrap over for her to examine. "So she went there to meet someone. We should go as well." "No," Edmund said, feeling a chill through his bones. Augustus seemed to understand Edmund's drawback without even hearing it, for he turned to Sarah's confused gaze with gentleness. "Do you see the bit about the carriage, love? That means that she will have been asked to meet some man there and then ride along to the real rendezvous point." He swallowed, his jaw working in annoyance. "It is a common practice of those seeking out ransoms." "But what ransom could she have to give him?" Edmund asked. "She told us about the bonds and how she lost them. She has no money, and I certainly have nothing else for her to offer up." Sarah's face was quite white. "I don't know what she's offering up, but she seems to think it's sufficient to call off this entire nasty business, or she wouldn't go." She took the paper back from Augustus and held it gingerly in her hand. "It looks as if it would crumble at any moment," she said sadly. "Why would she not tell us? We could have helped her. It's my guess that the blackmailer demanded she keep it a secret," Augustus said quietly. I suppose she thought she was protecting us. You are both kind, but misguided, Edmund added dully. It should be obvious enough why she didn't tell you and why she made no attempt to contact me. She likely thought she would get no help from us, not after the way I responded to her confession last night. Likely she expects that only judgment and disfavour are waiting for her at such a juncture, and honesty will only mean her undoing. Sarah said nothing, and neither did Augustus. What, after all, was there to say? Edmund shook his head, trying to clear away the guilt that was building inside him and focus instead on solving the issue at hand. I don't think this man is going to take what Margaret gives him and then leave her be, he said. We have to find her and save her from him. Yes, Sarah said quickly. Her face showed a hint of the hope. We ought to take the note to Lucille and Reginald. Between the two of them, they might recognise the fellow's handwriting. After all, they are better connected than all of us. And if not? If this is simply another ruffian unconnected with the London social scene, then we go to Whitechapel and ask after a carriage and someone matching the description of our dear Maggie, Sarah said, laying a gentle hand on her brother's arm. And we don't, under any circumstances, despair. Chapter 21. The carriage was already there on the corner when Margaret arrived in Whitehall. She drew her horse up alongside the driver and tipped her hat to him solemnly. Is it all right with you if I follow along with my horse? She asked. I will go where you deem necessary, but I think it would be much better if I had a mount to leave the meeting afterwards. The man looked at her and blinked. Clearly confused, he was older, and the white hair fringed his ears like a bear's tufts. Lady, he said slowly after a moment's pause, I don't know what meeting you're talking about. I was just hired to wait here for a Miss Hayward, to pick her up and to take her straight away. That's the only way I get paid. Margaret sighed. Of course, the blackmailer wouldn't make this any easier than it had to be. She winced a little at the term Miss Hayward, a reminder that she could never outstrip her poisoned past. She climbed off her horse and tied the beast to a post outside the courthouse, then, at the driver's behest, loaded up into the back of the carriage. It was dark inside. The curtains drew from the outside rather than the inside, and so once the door of the carriage had been locked behind Margaret, she could not see out and couldn't change her position at all. She was relieved at least that there was no one inside. She was alone with her thoughts, rattling along at what seemed like a tremendous pace. After the 6th turn, Margaret was completely befuddled. She had tried to keep her direction straight, but some of the turns were more shallow than others, and soon she had no idea where she was. After what seemed like ages had passed, she was struck with an idea quite out of the blue, and she went at once to put it into action. First, she cried out for help and, when the driver seemed impervious to such demands, she began pounding against the walls of the carriage and then screaming as though hell itself were on her heels. The driver really must have been just a hired hand, for the carriage stopped at once and Margaret heard him leap down from the step. He unlocked the door and she tumbled out for a moment, feigning an attack. I grew quite ill, she said, sucking in the air and holding her head such that she could subtly examine the world around her for landmarks. I feared I could not breathe. The old man swayed back and forth, uncertain. I'm to bring you on, no matter what. Margaret caught sight of a familiar lane up ahead and the edge of a town sign in the distance. She felt a cold remembrance and, swallowing hard, pretended to gather her wits about her again. Of course, she said, pushing her hair back from her face. I'm so sorry. I feel better. How much longer? Oh, only around the next corner. But you'd best get back inside, my lady. I fear my fee might be dependent on it. Margaret wondered if the gentleman had any idea that he had been hired as something like a kidnapper, but when the carriage was once again rolling along and her vision was obscured, her thoughts went to the landmarks she'd seen. She was in the part of England where she'd heard it rumoured that the estate was situated. She never would have known the house to look at it. She hadn't ever been there before, but she'd heard Rose Hayward speak about Mr. and Mrs. Bailey in days gone by, and she knew that they were in this part of the country. Rose had even talked about that cherry tree lane with the black iron on the sides. The memory of all this was standing up cold and steady against that misgiving Margaret had felt when she'd seen the handwriting on Jude Bailey's name placard at the dance. She'd thought something was familiar about that writing. Now she knew. It was the very writing that had sent her so many threatening notes. What could Jude Bailey possibly want with her? What had she ever done to him? But even as Margaret wondered these things, she knew in her heart that it could have been any manner of things, not the least of which was pure, unadulterated greed. Bailey was a friend of Colborne's in another life. Perhaps he'd taken up the torch to help his friend, with the promise of a monetary payout to support the good deed. She felt sick, and didn't know if it was the facts at hand or the rocking carriage. Thankfully, the ride drew to a close just as quickly as the driver had said, and when the door opened, Margaret found the fresh air refreshing. She climbed tentatively out of the carriage and surveyed the scene before her. The stairs leading up to the house were marble and fine, although not perhaps as elegant as the Lockridge or Whitehall mansion. There was still something quite curated about it all. The doors were heavy oak. There was no name on the house, nothing to distinguish it as a Bailey residence. But looking back down the lane at the cherry trees in the distance, Margaret knew. The driver walked up with her to the door, and when the butler opened up to greet the guests, he was paid at once and dispatched. She was all on her own. "Come right this way, my lady," the butler said most politely, giving no indication at all that he knew something untoward was afoot. Margaret ventured to ask tentatively, "Did Mr. Bailey tell you why it was that he insisted on meeting me here today? Any clue would do." "Mr. Bailey is, unfortunately, out of the house today and will not return until later tomorrow," was the butler's only answer as they turned the corner into the parlour. "Then who am I meeting?" Margaret asked in shocked surprise. "Me, dear," came the voice when she was fully inside the room. A tall, familiar form rose from behind the chair by the fireside, regal and elegant and very familiar. "I wish to meet with you." "Go on then, George." The butler disappeared. "Mrs. Bailey." Margaret's brain scrambled to catch up. At first it seemed impossible, and then it seemed like the most obvious explanation of all. She couldn't believe she'd overlooked it. The writing on Bailey's coat wasn't his own. Of course it wasn't. It was the neat, unintoxicated writing of his wife. The notes were far more even and calculated than Jude Bailey had ever seemed. But why? There was the question. "You ought to see your face," Mrs. Bailey said coldly. She laughed then abruptly, as though she had never laughed before and was trying it on for size. "Rose always said you were a bit of a drag, but this is appalling. I would expect you to show a little surprise at least. You're just standing there staring." Margaret hadn't meant to be so opaque, but she was glad that it was so. She took a step into the room, feeling out the waters. "So, you've been sending me the ransom notes?" "Ransom is such a nasty word. It implies that I've stolen something that you are trying to get back into your possession." "You have, in a way." Margaret felt anger rising now that the blackmailer had a face and a name to match. "You've stolen my history, and you're holding my peace of mind captive." My, aren't we poetic today?" The woman stepped away from Margaret to the window and peered out as though looking for something. "Please, don't be dramatic." We have much to get done before the light falls down over the horizon, and if we're to stay and quarrel about particulars all afternoon, we'll surely miss our opportunity." "To rescue Colborne, you mean?" Margaret snapped. "I wouldn't mind if we drew out the time a bit longer on that front. You know that he manipulates, that he's a murderer at heart, don't you? Why would you want to let a man like that loose on the world?" This seemed to snap Mrs. Bailey out of her casual demeanour, and her expression sharpened into anger. "You know nothing about him. No one ever does. No one understands his genius like I do." There was something in her vehemence that startled Margaret, something that her own lovesick heart recognised in another woman. "You love him." The words sent a chill through her. Mrs. Bailey, who Margaret had only ever seen as a prattling gossip, was suddenly quite deadly serious. "Don't sound so surprised," she said in a deadly voice. "There's quite a lot to love in that man, and if you or the rest of the world can't see it, I can only blame your lack of vision." "Like what?" Margaret didn't want to hear any more about Colborne than she had to, but she thought buying a bit of time would only help better her situation. She took the chance to look about the room. There was no other room of escape, and it was a sparse enough room. The blackmail material would not be here. "I was only a girl when I first met him," the other woman said. She looked almost girlish when she said it. Some of the waspish expression eased from her face, and she looked almost yearning, but there was nothing of innocence there in her gaze. "He was so tall and handsome and bright. I thought he could have done anything. I really did." "But he couldn't do anything, could he?" Margaret said coldly. "Is this my story or yours? You Haywards are all so dreadfully selfish." Mrs. Bailey pursed her lips in annoyance. "Anyway, we were in love. He cared for me as I cared for him. But then the whole dreadful affair happened and he lost his fortune." Margaret, who doubted seriously that Jerome cared for this woman the way that she claimed he did, after all, she'd seen how cold and heartless Jerome could be, none the less held her tongue. They were getting to the good part of the story. "When my father found out that he'd lost his fortune, he told me that I couldn't be with him any longer. Our courtship was cast away, and we were separated forever. Instead, my father arranged a marriage with Jude Bailey." The woman sniffed and put her nose in the air. "You may have noticed, but my husband is an utter fool and a lout. It's everything that I can do just to keep from telling him so every minute of the day. I told my father I would rather die than marry another, but in the end, I was as much of a sellout as any of them." "It doesn't sound like you had much choice in the matter," Margaret said slowly. She told herself that she was only trying to make her case seem more sympathetic to her captor, but in truth, she felt a small amount of sadness for the woman who had been separated from the one she loved, even if the one she loved was a villain. "Don't pity me," the other woman said stiffly. "I am taking matters into my own hands now. I languished long enough in the lap of luxury, doing nothing, but when I heard what had happened to Jerome, what you did to Jerome, I knew that it was time to act. He'd left a bit of a contingency plan with me before this whole business began." "The blackmail material?" Margaret filled in dully. "Yes," she confirmed. "At the time, I doubted I would need to use it. Jerome is always so thorough in such matters. He rarely needs assistance. Besides, we rarely spoke, what with my marriage underfoot all the time. When I heard how the matter had transpired, I decided to do away with caution and help Jerome at last." So here was the answer. How a fine woman like Mrs. Bailey could be found scribbling vicious ransom notes to Margaret. All in the name of some twisted sort of love denied. It was a powerful thing, love. It was the same thing that had driven Margaret to secrecy and then to honesty again when it was most painful. It was the same thing that had encouraged her to come all this way in a darkened carriage to the very threshold of the woman who had made her life so miserable. "Don't you see that he's using you?" Margaret asked softly. "He knows that you love him, and he'll use that to his benefit. It's a dangerous thing to be so under the sway of another human being." Mrs. Bailey's face darkened. "If I am under his sway, then he is as much under mine. I don't expect you to know what it is to have a truly remarkable man love you, but that is how it is with Jerome and me. We love each other." She pursed her lips, clearly wearying of this specific branch of conversation. "And that is why," she went on, "I need you to help me with a little escape plan I dreamed up these last few months. I'm afraid there's no way I could go through with it on my own. I need a scapegoat, as it were." A scapegoat? Margaret genuinely didn't understand. "There will be time for questions later," Mrs. Bailey went on. "But for now, we have business to attend to." She walked over to a chest that was sitting just beneath the window. Margaret hadn't noticed the box until now, focused as she was on the matter at hand. But now she looked on it with some interest. It was fine and gilt, possibly one of the finest things in the house. She realised that it must have been something her captor had brought to the Bailey marriage, a carry-over from her childhood. "You need to change your clothes," she said in brief explanation, pulling out a long sky-blue gown and a coordinating cloak that was cream-coloured, with rather pretty trim. "I need you to look quite different in case anyone is searching us out, but I also need you to look quite fine." She nodded at Margaret's curls. "And those will have to be tucked out of sight. They're far too distinctive." Her mind swirling with thoughts of escape, Margaret went through the motions of changing into the new dress behind a screen. The fabric was quite lovely, and the fit was good enough, but the hem was a bit too long and dragged along the ground, rather than hovering a few inches above the surface, as was the current fashion. She tied the cloak around her neck too, and came out so that Mrs. Bailey could inspect her. "Quite fine, actually," the woman said, with an arched eyebrow. "I hadn't dreamed of hoping they would fit that well. Now for your hair." She took out a kerchief and, with swift and sharp movements, pulled Margaret's hair up and out of her eyes. The cloth cut close against her forehead, completely concealing the natural hue of her hair, and over the entire tie, Mrs. Bailey put a wide-brimmed hat. "There, your face will be hidden as well as your hair, but the guards will see that you're a fine lady and will let you through." "Is that your plan?" Margaret almost wanted to laugh, although, as of yet, her sentiments were still too strained and fearful. "You want me to walk right in past the guards in the prison? You want me to just take Jerome out from under their noses? What?" she scoffed. "Do you expect me to just fight them off with my bare fists?" "Have a little creativity, Margaret," Mrs. Bailey said, yawning expansively and twitting at Margaret's hat with her fingers, as though a few arrangements could set it just so in place. "Just because you're a woman doesn't mean you're incapable of knocking open a few prison doors and putting some wayward officers in their place. I would have no idea how to do it. But I do, and that's all that matters." At that moment, Mrs. Bailey presented from her pocket a small iron key. She held it out to Margaret, and when the girl had looked it over without understanding, she explained, "It's a copy of the key to Jerome's cell. I bribed one of the guards to make it for me." Margaret blinked in astonishment. "If you can just bribe one of the guards, why even involve me? You could just bribe this same unruly gentleman to simply look the other way and let Jerome free. This way, the man can point to an outside job at hand, and no suspicion will fall on him. If Jerome were just to suddenly find himself with an unlocked cell, without any outside conspiracy, the prison would surely investigate his guard first and foremost." Mrs. Bailey was beginning to look very impatient. "Now, Are we going to stand here all day sorting out the details of my strategy, or are we going to get to business? Just tell me this, Margaret said softly, turning the intricate metal key in her hand. What are you going to do after he escapes? The gendarmes will be at his door in a moment, and they'll investigate everyone that's close to him. Everyone. She levelled her hard gaze on Mrs. Bailey. Mrs. Bailey smiled and shrugged. I don't care whose door they knock on, she said. We won't be there. We won't even be in England at that point. We'll ransom you away to your pretty friends, or that husband of yours, and then we'll use the money to book passage across the sea to America. It will all be over within a matter of days. You're leaving England, Margaret said softly. You're leaving your husband. Jude Bailey never did much for me, as I've already told you, Mrs. Bailey said with a roll of her eyes. Jerome will have me, even with my history of already being married, and I've heard that America is a fine place to start afresh. She stepped forward then, and for the first time touched Margaret. It was a harsh touch, her fingers curled hard and sharp into the girl's arm. But all that depends on you, and all your livelihood depends on me not releasing the scandal that I know. We've talked long enough. Now is the time for action. Chapter 22. Edmund thought his sister Lucille looked especially pale as she stood by and listened to the telling of the tale. She was sitting beside Reginald, and her thin white fingers were wound around his, as though holding on to a lifeline. And so she's gone now, she said at last. And you believe she's gone to meet this blackmailer? I'm surprised and disappointed that she made no effort to tell me about this. I'm sure we could have helped her. It is just because of your willingness to help that she kept it from you, and all of us, Sarah said kindly. She knew that you would be there in a moment to provide aid, and she didn't want a repeat of what happened last time. What happened last time? Reginald asked with raised eyebrows. Do you mean our successfully apprehending Jerome Colborne and sending him away to prison forever? Do you mean when we learned the truth about Samuel Hayward and his selfish murder of Edgar Lockridge, we could have helped with this as well? Perhaps, Edmund said quietly, his thoughts all for Margaret. But all the same, Maggie knew that the victory was hard won. Lucille, you were kidnapped, and your life was threatened. Reginald, you were crippled severely. Both of you escaped death a bit too narrowly for any of our tastes, and I know that my wife, his voice broke a little on the word, would never do anything to tempt fate in such a matter again. The circle of people, Edmund and his sisters and their husbands, sat in silence for a long moment. When Lucille spoke again, her voice was low and sad. But we didn't help her as much as we thought we did after all, she said. The problem was hidden, but not resolved, like a wound pulsing away under a bandage without anything to stop the bleeding. A look of resolution came into her face. I say, we finish this once and for all. Edmund saw a look of admiration in Reginald's eyes when he turned to his wife. I agree with Lucille. I would like to take greater precautions to keep my wife safe this time around, but other than that, I am happy to proceed apace and root out this second blackmailer and what his motives might be. Do you have the scrap of paper you found in the fire? Lucille asked. Yes. Edmund produced it quickly and laid it out on the table in front of his sister. We brought it in, the hopes that you might recognise the handwriting. You, or your husband, that is. The group bent their head over the piece of paper again, even those who had seen it straining to examine the loops and slopes of the handwriting for anything familiar. Lucille, however, only had to look at it a moment before she stood up and went to her writing desk. She took out a pad of paper upon which had been written the measurements for a gown and the name of a tailor in town. She brought the paper back and laid it down beside the scrap for comparison. They were identical. I thought it looked familiar. She mused quietly. What is that? Sarah asked, snatching the comparison handwriting and reading over the contents quickly. An acquaintance just wrote out the name of her tailor and a few suggestions for gown work the other day, Lucille said. I believe the woman who wrote this blackmail note and the woman who wrote my tailor recommendation are one and the same. Woman? Edmund said the word that he could see on the lips of every other person in the room. We thought. Women can be nefarious too. Lucille tucked the tailor recommendation away and handed the scrap of paper back to Edmund. Your blackmailer is none other than Mrs. Bailey. Edmund could hardly believe it. He leaned back in his chair. Had Margaret known or sensed Mrs. Bailey's involvement when he'd seen her pull away from Jude Bailey at the dance? Or perhaps she'd seen something that made her think he might be involved with her letters. Perhaps she had been just as surprised when she at last met with her blackmailer. Lucille kept her head and, turning to Reginald, pressed his hands in her own. What do you think? She asked. Is there any reason why Jude Bailey and his wife would want to blackmail Margaret? How do you know it's both of them together? Sarah interjected. You did only recognise Mrs. Bailey's handwriting. I only supposed. Wasn't Jude Bailey an acquaintance of Jerome Colborne's before everything went awry? Reginald stood now, walking across to a book that was on the wall. He drew it out, opened it, and then took from within a few loose leaf sheets of paper. I did a bit of research the first time around, when Colborne was blackmailing Margaret, and these are the things that I found on the matter. He passed them around to the group. Edmund took the first in his hand and saw that it was an official document detailing the loss of Jerome Colborne's fortune. The second, passed to him by Sarah when she had finished reading it, was a write-up in one of the gossip rags about Jerome Colborne and a young woman by the name of Lady Mary Stuart being seen around town together in a horse-drawn carriage. Reginald sat back down. I can't think of a reason why Jude Bailey would blackmail Margaret, but I can absolutely think of a reason why his wife would. I don't understand, Sarah said softly, pressing fingers to her head. Mrs. Bailey is Lady Mary Stuart, only 10 years older and far more shrewd. Mary was going steady with Jerome Colborne for a time before his downfall. Reginald tossed another piece of paper in Edmund's direction. It had a news article about Mary Stuart's marriage to Jude Bailey. When he lost his fortune, Lord Stuart forbade the match. Mary ended up with Bailey instead. Edmund felt a cold gnawing in his stomach. This was somehow more frightening to him than the idea of Jude Bailey merely trying to make a bit of extra coin. This was based in raw love and passion, and he didn't trust that kind of unpredictable force to care for his little wife. So this has revenge involved? He asked. Perhaps. Reginald bit his lip. In truth, I don't see how continuing the extortion would cause that much aid. And I don't understand what Margaret could possibly have to offer if she didn't have a fortune to deliver up. He took the papers back from the room and looked over them again. I understood Colborne's anger with me, and even his frustration with Margaret. Why? Sarah interjected. Lucille explained. It was Lord Hayward, Margaret's father, who initially revealed the secret that led to Jerome Colborne's downfall. There was a duel fought when his underhanded dealings were understood at last, and Colborne suffered a blow as a result. You might have seen the edge of the scar on his neck. The collar of his priestly costume hid it when we knew him as the vicar. He bears the scars mentally and physically of Margaret's father's betrayal, and it makes sense that he would then see her as the only living relative upon which to wreak his revenge. Perhaps it makes sense in a twisted, illogical way, Edmund said quietly, but it's not fair to Margaret. Then that's it, Augustus interjected at last. He had been watching and listening quietly from the sidelines until all the opinions and possibilities were revealed. We think the main person to blame is Mrs. Bailey. Based on her previous relationship with our villain, she would probably see it as a perverted sort of justice to see that Margaret was ruined in the public eye as she once was. But what's her endgame? Edmund asked. She surely doesn't think all this will just go away when she has revealed her nature to Margaret. Perhaps she's having someone else meet Margaret, Lucille said hopefully. But everyone in the room, especially Edmund, knew that that was false hope. Mrs. Bailey meant to ruin Margaret, and if she didn't get her way, she would need Margaret out of the picture. Edmund stood. "We have to go to the Bailey mansion now," he said stiffly. "I don't want to sit any longer debating about the reasons behind a villain's motives, or the history that should make me feel sympathetic towards her pleas." "I'm not saying that we should be sympathetic," Reginald began, but it was Augustus who cut him off and took matters into his own hands. "We will go now." Lucille and Sarah stood as well, but Reginald held up his hand kindly. "Will you two stay here with Letty and send word back to your home, Sarah, in case Margaret should return there? I think it would be best if you are out of the line of fire this time around, and in the event that Margaret returns and needs immediate assistance, she will not be alone." "I want to be with you." Lucille came and laid a hand on Reginald's arm. "I know, love," he said so quietly that Edmund almost couldn't hear it. Then he leaned forward and said something in a low tone to her. She smiled weakly. "If you insist," she answered, and stepped back. This tender moment tore at Edmund's heart. He thought about his own wife, lost somewhere in the countryside of England, with nothing and nobody to lean on. He wondered if she was frightened, if she'd given up hope, or if she'd been tricked into some further act by the elusive Mrs. Bailey. He just wanted to be near her again, his arms locked around her slim form, her gentle kindness and bright wit at his disposal once again. They walked quickly outside and opted to take their individual horses rather than slow themselves with the lumbering weight of a carriage. "When we find Margaret, she can ride back with Edmund," Reginald said crisply. "When we find Margaret, not if." It was a kindness for him to say it, but the distinction haunted Edmund as they turned out of the drive and made their way at a stiff clip onto the street beyond, and then towards Whitechapel, and beyond that, the Bailey's residence in the country. "Please hold on, Maggie," he thought to himself. The light was fading into dusk when the three riders turned down the Cherry Lane, the Bailey mansion in view. There was a crisp, cold wind picking up in the distance. It whistled over the moor and chased the three men up the stairs of the residence, nipping at their heels. The butler answered on the third knock, his face a mask of confusion that there would be three strange travellers outside his door on such a blustery night. "What is this all about?" the man asked. "We demand to see the Baileys at once," Edmund said firmly. The butler shifted in the doorway, clearly uncomfortable with what was being asked of him. "I'm afraid that this is all a bit untoward," he said, clearing his throat and standing so that his body blocked entrance into the home. "Perhaps you could find an inn in town and then return in the morning." "Our mission cannot wait until the morning," Edmund said, stepping forward again, so that now he and the butler were standing almost nose to nose, only the edge of the door blocking their conversation. "I demand that you step aside." "I am not accustomed to responding favourably when treated in such an abominable fashion," the butler went on in a cold, stiff tone. "If you do not take yourself back to the village at once, I will be forced to call the footman and throw you out summarily. Consider this your last warning." Reginald pulled Edmund back and stepped forward. His voice was calm and soft, like honey. "Our sincerest apologies, good sir. You are doing your job quite well under the circumstances, and I would like to commend you on the neat way you are protecting your master's interests. That being said, I need to tell you the reason for this man's anxiety. A woman's life is at stake, and the difference between a tragedy and a reunion lies quite heavily on our ability to speak to whoever is at home, at once. The butler's eyes narrowed, but this more diplomatic approach seemed to be having a good effect on the gentleman. At last, he stepped back, letting the three pass into the warmth of the inner hall. "You may see Mr. Bailey," he said, "but I'm not promising anything. He's not disposed to this kind of interruption on a night that is so dark and dangerous. He may look unwell on you appearing askance in his living area." "We shall take that under advisement," Edmund said dryly. Reginald waited until the butler had turned and was leading them down the hall before kicking him lightly with the side of his boot. "Manners will get us through these first gates faster than cruelty," he said under his breath. "There will be ample time later for the throwing about of your anger and your fear. For now, keep silent if you can't keep your cool." Edmund nodded, chastised, and went along behind the butler, past the parlour and the dining area, to a small study adjacent to the library. Jude Bailey was sitting inside, his legs up on an ottoman, a cup of scotch in one hand and a book in the other. The sight of him fueled something sharp and dark in Edmund's chest, and before he could think better of it, he stepped into the room, Reginald and Augustus flanking him on either side, and called out, "Jude Bailey, where is my wife?" Chapter 23. The carriage ride to the prison was longer than Margaret had expected, and this time she had the unfortunate company of a rather shrill-sounding Mrs. Bailey. Mary, her name was. This fact, along with a slew of information Margaret had really never wanted to know, came out in a tumble of conversation as they wound their way towards the prison. It seemed that, with the prospect of her lover's freedom near at hand, Mary Bailey was feeling a bit more amiable. She wanted to talk about everything that had passed between her and Jerome Colborne, about all her time watching and planning this crime she was so proud of, even about Margaret. "So, do you like marriage?" she asked lightly, about halfway through the journey. Margaret was taken aback. She asked the question as though she and Margaret were sitting politely over tea in one of their fine parlours, chatting about life and the gossip of the town. "I haven't had much time to enjoy it," Margaret answered feebly. She would rather have sat in utter silence so she could gather her wits about her and think what to do. She still held out hope that somehow, despite the insanity of the plan at hand, she could escape this woman and save her reputation before having to help Jerome escape. She didn't like the sound of their plan, fugitives to America, and her still held for ransom until they could pay her wage. It was all a bit hectic, a bit too much like the drama involving Lucille and Reginald. Unpredictable people in a bad situation trying to make the best of it, people getting hurt. I know, Mary was saying, waving her hands as though Margaret's complaints were meaningless. "Your new marriage was ruined by my little blackmail note. Is that what you're going to say? Oh, dearie, you forget that I too was married to a man out of convenience. So I know better than anyone how truly grateful you must be at this moment to be getting a bit of space away from that gentleman. Men are so dull, aren't they? Not my Jerome, of course, but the other boring men of London who all do the exact same thing and never have any imagination whatsoever. They all think if they buy you a new dress and say a few sweet things, you'll be theirs forever." Margaret thought of the beautiful yellow gown Edmund had purchased for her and felt a pang of longing for him. "Edmund's not like that," she said quietly. "He's good and kind, and I think he's an honourable man." Mary sighed as though Margaret's words were an utter disappointment to her. "People are always talking about men being honourable, but that's not really a trait I look for in a man. Clearly." I want someone who has a bit of adventure in them, and that particular kind of cleverness that puts other people on their heads. I always loved it when Jerome would twist my father up in knots during their arguments. He could make the smartest person in the world seem like an idiot. What a charming quality! And father, he hated it. Do you know that I always thought, in my heart of hearts, that was the real reason why he didn't want me to marry Jerome? He used the money as an excuse, but it was really all about his genius. Father didn't like feeling inferior. I think a truly remarkable man doesn't have to make others feel inferior to feel good about himself, Margaret said. This time, her veiled insult seemed to penetrate Mary's running commentary about her life and her lost love. She sniffed and levelled an angry glance in Margaret's direction. If you only knew how ridiculous your posturing always seems, and how much I seriously doubt your motives are as pure as you make them out to be. She tossed her head, pulling her bonnet down a bit more firmly over her well-curated curls. Well, you're about to get your comeuppance, Miss Margaret. It's Lady Huxley now. Margaret wondered to herself where all this surprising hubris was coming from. Then she realised, since she'd married Edmund, she'd been living like a thief, waiting to be discovered for her polluted history and her wrongdoing, feeling that every kindness was undeserved, every act of gentility meant for a better woman. But now, finally, she felt some of that guilt sloughing off of her. Mary Bailey had orchestrated this to torment her and to get Jerome Colborne free. Margaret could either continue to sit paralysed by her own shame and misgivings, or she could step up to the task at hand and show Mary Bailey that she hadn't, after all, succeeded in crushing Margaret's spirit. "Aren't we proud?" was all the other woman said, before looking back out the window in silence. When they finally pulled up to the stone walls of the prison, Mary leaned out and told her driver to pull around towards the side door and park there, just within reach but not too close to arouse suspicion. "Thank you for your services," she said, handing the older man a bag of coin and waving him away. "Take a rented cart home. We'll be driving this one on our own." "Two ladies?" the man asked, a little too incredulously. "How will you manage it?" "I'll have you know, I'm quite a hand at driving a cart," Mary answered indignantly, but when she and Margaret were walking away from the man, she added under her breath, "And we won't be two ladies when we come back, will we?" At the front door of the prison, Mary pushed Margaret ahead to do the talking. She'd gone over a script of sorts in the carriage, quizzing Margaret on what she would say given certain questions and situations, all the while holding the possibility of the blackmail leaking to the press over Margaret's head. Margaret cleared her throat, fighting a wave of nausea that always accompanied lying for her, and faced the guard at the gate square on. "I'm here to see my betrothed," she said, hating even the thought of being tied to such a man. "Jerome Colborne." "That one has a lass?" The guard turned and asked the question to another guard standing just behind them. The other man, out of view, laughed. "There's someone for everyone," he said. "And who's this lady?" the first man ventured, nodding at Mary. "A friend." Margaret feigned a tear, putting a hand to her eye and letting the gloved finger disguise for a moment her discomfort. "She wants to support me in this trying time. You'll only be able to speak to him for a moment," the guard said, consulting a pad of paper on his desk. "Looks like your Jerome is a bit of a troublemaker and hasn't earned very many privileges." Margaret nodded, feeling cold and clammy with the task to be done now upon her. She folded her hands in front of her to keep from shaking and risked a look over at Mary. The other woman's already pale and drawn face looked even stiffer with focus, and what might have been, in a more innocent countenance, genuine fear. The guard led the two women through the main outer courtyard. The weather had turned colder as the evening set in, and Margaret was glad the prison walls ran high enough to protect her from the blast. Still, the chill seemed to be settling into her very bones. There were piles of hay in the corner with a cart beside them, a small wooden stage in the centre that could only be for official executions, and a group of indentured servants at one end, all dressed in the same dark wool, digging some sort of trench along one wall with a man standing beside them to oversee that the work was done correctly. At the far end of the lot, there was a low door, too low to go through without ducking. But duck they all did. Margaret came up last, with Mary somehow having snuck through first, and the guard leading the way. Inside the prison was much more contained than the outside had been. The smells were rank, a mixture of mildew and human waste, along with the cold, dripping atmosphere that always seems to accompany dark cellars that haven't recently been exposed to the light. There were no cells here in this first part of the prison, just a series of empty rooms, and then, at the branching of the halls, a man in a clerical costume with a candle lit and a blank book and inkwell before him. "Who do we have here?" the man asked, narrowing his eyes at the two ladies. "Visiting hours were yesterday." "Aye," the guard nodded, "but this here is Jerome Colborne's lady, and I think that the warden would hold with us letting her in for a visit. He did promise to be forthcoming if we could arrange for her to come and speak with him." Forthcoming. So they had Jerome in this place for more than just prevention. They needed information out of him. Margaret felt an even deeper jab of guilt, but she thought of Edmund and pressed on. If she could just do this one thing, then her past would leave her behind forever. At the end of the second hall, there was a flight of stairs going up and down. The trio turned and went down, leaving all natural light behind completely, and moving downwards into even more dripping damp and dark. The whole way was lit with lanterns now. Mary turned around, letting the guard get a bit further away, and, under the pretence of giving Margaret a place in front of her, whispered, "Who deserves to be shut away in such a dark and terrifying place?" "Murderers," Margaret answered back, her voice still low and quiet. She knew she shouldn't mock Mary, but it felt good all the same to stand up for herself. Mary curled her fingers into Margaret's arm. "Don't forget why we came here, witch." Margaret sucked in her breath, from the pain, but also to mock her tormentor. "Oh, we ought to be careful about our sailor language if we're going to escape detection in this dungeon." Mary looked furious, but released her captive, and the two continued on in silence. The guard took the women below to where the ground levelled across mouldering stones, and then stopped near a heavy wooden door. He pulled back a panel in the door, and there were iron bars within. On the other side of the bars, a figure sat on a stool in the corner. "You've got 5 minutes. No funny business." The guard stepped only one minuscule movement away, enough to signify that he would be listening to every word of their conversation. The figure in the corner of the cell stood and walked stiffly over to the bars. As he drew near, Margaret fought the urge to scream, to ask the guard for help, to reveal the entire plot. She couldn't see any more the fine vicar who'd spent 2 years on their estate, the man who'd fooled all of London into thinking he was an innocent and honest man. No, she could only see the madman holding Lucille at gunpoint in Margaret's own living room, shouting insults at Reginald. Jerome drew forward and slipped his arms through the bars, leaning his weight against them. His sandy hair was loose and long. The red scar seemed brighter on his neck, and now Margaret could see where it disappeared into the loose collar of his throat. How far down his torso did the duelling wound extend? Jerome's eyes flitted ever so briefly to Mary, and then came back to rest sharp and hawk-like on Margaret's face. "I'm surprised you came," he began viciously. But before he could blow their cover, Mary interjected. "Your lass," she said significantly. wouldn't be satisfied until we'd seen you. Understanding, Jerome nodded and plastered a sickening smile on his gaunt features. Well, surprise or not, I'm pleased, he lied through his teeth. I am only sad that it took so long to lay a glance on your delicate face again. Margaret felt dizzy. She reached forward with the key concealed in the palm of her hand. The guard saw the motion. "What's this? Now?" he asked sharply. Margaret turned, grateful that the dim lantern light might hide the fearful, pale pallor of her skin. "I only wanted to touch him," she said, surprised by the own level sound of her voice. "It's been so long." The guard looked suspicious still, but seemed to think that there could come no harm in a light touch while he was looking on so astutely. He couldn't have been more wrong. Margaret laid her hand gently on Jerome's, hating the feeling of his skin beneath hers. She felt his fingers widen ever so slightly to allow the key to drop through from her palm to his hand, and then the fingers closed again, and she knew it was hidden from view. Mary had made her practice the trick again and again on their trip in the carriage. It had paid off. Margaret drew back, unable to tear away her eyes from Jerome's face. He looked so triumphant and so hungry, like a hound that had finally smelled out the scent of a helpless fox. "Sir," Mary said to the guard brightly, "would you hold my hand a moment? I'm afraid I've gotten a pebble in my shoe and I can't fish it out without a bit of support." Margaret looked at Mary in confusion. She'd thought that the delivering of the key would be the end of this entire fiasco. For a brief moment she thought Mary might actually have an injury, but then, by the time her mind had caught up to the facts at hand, she heard the soft click of the door unlocking behind her, and felt Jerome's tall, strong presence at her side. He crossed the room in 2 long strides, and knocked the guard over the head with a brick. Margaret cried out, but Mary covered her mouth at once with a hand and hissed at her to be quiet. "We're not killing him, idiot," she whispered into Margaret's ear, "just taking him out of the game for a bit." Jerome turned around, walking past Margaret as though he hadn't even seen her and catching Mary Bailey around the waist. He bent down and kissed her quickly, fiercely. Margaret blushed to see such a bold action and looked away. "I knew you'd come through, love," Jerome said, his voice hoarse from months of being locked up in such a dank place. "And not a moment too soon. Good thinking to get the key, but even better, thinking to fetch us a scapegoat." Margaret shivered as she watched Jerome tie a gag around the poor guard's mouth and then drag the man by his armpits back into the cell. He locked the door and tossed the key away. "Why are you doing this to me?" Margaret asked then, when he turned around to stare at her in the dark hallway. "I know why she's doing it. She has some misguided idea that you love her. But why do you insist on tormenting me?" Jerome leaned in so that she could smell his foul breath. "Little lovey, it's really tragic to see how undereducated girls are these days. They're hardly taught to use their own heads. If you had been given such an education, you would have learned long ago that it was your father, Miss Hayward, who gave up the secret that ruined my life. Sure, that Lord Crowan had a part in it, but so did your father. I won't be happy until you both burn." There was something in the way he said it that told Margaret the cold truth she'd been trying to ignore this whole time. "You're going to send the story into the paper anyway," she said through icy lips. "Even though I did everything you said, even though you had your little woman here torture me for the past few months, you never meant to let me free of my past." "My dear, I've only taught you a valuable lesson. We are never truly free of our past, and if anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying to you." Jerome pulled Mary in close under one shoulder. She looked up at him with bright, adoring eyes. It made Margaret sick. "As soon as we're safely away, I plan to send a letter to the newspapers with proof of your true parentage." Margaret leapt up, then, and made for the door. She would scream, she would alert the prison. He'd just removed the last reason she had to serve him and the little woman by his side. But in the next instant, she felt hands dragging her back and a thick hand over her mouth. "Not so fast, little lady!" Mary thought of this too. She felt the sharp prick of a knife between her ribs, and then something cold and hard slipped into her hand. It was a revolver. "You're going to walk out holding our Miss Mary at gunpoint. Don't worry, she won't be in any danger. I wouldn't give you a loaded gun, would I? And you're going to act as though you're taking her hostage. That way we'll keep her name clear, and the full blame of the situation will fall upon you." "And if I don't do that?" Margaret asked breathlessly. "Then I'll stick you like a pig." He twisted the knife so that the point scraped against her side. "And I'm already in here, so it's no loss to me. Only a loss to you and your little Edmund. Understand?" After a long, miserable pause, Margaret nodded. "I understand." The tip of the knife was sharp and stiff in her ribs, and it jarred ever so slightly forward, so that she took an involuntary step into Mrs. Bailey. "Hold that gun up," Jerome said sharply, "and make it look like you mean it. I don't want anyone underestimating the new Lady Huxley now, do I?" Margaret swallowed hard and shifted the gun in her hands. It felt cold and foreign, and if Margaret hadn't been so terrified, she would have been tempted to laugh at the idiocy of it all. Little Margaret Hayward, who had always hated her father's hunts and the idea of anyone hurting any living creature, now marching alongside cold killers like Jerome and Mrs. Bailey out of a prison at gunpoint. "No one will believe it," she said stiffly. "Even if I do get the weapon just right, they'll still wonder why Lady Huxley would ever do such a thing, what the motivation would be." "I think I'll place my bets on the cold, hard truth being readily apparent to the eyes of all the guards and prisoners," Jerome said coolly, adding afterwards, "and I'll let the philosophers and journalists try to guess what would have driven it to you in the end." This last comment frightened Margaret more than anything up until this point, for there was something fatalistic about the way Jerome intoned "the end," as though he was saying that it would indeed be left to others to explain Margaret's last moment, as though she would have no way of explaining them herself. She gripped the handle of the gun, wishing she'd had some training so she could know if the barrel really was empty, as Jerome and Mrs. Bailey claimed, and then held it up to the back of Mrs. Bailey's neck, her finger on the trigger. "Right then," she said quietly. "Best get walking." They wound their way out of the corridor along the quiet way that they had come, walking silently, paying no attention to the calls and muffled sounds from prisoners behind closed doors on every side. They were so unimpeded, in fact, that Margaret allowed herself to hope for a foolish few minutes that they would be able to slip out of the prison entirely unnoticed. Then, as they rounded the last corner and ducked through the little door into the courtyard outside, their luck changed. There was a small group of guards taking their lunch break only a few paces away, and when the group saw Jerome, they leapt to their feet. "Please!" Mrs. Bailey, who had until now crept along quietly in front of Margaret's revolver, shrieked now as though she was quite suddenly dangling over a great abyss. "Please, you must help me. I don't know what's gotten into her. She just turned on me and—" Margaret heard a catch in the other woman's voice and looked in surprise to see that Mrs. Bailey's wan little face was now streaked with tears. "And you'll shrink to see what they've done to the guard." Now was Margaret's moment. She could feel the eyes of all the guards on her, could see their hands straining at their swords, the click of the revolvers pulling up and into order. She wondered desperately what would happen if she were to just throw the revolver down and explain the whole thing, yell loudly for everyone to apprehend Jerome and to take Mrs. Bailey also. But as the thought crossed her mind, She felt the twisting of the sharp metal in her side and knew in an instant from the accompanying stab of pain that the dagger had at last cut her flesh. "Careful, Colborne," she thought bitterly. "If I start bleeding, they might think this is under duress." But for all her inner bravado, Margaret couldn't escape the image of Edmund, after everything that had occurred, finding her dead in the courtyard of a prison, trying to sort through the whole story without her there to defend herself, tearful. Would he be tearful? She had to know, and the only way to find out was to survive this most recent development. She swallowed hard, forced what she hoped was a grim expression, and pulled back the hammer on the pistol. It clicked back, poised and ready, and the sound echoed through the now silent prison yard. "I don't know how you gentlemen think this is going to end," she said quietly, surprised at her own calmness. She looked from face to face in the yard, trying to remember all those scandalous pirate books her cousin Rose had handed her when they were children. "But allow me to explain. I have nothing left to lose here, and I intend to get out of these walls alive. You may be wondering why I'm doing what I'm doing. What's happened to make a lady like myself so vicious? But you're wasting your energy. The fact is that I am vicious, and anything that would make me so must have been something very desperate. Now that you know my motivation is strong enough..." She shoved the barrel hard against Mrs. Bailey's head, and wondered if it was her imagination that the other woman winced in real fear. "You will perhaps respect my next statement. You will let me and my partner pass out the front gate, and you will allow us to walk unhindered down the street. If you fail in either of these tasks, I shall kill this fair lady." There was a gasp from one of the younger guards. The taller of the group, who also appeared to hold some superior rank from the medals on his uniform, cleared his throat. "You're outnumbered. Let's say I'm counting on the fact that the brains of a woman like Mrs. Bailey would be bad press spattered across the walls of your prison." Margaret was cringing inwardly at her own words, wondering what could have possessed her to speak so crudely, but at the same moment she saw that her little performance had exactly the right dose of shock value. The soldiers were shrinking, stepping back, moving aside, and though fingers were still hovering near triggers and hands still heavy around the hilts of swords, a way had opened. Margaret hesitated, and Jerome's knife was in her ribs yet again. She stumbled forward. "Good choice, gentlemen." The gate opened, something that Margaret had hardly expected, and in a moment she was out in the street. Behind the trio, she could hear a rustling of feet and the assembly of a team to track them down, along with calls to arms and preparations, but she knew that the watchers from the wall would wait until she and Jerome and Mrs. Bailey were safely out of sight to be assured of Mrs. Bailey's safety. "It's all ridiculous," she said under her breath as they continued the grand charade. "You could have held me hostage openly. I'm sure it would have all been much more believable." "Ah, don't sell yourself short, wench," Jerome said crudely. "You gave a stirring performance back there, and I like the idea of the Huxley name being further tarnished instead of Mrs. Bailey's good person. That way, her idiot of a husband won't be onto us until we're well on the way to America." At the front of the carriage, Jerome opened the door and waved the two women inside. Mrs. Bailey climbed in at once, but Margaret stayed, shaking for a moment, outside the carriage. "Get in," Jerome said darkly, taking the gun from her. "They'll be after us now, and we haven't much time to waste now that you've aided and abetted a criminal." Even with this black spot on her conscience, Margaret couldn't help thinking she would be received with at least a measured attempt at understanding her situation if she were to take off now towards the prison, calling for help. She looked that way, and Jerome seemed to perceive her expression. He tapped the gun lightly. "It was loaded all along, you know," he said with a sly little smile. He tilted the piece forward so she could see the powder traces she'd missed before. You were this close to being the saviour in there, if you'd only known the power you possessed. As it is, now I have both weapons, and you, miss, will get into the carriage. Margaret turned, shaking, and with one last glimpse of the hurried calls and preparations taking place at the prison, slunk into the carriage. Jerome climbed on at the front, threw a cloak around his shoulders, and sent the team off at a tremendous pace down the street, headed out of the city. Margaret looked across at Mrs. Bailey with a sad smile. "Why won't you let me go?" she said quietly. "I did what you asked." "Oh, I don't think my Jerome is so easily satisfied," the other woman answered coolly, turning her face towards the open road. Chapter 24. Jude Bailey's face was a mask of poorly hidden fury. He stepped back from the men flanking him. "What do you mean, accosting me again about your wife, young man? Do you think it not enough that you should stalk a man to his place of private amusement, that you should attack him in dark alleys and beat him up? I allowed your previous behaviour to go unpunished, but I assure you this trespassing at all hours shall be rewarded with prosecution at the best, and an outright duel of arms if necessary." Edmund turned and looked at Reginald, who in turn raised an eyebrow in his direction. "Back alley, Lord Huxley." Edmund tightened his jaw. "It was clearly as necessary now as it was then, and so I will not have you judging my decisions on the subject." He turned back to Jude Bailey. "I want to know where my wife is." "Heaven knows I have not laid eyes on Lady Huxley," Jude answered back sharply. "But if she is missing, why would you insist on coming here, to a place where you and she have never much bothered to visit, to accuse me?" Edmund was prepared to attack the man then and there, but as usual, Reginald's cooler mind prevailed. He held up his hand to Edmund and turned soft eyes on the man in front of them. "Can you tell me, then, where your wife is?" Jude Bailey blinked for a moment, then shrugged. "She has gone to Perth." "Perth? Why?" "To visit a friend." The man waved his hands as though the mere matter of a wife's social calendar was beyond the interest of any man. "She left a few hours ago, according to our butler, but I'm afraid I didn't see her myself. I am only recently returned from business." "How long will she be gone?" "A week or two." "A week or two. Do you not know for certain, man?" Now Reginald's smile was faltering, and his manner was beginning to fray at the edge as Edmund's had done earlier. "It is not my responsibility to keep up with Mrs. Bailey at all times. She has friends. She has acquaintances I do not know about, just as I have acquaintances she is unfamiliar with. It is of no trouble to me. I think the more time we can spend apart, the stronger our marriage will be." He gave a coarse little laugh at this last comment, as though he was merely swapping pleasantries at the club or denigrating at the gambling den Edmund had found him in before. It rankled Edmund, but there was something of truth in the man's voice. He turned and caught Reginald's eye, and the tall man answered by bowing slightly and clearing his throat. "Mr. Bailey, I can see that our appearance here has been rather abrupt, and I would like to make amends for that in some part by explaining our purpose. However, I think it would be best if you sat down, and if we three men were to take a position of respectfulness in your parlour here, rather than taking places around the ring as though we were prepared to take to our fists." "That's all right with me, I'm sure," Jude answered haughtily. He turned to the side and sat abruptly in a high-backed chair. "Although I ought to throw you out on your heels after the way you've talked to me. No man deserves to be attacked in his own house and in back alleyways, accused of all manner of things one minute and then imposed upon for tea the next. But nevertheless, The man called for some tea and port, and when he had settled himself with the following, turned his attention to his impatient guests. Augustus sat on the edge of his seat, as though his broad, bear-like bulk could not fully fit into the small settee allotted him. Reginald sat straight with his cane over one knee, and Edmund, after sitting for only a few moments, stood and began pacing in the background. There was nothing Reginald could do to make him sit again. At every moment that he tried, Edmund's mind was only filled with images of Margaret in danger, and then again he would stand and make his way prowling about the room again, as though by eating up the space of rug between the seated men in the fireside would somehow diminish the distance between him and his wife. "Sir," Reginald began calmly, taking the self-appointed role of speaker for the situation, "we are aware somewhat of your wife's history. Before she was Mrs. Bailey, she was Lady Mary Stuart, was she not? If you're objecting to her dropping the title for our wedding," Jude Bailey said sharply, "I would invite you to look about you at the elegant life she has found for herself. Our marriage was nothing but gain for her, and if it meant becoming one of the landed gentry, rather than a woman with a title and little property, then I know she was more than willing to acquiesce. We are not here to speak about your wife's prospects, or the political advantages of your marriage," Reginald said quickly, before they waded even deeper into the weeds. "No. In fact, I am here to talk about the leanings of Lady Mary Stuart's heart before she ever considered Jude Bailey." "You're known for being rather shocking, Crowan," Bailey said sharply. "But this is a bit over the top, don't you think? Sentimentalising about childish romances in my parlour." Reginald sighed inaudibly and pressed on. "Here is the matter at hand. However, I don't know how familiar you were with the engagement that was called off shortly before your wedding. The engagement between the woman that is now your wife and the man Jerome Colborne." "Oh, that old chap." Jude waved his hand dismissively and took a swig of port. "Yes, I knew of him. But what possible reason could you have to bring him into this conversation? After all, he was a nothing, a nobody. Yes, he had a bit of land and popularity at one point, but when the truth was learned about his business dealings and heritage, he was ruined. There was not even any real competition with the poor fellow by the time I came on the scene. Lord Stuart wouldn't have heard of his wife going to that man. Lord Stuart may have recovered from Jerome Colborne's charms quickly enough, but the female heart is far more loyal," Reginald said calmly. But Edmund saw his eyes sharpen and realised he was on guard for the other man's reaction. It came quick and hot, like Bailey's infamous temper. "If you're implying that man still has some sort of claims on my wife's heart," he roared, "I wouldn't venture it if I were you. I've never even heard her speak his name." "There are some that would say that was damning enough evidence," Augustus interjected. "But I don't wish to argue that point with you at present. Your marriage is, for the most part, your business. It only overlaps with our interests at a single point. Lady Huxley, formerly Miss Hayward, has run into this fellow Colborne before over a matter of a bit of blackmail. The villain was holding something over her head, and it got quite dangerous for a bit before we apprehended him and sent him to prison." Jude's face showed, for the first time, genuine confusion and just a touch of interest. "Well," he said slowly, "if the man is in prison, why do my wife's infatuation or your Lady Huxley's blackmail factor in this conversation? Truly they are both matters of the past." "I fear not," Reginald said quietly, and he ran his long, vulpine fingers along the head of the cane. "It seems that our Lady Huxley has been recently suffering from blackmail again. This time at the hands of an associate of Colborne's, a mysterious person who did not sign their notes but sent copious amounts, someone who would have Colborne's interests at heart even after all this time. Then, today, this same Lady Huxley went missing." We found a request that she meet her blackmailer in a nearby town. We followed her here." "You think it was me?" Jude Bailey gasped. "You've accused me of a lot, but this is—" "Preposterous," Reginald said quickly. "Yes, we see that now, but I'm afraid we had to be certain you weren't involved." He looked over at Edmund and nodded. "Would you mind taking a look at some of the letters that were received in case you recognise the handwriting?" Edmund was amazed that Reginald's voice was so calm, so unassuming, as though this step was just another formality, instead of the linchpin on which would turn the next phase of their investigation. He stepped forward and handed a few of the letters to Jude Bailey, who, though not necessarily agreeing to give a statement one way or the other, nevertheless opened the letters and began to scan them carefully. As he read, his expression quickly changed, paled, and then grew long and drawn. He was such a frivolous man, a man given to finding all others preposterous, and only his own interests important, and yet here, with the evidence of his wife's misdeeds before him, he looked almost sombre. When he had finished, he laid the sheets aside. "What are you playing at? How did you get these?" Edmund lowered his head. "They were sent to my wife." For a moment he thought that Jude Bailey would deny everything, would throw them out as he'd originally intended, but then the man looked up with stricken face and said quietly, "Why would she do this?" "So, it is your wife's writing, after all." Reginald stood and nodded to Augustus. "I hope you will understand, then, if my friend and I here enlist the help of your servants to track down the blackmail and any evidence we might find of your wife's whereabouts. I only hope that we can reach her in time." Jude Bailey put up little resistance. He shrugged like a man in a daze. Edmund moved to follow his two brothers-in-law, but Reginald put a hand up and nodded towards Bailey. "Augustus and I will have eyes enough, Lord Huxley. I think it best if you turn your attention to our new friend here, answer any questions he might have." Edmund didn't want to sit with the man who had lived so close to his wife's tormentor without knowing what was happening, but he could see the wisdom in Reginald's words. After all, they had the man's help and tolerance at present. But who knew how his mind might change if left alone? Edmund nodded and sat down at last across from Jude, while the other men left in search of the blackmail material. The man sitting across from him looked smaller, somehow, than he ever had, uncertain. Edmund wondered to himself whether or not it was possible that this man actually loved his wife. Though he couldn't see that heartsick quality, he knew that betrayal in any form was difficult. It was Bailey who finally broke the silence with his same unanswered question from before. Why would she do this? Edmund cleared his throat. "Colborne was badly hurt by my wife's father, Lord Hayward, and by the man you just met, Lord Crowan, when he was a much younger man. It was the reason that he lost a chance at your wife's hand. That explains why the man would do what he did, but it doesn't explain my wife's actions." Edmund felt out of his depth, but he tried to draw from the desolation he'd felt when he'd discovered that his own Margaret had lied to him about her past and the foundation behind their marriage. "Sometimes it's hard to escape the past," he said quietly. "Perhaps your wife meant to move on, meant to leave this Colborne fellow behind forever, but in the end, she couldn't shake him off." "Mary's not a victim," Jude said, inadvertently using his wife's Christian name in his distress. "She's careful and calculating. If she did this, it was because she wanted to do it. And if she did it so successfully, it is because she was planning it." He gave a harsh little laugh. "You must be glad to find you were somewhat right after all in attacking me in the alleyway. It was a Bailey who plagued your little woman." "I will not be glad until Margaret is safely with me again," Edmund answered honestly. He didn't feel equipped to allay this man's fears as well as his own. "Do you think Mrs. Bailey would hurt her?" No, Jude said quickly. Then, a moment later, and in a different tone, I don't know. Edmund felt another stab of fear. Tell me what changed your mind just then. Jude stood then, and walked to the drink cart near at hand. All his former bravado and condescending manner had disappeared. Now he looked tired and a little old. He uncorked the port and poured himself a monstrous glass, swirling the liquid before taking a great gulp and wincing as the liquid rushed down his throat. I suppose this is all going to go public then, the great Bailey name brought down by that witch of a woman. Edmund didn't know whether the witch being referred to was Jude's wife or Margaret, but wasn't about to be taken away from the subject at hand. You didn't answer me. What do you think your wife is capable of, Bailey? Could we refrain from calling her my wife at present? The man cried suddenly. Then he turned, and in a sudden burst of passion, hurled his tumbler still half full with port into the flames of the fireplace. There was a burst of fire accompanying the sudden fuel, and Edmund's hand moved instinctively to the dagger on his belt. Jude walked over to the scene of his destruction and leaned on the mantel, all the energy drained again from his face. I'm sorry, he said dully. Pardon my ungracious action. Edmund was losing patience. He wondered where Reginald and Augustus were, and how their search was coming on. He stood and walked to the mantelpiece, looking grimly upon the languid man standing so wearily there. I don't mean to seem ungracious myself, he said coldly, but I'm afraid now is not the time to indulge in personal distraction and disappointment. Doubtless you wish you hadn't hitched your lands and wealth to a woman as treacherous as your wife, but what is done is done. Now you have the chance at least to save a life. Do you think Mrs. Bailey would hurt my Margaret? Jude turned cold, distant eyes on Edmund. Yes, he said after an agonizing pause. Yes, I do. And I don't think she would feel any regret whatsoever. If it would aid her and further her own agenda, I think she'd do anything in her power, regardless of moral implications. Edmund took a step backwards, his spine turned to ice at the confirmation of his worst fears. Then we have to find them, he said softly. We have to find them now. Hold up, lad, Reginald said, coming into the room at that moment with Augustus close on his heels. We've searched Mrs. Bailey's rooms, and the study and library both. It's of course possible that the blackmail is hidden somewhere obscure, but by my deductions it's not here. I think she would have kept it on her person so she could use it at a moment's notice. If I know Mary, Jude interjected dully, she's already sent it in. As soon as she gets what she wants, she has no motivation to keep such juicy details to herself. Edmund turned and frowned at him. What do you mean? What she wants? Margaret wasn't able to pay anything, that much is certain. But Mary wanted her here, didn't she? Jude shrugged. And she came. I don't know why she would have wanted her, but now that she has what she wants, she can release the blackmail without repercussions. Reginald nodded grimly. It is a good thought. We found no evidence of where Mrs. Bailey might have taken Margaret, but it seems safe to try for Perth, since that is where she claimed she was going. She might have lied, Edmund said, stating the obvious. Yes, but clever liars keep the facts as close as they can manage to the truth, Reginald said. Edmund knew he was speaking from experience. I'm going to ride back to the city, Reginald went on, surprising Edmund. No, don't look so surprised, Lord Huxley. I will send Lord Whitehall ahead with you to Perth, and you may continue with the physical search for our dear Lady Huxley. I will go back and try to use what influence I can to stave off this story in the papers, at least until we can find Mrs. Bailey. Edmund looked at his friend a little sadly. You're going to pick up your old mantle, trading secrets. How will Lucille like that? I will handle an argument with Lucille, Reginald said a little wearily, but I think in the end she would prefer for me to help her friend. When you arrive in Perth, send me a post alerting me of what you find and where you plan to go next, a trail to follow if I handle the business in the city and manage to join you. Edmund nodded, glad that they at least had a point of action. He turned to go, but Jude Bailey's voice stopped him in his tracks at the door. Wait! The three men turned around. Jude was still standing, drawn and haggard by the mantle. If you find her, he said quietly, tell her not to come home. Edmund nodded and walked silently outside. When he reached the horses tethered at the bottom of the stairs, he turned to Reginald, who had already mounted his horse. That's the difference between me and that man, he said crisply. It doesn't matter what Margaret does. She will always be able to come home. No, Reginald said. That's the difference between Margaret and Mrs. Endesi. Bailey. Margaret would never do what Mrs. Bailey has done. He turned and spurred his horse away, leaving Edmund to continue onward to Perth. Chapter 25. Reginald rode straight home, forcing his poor horse to eat up the miles with hardly a break along the way, eager to get the unpleasant business of explanations to Lucille out of the way. He leapt from his horse at the foot of the stairs leading up to his house and handed the reins to a livery boy who came out to meet him. Have a fresh one ready in 20, he said, bounding up the steps 2 at a time. Inside, he turned to the butler with a weak smile. Where is Lady Crowan? The drawing room, sir, with Lady Whitehall. Please have her, and her alone. Meet me in the breakfasting room. Reginald went and stood in the empty quiet. He hadn't long to wait, for in a moment Lucille was in the doorway, her fair hair under a kerchief, a bit of colour on her cheek. We were painting with the children, she said with a shrug of explanation. You're back early. Is everything all right? We've confirmed Mrs. Bailey's guilt in the affair, as well as Mr. Bailey's innocence, Reginald said quietly. However, we have reason to believe that Mrs. Bailey has malicious intent to harm Margaret, and so Augustus and your brother have ridden on to Perth in search of her. And you? Lucille came forward and set a hand gently on her husband's sleeve. I would have thought you would have gone with him at any cost. Not quite any cost. I think my talents would be better used here. Reginald waited. If there was anything he could count on, it was Lucille's ability to read into a situation and intuit the truth quickly. Her face went from quiet concern to suspicious worry. No, she said softly. Reginald, you promised me you would leave all the secret trading behind. It's for the good of everyone. I won't do any more than is necessary, he said. I just want to buy Margaret a bit more time. Give her name a bit of rest while we unravel the truth of this matter. Lucille let her hand fall on her husband's arm and turned her back on him, walking to the window to look out on the gardens beyond. She looked so small and delicate. She had been underestimated often in her life, but Reginald knew better. He knew the rods of iron in that slight little back, the set of her face that meant she would not relent. Just the same, he knew her heart of kindness, and he knew that it was her weak spot. He walked over and slipped his arms around her from behind, cradling her close. My love, he said softly into her hair, you know that I will be careful, and I won't cause additional trouble. There's no one for it but I, and Edmund needs to be at Margaret's side, and he needs to be moving about, not juggling the intellectual battlefield. And you know Augustus is better suited for matters of brawn than deception. She was silent, but he could feel a tremor in her shoulders, and knew, almost before he caught sight of her reflection in the window, that tears were crawling down her cheeks. I don't want you to get hurt again, Reginald, she said quietly. I know. She turned suddenly and put her hands on his forearms, turning her chin up to his gaze. "No, I'm not sure that you do," she said. "I don't know what I would do without you, and I know that you will always put yourself in the role of hero, even if it threatens your safety." "I'm not so selfless as all that," he said with a wink. She didn't smile. Instead, she let her hand drop to the cane he now leaned upon, the support he would forever carry after his last act of selflessness. He looked down at it and shrugged. "Well, be assured if you aren't in the equation, I will be less tempted to selfless, heroic acts." "You will do this, no matter what I say," she pleaded. "No," he said at last, his voice quiet. "But I know you well enough to know that you will not ask me not to do this. You know it's our best chance at handling the battle on this front." She looked back at him, her face almost angry now that she saw he had triumphed. "Go then," she said quietly, letting her head fall forward against his chest. "With your blessing," he prodded, putting his hand against the feather-soft down of her white blonde hair. "With my blessing," she said quietly, so quietly that he almost couldn't hear it. "But hurry back." He rode first for the Herald. It would be the most likely place that the blackmail would be sent, but to be certain of multiple copies, he would have to check the Times and the Prattler as well. The Herald offices were familiar to Reginald from his time-trading secrets and all the blackmail he himself had wielded before he met Lucille. He climbed off his horse and strode up the steps with some difficulty, leaning heavily on his cane as he went. The secretary at the front desk stood, gave a stiff little bow, and had him sit in the waiting room. "Lord Crowan," he said quietly. "It's been some time since we've seen you." "I thought old Palmer might have missed me," Reginald said with a casual smile, acting as though this was an everyday concern, not a matter of serious reputation as the truth dictated. "Send him out, would you? Or I can wander on back myself." "We don't often allow people in the back rooms these days," the young man said. "We've had trouble with missing material in that way, and I know that Mr. Palmer wouldn't want a repeat of some of the thefts that have happened recently." Reginald hid a smile. He knew that Sarah Lockridge, now Lady Whitehall, had been behind at least one of those rumoured thefts. "Of course," he said with a smile. "Show me to your dear editor's office then, and I will have my conversation in a private place where no thievery can occur." The man disappeared briefly and then reappeared with a grim smile on his face. "Mr. Palmer will see you now." Reginald followed the secretary back down the hall and into a well-lit office, hung round with book-laden shelves and tapestries. Mr. Palmer sat behind his desk, a bit rotund and balding, with a pile of new print waiting to be edited at his fingertips. He looked up in Reginald's direction with a sharp smile. "Ah, my old friend has returned. Everyone told me Lord Crowan had retired from mischief, but I knew so much good information. Gathering could not really be put to waste. It would be too great of a pity, too cold for the universe. What have you for me today? And please don't tell me it's one of those things that you want a moratorium of silence on. You weary me with those old games." "It's not about what I bring to the table today," Reginald said quietly. "It's about what you can offer me." "Is that so?" Palmer leaned back, his beady eyes glinting hungrily. He had always been able to smell a scandal a mile away. "What is it, then? You have some information you want to buy from me, or you have some silence you wish to obtain. You know the latter is far more expensive." "Something like that." Reginald looked around the room with his sharp eye peeled for anything out of order. Then he looked back at the editor. He was watching for something specific in the man's gaze, something telltale that would give away some hint of what he knew. But there was no gloating in the man's face. Not yet, at least. He would have known about Margaret's connection to the Lockridge name and therefore to the Crowan name. He would have given it away in an instant if he already knew. "I heard you were injured, old chap," Mr. Palmer went on with his usual abruptness. He peered over the desk at Reginald's leg. "A gunshot, if I'm not mistaken. One of my best-selling issues when I get to talk about a disgraced nobleman like Colborne gunning down an elegant man such as yourself, in the presence of a lady no less. I think that gunshots are story enough, without the presence of a lady being mentioned in the press," Reginald said coldly. "Are you still hot under the collar about all that?" Mr. Palmer said with a garish wink. "You used to work with us. Now you're so much above us that you can't even bear to have a conversation without looking suspiciously about the room. It's hard for a man to stand, I must say." "Could we do away with the pleasantries?" Reginald snapped. "Yes, you and I have quite the history, but I'm here to speak with you about a matter that requires a bit of common decency from you. I don't know how much I might be expected to rely on you for such a thing." At that moment, there was a little rap at the door, and in walked the secretary again with a tray upon which sat a pile of letters. "The post, sir." Reginald saw it atop the pile as the tray sailed past, and though he tried to keep his cool, he knew with certainty what that handwriting signified. It was Mrs. Bailey's hand. He ought to have known as much after studying the blackmail letters so intently, and he had no doubt about what the letter contained. He reached out and snatched the letter as the tray passed. The secretary stopped in his tracks in confusion, and the light of a hunter came on in Mr. Palmer's eyes. "So that's it, is it?" he asked with a curved grin. "You're out to keep me from deciphering some dark history of yours." Reginald took the note and slid it into his coat pocket. "Now, I'm sorry, but I simply can't have that," Mr. Palmer said coldly. "You've just come onto my personal property and stolen a bit of post directed to me. My man here saw it, same as I, and unless you hand it over, I will be forced to call the constable." Reginald set his chin. "Perhaps we can reach some agreement." "I doubt it. My interest is now piqued." The editor turned languidly to the secretary. "Please send for the constabulary at once." The man bowed and moved to leave. Reginald could feel the tension in the air, and he knew that now was just the sort of moment one had to wait out in a game of cards. The sort of moment where one person thought they had all the power and would only second-guess themselves if the other remained calm. He didn't move a muscle, just let the secretary walk out of the room, let the door close, and held Palmer's gaze. He saw the flicker of misgiving just in time. Mr. Palmer stood. "What are you offering?" Reginald still didn't move. He might have been away from the game for a long time, but he hadn't forgotten the tricks. Palmer wavered for a moment more, and then walked to the door and leaned out into the hallway. He called out to the secretary in a muffled voice, but Reginald heard him cancelling the request for a constable. Then the editor came back and sat down behind the desk. "I can send for them at a moment's notice." Reginald still didn't move, only blinked once, slowly. "What are you willing to offer, then?" Ah, the great editor, always able to stand above others and laugh at the foibles he printed, could always be counted on to be as corrupt as the men he daily maligned. Reginald reached silently into his coat pocket, but instead of producing the letter, he produced a thick wad of banknotes and slid it quietly across the table. Mr. Palmer looked at it calmly, flipped through it, and then raised his eyebrows. "I'm even more curious about what's in that letter." Reginald stood, then, and bowed. "And I have paid you to put your curiosity away. Can I be assured that I will hear no more from you on the subject?" "You can be assured you will hear no more about that letter, but I'm sure another will come my way, And then what should I do? Reginald had no intention of keeping up this payout forever, but he knew that he needed to buy time. He shrugged. If you call for me and deliver it unopened, then we can talk about a similar arrangement. But if you don't, or I see that it has been read in any way, we will not have any more business. He turned and limped to the door. You're a good Samaritan now, I see, Mr. Palmer said. His face flushed a little in response to Reginald's imperious tone, but still having to bribe. Underhanded dealings. You ought to run with a better crowd, Crowan. I appreciate your input. And I hope you have other papers on your visiting list today. The editor smiled cruelly. You know what will happen if you don't get to them before the letter reaches them. If the story breaks, it's free game again. And trust me, I won't be considering your feelings in the matter. Truly? Reginald retorted dryly. But you're always so kind and attentive to the feelings of all mankind. He turned and left, the letter tucked firmly into his pocket. He forced himself to proceed carefully down the front steps to the horse, just in case Mr. Palmer was watching from behind. But when he mounted the horse at last and rounded the corner, he took off for the Times at top speed, praying that he would not be too late. Chapter 26. Margaret awoke, stiff and cold and uncertain where she was. A short way outside the prison, Jerome had halted the carriage and unloaded her and Mrs. Bailey into another nearby cart. Then, after a short time in the cart, they switched to a second carriage driven by a coachman. Mrs. Bailey handled the reservation, so Jerome's face was hidden, and Margaret was kept at gunpoint out of sight. It was a clever little arrangement, she had to admit, switching carriages every so often, so tracking would be that much more difficult for the police. Difficult, or, as her sinking heart told her, impossible. She didn't know how they would find her after all this, and she hadn't meant to fall asleep on top of that. She'd meant to keep her head and try to determine where she was, but now here she was, waking up in the pitch black, Jerome and Mrs. Bailey's eyes glowing at her across the carriage. She unloaded, the carriage man was paid and sent on, and Mrs. Bailey went to rent a room in the building in front of them, while Jerome hurried Margaret through the side entrance. "Where are we?" Margaret asked, weary and aching from all the adventure, and then the harsh travel conditions. "I don't recognise it." "I don't know that it says much about a place if Lady Huxley doesn't recognise it," Jerome said harshly, dragging her through the door and then shoving the barrel of the pistol into her side again to remind her to remain quiet. "It's not as though you are particularly well travelled." Margaret winced. The pistol was needling the very place where he'd cut her deeply at the prison. She hadn't bandaged the wound, but she assumed it was mostly surface injury. There was a bit of blood spotting through the skirt of her dress, but nothing else, and she hoped it had clotted over in time. The two stood together in silence in the dimly lit hall until a slim form appeared at the end of the hall, feather bobbing on her hat. Mrs. Bailey. She raised her arm and motioned them after her, and the three snuck up the side stairway to the room she'd rented. It was a fine enough room, well furnished, with a fire already burning in the hearth, but there was no window in sight. Mrs. Bailey yawned and threw herself on the bed. "I told them to send up some stew," she said with a pretty pout, "although I'm sure I could eat a cow." "So ladylike," Margaret said dryly. "Be respectful." Jerome tossed her into the room, and dragging in their shared valise, shut the door firmly and holstered the pistol on his hip. "You'll sit down on a chair there by the fireside where we can see you. Then I expect you to put on your best behaviour when the maid appears with our dinner." "Or what?" Margaret asked wearily. "Or you'll kill me. That threat is wearing a bit thin." "Or I'll kill her," Jerome amended, as easily as if he were updating her on the weather. "And the sad thing is, my pretty, Another body added to the count won't harm my conscience in the least." Margaret swallowed hard, drew her hands into her lap, and waited in silence. Dinner came on a tray, and the servant set it down in the corner of the room with a little bob and curtsy. "How long will you be in Perth?" she asked cheerily, clearly just making conversation, with no idea what a tremendous bit of information she'd just delivered to Margaret. Jerome forced a smile, annoyance leaking out into his expression. "We haven't decided." "Friends or family?" the maid went on, stoking up the fire and casting a sunny smile in Margaret's direction. Margaret smiled back shakily, thinking about the pistol on Jerome's hip and the threat this girl was so blithely ignorant of. She knew, as did Jerome and Mrs. Bailey, that it would be too great of a scandal for a nice little inn to have an unmarried couple sharing rooms. Mrs. Bailey gave a weak little giggle and went over to pick at the food on the tray. "Family!" she twittered inanely. "That's my sister, and this is my husband." The girl frowned and then relaxed into a smile. Well, the rules about family resemblance do seem so lax these days. Sometimes you pass people on the street you would never think were siblings. She turned and left, closing the door behind her with a finality that echoed in Margaret's heart. Jerome waited until the door had closed and then gave a derisive snort. "I wish you had tried something," he said with a sinister glint in his eye. That little wench needed a bit of threatening. Margaret stared back at him with frustration in her heart and wished that she could wither him up with her gaze. "She didn't do anything to you." "Not a criterion for me disliking a person," he said flippantly, walking over to the food and pushing it about with a fork. "Want something to eat?" Margaret swallowed hard and turned her face back to the flames. "I'm afraid I have no appetite at present." "Don't be imperious. It's no matter to me if you starve yourself," Jerome said, taking a bit of the stew and wrinkling his face in a frown. "Not that you're missing anything. I say, Mary, the prison slop was better than this rot." Margaret winced at his callous language. She had remembered him as such a smooth-spoken and elegant vicar, a gentleman, and yet here he was, speaking as though he'd been raised on the Bowery his entire life. It was as though his speech had finally caught up with the hardness of his heart and his actions. At that moment she caught the glint of a knife on the platter of food. She cleared her throat and tried to sound casual. "Perhaps you're right. I ought not to be picky. Not when I should be happy to get any food I can lay my hands on." She didn't even attempt to rise, just looked over in the direction of tray. "May I have some after all?" "She waits until I deem it inedible," Jerome said with a roll of his eyes. "Well, it's no skin off my back if our princess gets a bit of rubbish for dinner." He nodded towards Margaret. "Go ahead then. Get your food quickly." Was it really going to be that easy? Margaret stood and walked slowly over. "Aren't you two going to eat anything?" she asked tentatively. "How kind of you," Mrs. Bailey said dryly, breaking off a piece of the dense bread and then spitting it out just as quickly. She turned to Jerome. "I simply can't do it. This is the most atrocious thing I've ever eaten." "We could go out." He had turned away to the window and he called Mrs. Bailey to his side. "Do you see anything out there you'd settle for?" "Honestly," she answered wanly, "I'd settle for a pub at this point." It was her chance. Margaret reached down and, in one deft movement, slipped the knife up inside her sleeve. It pricked her forearm, but was otherwise well hidden. And just in time. Jerome was already turning back around, surveying her with a suspicious eye. "We'll have to tie her up." Mrs. Bailey shrugged, as though Margaret's fate was of entirely no interest to her. So, tie her up. In the end, Margaret was only able to eat a few bites of the rather foul stew before she was trussed up at the chair only a few paces from the fireside. Jerome tied each of her ankles to a leg of the chair, and then her hands were tied together behind the back. Margaret was desperately afraid during this last bit that her captor would find the knife squirreled away in her sleeve. But the most it featured was a slight slicing into her arms when he tightened the rope against her wrists. The final feature was a gag wrapped tightly round her mouth and tied behind. Margaret protested this loudly, but in the end she was bound tightly and left alone. The hours crawled by. As soon as the door had closed, Margaret had begun straining at her knots and trying to slide the knife out of her sleeve, but she soon realised that it was pinioned inside by the ropes and the intensity of her woolen dress. She could shift it not a whit downwards, and only succeeded in further slicing the inner skin of her arms. She stopped at last, weary and tired and frustrated, finding it hard to breathe with the gag, and overwhelmingly hot so near the fire. The clock wound wearily around, and the hours passed. Margaret was mildly surprised. It was early morning now, and Mrs. Bailey had not returned with Jerome. She didn't even want to think about what business they had got into, or what their plans were for her when they returned. It was all so nightmarish, shocking, and confusing. If only the knife could be wiggled down beyond her wrist, then it came to her so late that she could have kicked herself for not thinking of it sooner. The knife didn't have to go down her wrist the way it had gone in. She took the handle with the heel of her palms and pushed hard and fast away from her body, ripping through the fabric of her sleeve. Then she twisted and writhed her hands until her fingers had seized the end of the blade. It cut her when she first touched it too roughly, but then she repositioned herself and, with a great jerk, pulled the knife free. It tumbled through the air and clattered on the ground out of reach. This, however, did not discourage Margaret. She had at many points during the last hour considered how much easier the whole affair would have been if she'd just left the knife on the platter, knocked it to the ground, and then leaned her chair over. Now she had only one step to complete. Preparing herself for the inevitable pain, she rocked violently to the right and absorbed the majority of the fall on her right shoulder and arm. Wincing, laying still, tied to the chair on her side, she wiggled backwards until she felt the cool handle of the knife. Now she was at last glad of the sharpness that had wounded her before, and she managed to twist her fingers so that the blade was against the bounds on her wrists. Little, short, impossibly frustrating cuts they were, but she made progress, and after what seemed like years, the rope fell from her wrists. She jerked her arms free, wincing at the pain of blood rushing to her bruised right arm, and then quickly sliced off the binds at her ankles and the gag about her mouth. There was no time to waste. She could see strands of morning light now, filtering in through the curtains. She went to the window and looked out into the street below. It was still early, and there was no one to be seen. Perhaps she had been granted a bit of good luck after all. She thought back on all her motivations up until this point: protecting her reputation, protecting Edmund, hiding her fallen history from Edmund's judgment, but now she had a motivation that was invigorating in an entirely new way. Run or die. She made for the door. It was locked, but this was the easiest hurdle of all to overcome. Margaret remembered what Lucille had told her about the old, plain locks in country homes, and hoped desperately that this inn was behind the times. She inserted the tip of the knife in the keyhole and wiggled it until she felt a bar to press against. It moved with a satisfying, life-giving click out of the way, and suddenly she was turning the handle and stepping out into freedom. But it wasn't freedom. There, on the other side of the door, holding their key in a momentary shock of surprise, were Mrs. Bailey and Jerome Colborne. Their shock lasted only a split second, however, and Jerome lunged forward to seize Margaret. Knowing this was likely her last chance without a gag, Margaret screamed for help. The sound was sharp, but short-lived, for, in a moment, Jerome's hand was over her mouth so hard and fierce that it blocked air to her nose too, in a dizzying attempt at suffocation, and he was throwing her back against the wall, cursing her ingenuity. The knife clattered from her fingers, and Margaret felt the panic of being unable to breathe. She fought furiously, kicking and clawing towards freedom. It had been so close, so horribly close. "Tie up the little wench," he cried to Mrs. Bailey, who hurried forward at once with the bonds that had been sliced earlier, desperately trying to piece together a large enough piece. "Never mind that," Jerome growled fiercely. "Fetch the pistol." In that moment, Margaret saw they had a guest. It was just a split second that she stood in the doorway, the sweet little maid from the day before, holding a water pitcher that she had likely been commissioned to bring up to the room. Margaret had no idea if it was her brief scream that had alerted the girl, or if the poor thing had just stumbled upon this scene unawares. But she could think only one thing: run, little rabbit, run now. Jerome turned, though, catching sight of the girl. His brow darkened. "Wait," he said quickly, but he was too late. The girl took off down the hall, running fast. Jerome looked for a moment, as though he meant to follow her, and Margaret's vision clouded with the dark imaginings of what he would do now that he had been crossed. But in the end, practicality seemed to win out. He turned back, cocking the pistol against Margaret's head. "You're more trouble than you're worth." His voice was low, cold, and dangerously fed up. "If I were you, I wouldn't give me another reason to be rid of you." "What are we going to do?" Mrs. Bailey whimpered, sounding for the first time to be a bit off her normal, prideful confidence. "You know that the girl will tell someone what she saw." "We were tying Lady Huxley up, for heaven's sake." "We'll go outside of town today," Jerome said. Margaret wondered if it was false confidence the man was exuding, if he could feel the net closing around him. "We'll camp outside Perth. The woods are thick there, and they'll think we would have continued on to another town or some such nonsense. Constables never think to look in the most obvious place. We'll stay there until things blow over, and then we'll move on with our plan." He looked crisply over at Mrs. Bailey. "Did you write up a ransom note yet?" "I don't want to let anyone on to my escape if I can help it." She nodded. "I did, but I wasn't sure you wanted to use it." "Best post it now, to that husband of hers. It will be good insurance for him to know who we have languishing in our possession." He turned eyes slanted with fury back in Margaret's direction and pulled his hand back from her mouth. She gasped, her eyes watering for want of air. "You couldn't just stay put, could you?" She sucked in the sweet oxygen. "I'm not going to sit here and be murdered." She expected some sort of retort, but the silent smile Jerome answered her with was far more chilling. Chapter 27. Edmund and Augustus rode straight through until midday, when they stopped at a pub for a bite to eat and to switch out their lathered horses. "I don't want to linger," Edmund said in agitation. His mind was on the slim form of Margaret Hayward, his thoughts twisted in worry for her safety. "I'm not very hungry." Augustus put a hand on his shoulder and looked at him with an almost fatherly concern. "I know you're worried, but no good will come of you driving yourself into the ground. You'll want to keep up your strength for when it comes to handling the situation." Edmund pursed his lips in annoyance, but he wasn't about to waste time arguing about such a short thing when he could just as soon eat a quick meal and be back on the road. He moved inside after Augustus, and they took a table near the door. The server arrived and, with a bow, slid 2 pints across the table. "And a meal, gentlemen." "What do you have?" "Mutton and potatoes." "Perfect. Bring 2. Augustus waited until the man was gone and then pushed the pints away. There's no need for libations, not when we have something so important to which we ought to devote our attentions. Of course. Edmund nodded and turned to look at the rest of the room. There were 2 other tables with people and a pair of constables catching a bite to eat at the bar. They were in uniform still, but clearly off duty for the night. They were across the room, but speaking loudly enough that it was easy enough to eavesdrop without being too noticeable. I don't know what's true if we don't deserve a bit to eat after the day we've had, the first said. And yet I know that old Mullins would have our heads in a minute if he saw us stopping to rest before we'd apprehended the fellow. The second shrugged. It's really none of our concern that they lost the chap. After all, if we'd been on duty, we would never have allowed him to slip through our fingers. How hard can it be? Keep a door closed and locked. Slip food through every once in a while. Edmund caught Augustus's eye and nodded ever so slightly in the direction of the conversation. Augustus responded with a calm, slow smile that showed he'd already been listening. The conversation persisted as the constables each ate, their hats perched side by side atop the bar. I heard it was a woman that did it. They're still trying to track down who it was. She'd a kerchief over her hair and was holding another woman at gunpoint, but I heard she might be someone rather important in London circles. Edmund's hand froze in its jittery movement against his knee. He turned his eyes again to Augustus, who now was sitting with equal solemnity, his ear turned intently to the conversation. The suspicion planted in the 2 men was now quite awfully confirmed by the second constable. Is that what you just now heard? That it was a woman in important London circles? Good heavens, man, you should have been assigned to my district earlier today, for I've had the whole scoop on the affair for hours now. It wasn't just any woman, it was the new Lady Huxley, that fine, pompous woman who married the little Lockridge lad, and she was holding another woman hostage. It was all very vulgar. Edmund caught his breath and tried to stand. He wanted to show the crass man what the little Lockridge lad could do with a crisp fist and passion-fueled swing at the face. But Augustus caught his arm and gave a quick shake of his head. It was warning enough, and Edmund kept his temper, sitting back down and listening to hear what more they could learn. Augustus, when he saw Edmund quite situated, stood and walked over to the bar. He leaned against it with his hat tipped down low over his face and greeted the men in a low voice. "Gentlemen, how are you this evening?" The first constable looked up quickly with a wrinkle in his forehead. Well enough. "I couldn't help overhearing what you were speaking about just now," Augustus went on in an even tone. "I happen to be a relative of this Lady Huxley, a bit removed but interested nonetheless. And I'm curious, do you know who she was holding at gunpoint during this little prison break and who she was breaking out?" "Yes," the constable answered. The second man put his hand on the first man's arm, but the first man shrugged it off. "Oh, come now. You can't expect the rest of the world to be as uninformed as you. Why, I suspect the whole story will be in the papers by tomorrow morning." He turned back to Augustus. She was holding a Mrs. Bailey at gunpoint and smuggling out the great criminal Jerome Colborne just behind her. "We have to go now." Edmund stood outside the livery, stamping his feet in the chilling air. "We don't have any longer to wait." "Well, we have to wait for the horses, unless you would like to take off on foot and have me catch up to you in a few minutes," Augustus said evenly. "You must keep your head about this, Edmund. I know that it is startling, but you have to remember that whatever you fear, your Margaret is an even-headed lass. I don't think that she would do something like this without having her hand forced." "Don't you think I know that?" Edmund turned to his friend with agony in his heart. "I know with confidence that Margaret would never break that man out of prison unless she had been forced to do so. Isn't it all clear to you now? What could Margaret offer her blackmailer if she didn't have any money? Colborne's freedom, of course. She was to participate in this caper of sorts to keep the silence, and now she's in their grasp. Augustus nodded slowly. I know that frightens you, he said quietly. But it's a clue, at least. If Jerome wanted to escape prison, he would need to run to avoid being caught. And if he wanted to avoid being caught longer than a few months, he would need to leave the country. The truth began to dawn on Edmund, and he nodded slowly. He would need a port. Perth is on the River Tay, and if he escaped to Scotland and then hid out there until a ship came through, he could conceivably leave forever. And go where? Augustus looked down at his hands. Edmund nodded, his head feeling clearer than it ever had. We would have no way of knowing. We have to reach Perth before the villain makes off with her. The streets of Perth were narrow and slanted every which way like haphazard building blocks. Edmund and Augustus rode quietly between the houses. Everywhere they rode, Edmund looked around for some sign of Margaret, but he knew that she would not be simply sitting on the corner or calling for help. He followed Augustus's plan to start, ride for the post, see if anything had been wired from Reginald, and then they would start the search down Main Street. The post office was nearly closed when they arrived. The attendant was just flipping the sign on the door, but Edmund stuck his boot in the opening to keep it from closing. Please, sir, he said quietly. Please allow me to check your files and see if anything was sent ahead of us by post. Our riders from England came early this morning, the man said. If you're truly expecting them to have passed you so completely in the night, I think you're wishing a bit much. Edmund nodded and stepped back, but before the postman closed the door, he said softly, No, unless you're a fine gentleman named Lord Huxley, I've nothing to say to you. The boot went back in the door. Edmund cleared his throat. Actually, he said quickly, I am Lord Huxley. What is it that you have to say to me, then? The post office attendant looked genuinely surprised. He blinked. Are you sure, sir? I've had this letter for a full day now, and it wasn't brought by post. It was just left here with Lord Huxley's name on it. Edmund felt a mixture of horror and eagerness build inside of him. He had a feeling that letter wasn't from Reginald. It is I assure you. I do not know how this gentleman could have known where I was going to be. It wasn't a gentleman, sir. It was a lady. Now he was certain. Mrs. Bailey had been here. She had preempted his search, and she had left a clue. But what sort of clue remained to be seen? Please give me the letter. The postmaster bustled behind the desk and found a small, neat missive written on what appeared to be borrowed paper from some sort of inn. There was a little mark at the bottom of the page, the sort that some inns used to keep up how many sheets had been given to each customer. It was a minuscule R, with the number 3 inscribed beside. Thank you, Edmund said, adding casually, Do you have any inns in the area? Quite a few, sir. Any with the letter R in the name? The man frowned. No, oh wait, the Gold Ring, I suppose, although most people just call it the Gold. But the inn itself, Edmund reasoned, would perhaps use an R as their inscription. He stepped outside quickly and ripped open the letter as he walked. Where are we going? Augustus asked, looping the horse reins around his fist and jogging to keep up. I think an inn, Edmund said, scanning the paper. See if you can find me some place called the Gold Ring. While Augustus looked, Edmund read. The note was written in the same distinctive handwriting, and it was painfully short and to the point. You've finally found us. If you've reached us by the date at the bottom of the letter, there's a chance for your little princess. Drop off the following amount in the wooden box on the bridge leading west from town. There's only one, so you shouldn't miss it. If you do this, your precious girl will be returned to the same bridge by daybreak." Augustus read it too, his brow wrinkling in worry. "I wouldn't trust it," he said. "They're desperate, though. They must need money for passage." He looked kindly at Edmund. "You needn't worry, though. The sum is large, but not insurmountable by any means. I'm more interested in what else the letter tells us," Edmund said, tucking it away and striding more quickly down the street. "And what's that, pray tell?" "It tells us that she's here." The Gold Ring was a neat enough-looking establishment on the far side of town, a brick, sprawling inn, with stables and a swinging sign in the shape of a ring, with a little tin shepherd nestled in a crook smoking a pipe. It would have been quaint under other circumstances, but to Edmund it looked like a prison. He walked inside. It was dimly lit, mostly illuminated by the fire in a dusky fireplace, and there was only a single plump woman sitting behind the counter. Augustus stayed outside to tend to the horses, so Edmund approached the woman alone. "Madam," he said respectfully, bowing his head, "I come inquiring after the welfare of a certain woman I am hoping passed this way." "We're a moral establishment," the woman snapped without looking up. "If you're accusing us of harbouring your wife and her lover—" "Most assuredly not," Edmund snapped, horrified at the idea of Margaret being caught in such a compromising situation. "It is my wife that I seek, but she would not have been entangled in any sort of— what I mean to say is—" The woman looked up now, interested at all this stammering. "An Englishman, I see," she said, appraising him with an even eye, "and a gentleman at that. How fortunate we are here. Are you looking for a room?" "No, I'm not looking for a room," he said, somewhat exasperated. "I'm looking for my wife. I think she might have passed through here with another man and a woman, perhaps under duress." Quite abruptly, the plump woman stood, abandoning her post, and disappeared behind a swinging door to the left of her position. Just when Edmund had made up his mind to follow her and determine the reason for her cryptic behaviour, the doors opened again, and this time the woman was returning with a slim, white-faced lass at her side. The girl looked to be younger than Margaret, wide-eyed and a little frightened. She gave a quick curtsy. "This here is Nance, sir." The plump woman sat abruptly down and waved at Nance as though to encourage the girl's tongue to unhinge. "Tell him what you saw, Nance." Nance, poor lass, seemed quite frightened. Edmund thought of Margaret's kindness and tried to put the girl at ease as she would have done. "Nance, I don't know who you've seen or what you know, but I will tell you something of myself, in the hopes that it will encourage your honesty. I married a young woman named Margaret, about this tall, brown, curling hair, large eyes and a kind heart, some months ago. She was, I believe, kidnapped or otherwise held by a tall, fair-haired man with a scar and a tall woman with a sharp and unkind demeanour. They possibly resided here." He held out the note, concealing the words but showing the inscription in the corner, "or at least I am hoping this is a clue." "That's our paper, all right," the woman grumbled, "but we mark out the numbers when we give it to guests." "They must have stolen it." "It's not the only thing they stole," Edmund said, trying to stay calm. He turned his attention back to the girl. "I can only imagine you are surprised at all of this, Miss Nance, but if there is anything you remember, even the smallest detail, it might be helpful." The girl swallowed hard, looking at the paper. When she spoke, her voice was feather soft. "I saw her." Edmund's heart leapt. "Truly, how are you sure?" "With the man and the woman. And the man was attacking her, trying to keep her from running away. I went for help, but—" Tears welled in the young girl's eyes. "When I came back, they were gone. People didn't believe me, but I assure you it was true." Edmund blinked away the rage that threatened at the image of Jerome attacking Margaret. Instead, he smiled at the girl kindly. "You've helped very much," he said. "When did you see all this?" "This very morning." They had time, perhaps. He nodded and turned to the plump woman. "This girl is telling the truth. She has done her best to stop a crime, and you would do well to reward her by believing in her sincerity." The woman looked somewhat sober and asked tentatively, "Do you know what has happened to your wife, sir?" "No," Edmund said crisply, "but I'm about to." He met Augustus outside. The sun was already sinking in the sky, the light draining from the cobbled streets. "They were here just this morning," he said firmly. He felt that all the frantic, scattered fears had condensed into a single, strong purpose. He set his jaw towards the west. "But they left. I think after they wrote the note. They were discovered trying to keep Margaret from escaping. Brave girl that she is, and I think they had to split town because of it. I don't even know if they will hold up their end of the ransom note now, but either way, I'm sure they had to go a town over at least to escape the watchful eyes." "Where?" Augustus looked up at the grim sky. "It's getting dark, Edmund. We ought to consider a rest." "I'm not sure, but I imagine they'd go further towards the sea. Maybe Rind? Newburgh?" Edmund followed Augustus's gaze. "I know that we ought to stop and rest. I know that we're literally standing in front of an inn now, but she's so close. I can feel her." He softened his tone. "Imagine if it was Sarah. Please. It's like she's calling for me, and I can't turn down her plea." Augustus sighed. "I don't have to imagine. I know what it is to have someone you love in jeopardy. We can continue on, but I vote we rest somewhere along the way, even if it's under the stars, so that we're rested come morning." Edmund agreed, and they climbed back on their weary horses to trek along to the east, leaving the Western Bridge and the hope of ransom behind them for the present. Edmund prayed that it was the right decision. Chapter 28. The pair walked on foot, abandoning their telltale carriage and horses at present, and cutting down to a single valise of possessions, pushing Margaret in front of them as they went. They cut along the woods through the day, keeping close to the river but skirting small towns, until at last the afternoon sun signalled the end of another miserable day. Margaret's feet were weary and exhausted. She now had no idea whatsoever where she was or how to get home, even if she could escape. And after an attempt at screaming for help, she'd been given a gag that she'd had to choke through for the rest of the hike. As soon as they stopped walking, Mrs. Bailey held a gun to her head while Jerome tied her hands and feet tightly. "What are we going to do about the ransom?" Mrs. Bailey asked. "We should send someone back to get it, or we should have stayed closer to the town so we didn't have to carry this dead weight all the way back." She kicked not so gently at Margaret, who was leaning against the tree. "I have a message boy paid off to take whatever is in the box and bring it to us at the port," Jerome said crisply. "And as for the girl, we'll have no need of taking her back to the bridge. We can leave her here in the forest when we make our escape." Bound and gagged. Mrs. Bailey looked sceptical. "But what if she escapes again? She's done it before, and it nearly got us discovered." Margaret noticed that she was looking a bit less fine and adventurous after a trek through the wilderness. The feathers on her cap were limp and hung forward across her eyes. She had sweated through her fine silk gown, and her hem was deep in mud. Margaret couldn't put her finger on why, exactly. But amid all the horrors she'd experienced, those limp feathers offered her a much-needed reprieve and happiness. She motioned as best she could with her bound hands, shrugging and rolling her eyes downwards towards the gag. Jerome appeared not to see her attempts at catching their attention. I don't want her alerting authorities. So when we leave her in the forest, we'll do it in such a way that she can never speak again." Margaret felt a chill and wondered why the two even bothered keeping her alive at present, if they only meant to off her when their ship came. Insurance was her only guess. Mrs. Bailey frowned too, but Margaret couldn't tell if it was out of conscience or annoyance. Finally, she shrugged and walked over, ripping the gag off Margaret's face. Margaret gasped for air. Before she had enough in her lungs to try screaming again, Mrs. Bailey held the barrel to her neck and twisted it back and forth against her skin. "Did you hear that? We're likely going to kill you, so there's nothing keeping me from pulling this trigger now. Keep your trap shut, and we'll play a game to see how long I let you live." Margaret swallowed hard and nodded. The air felt good on her face. "Water?" she asked hoarsely. Her throat ached. "After me," Mrs. Bailey said in the exact same tone she had used in ballrooms to tease her admirers. It made Margaret ill to hear it so eloquently used here in the wilds of Scotland, gloating over a prisoner. The fine lady, now considerably crumpled and disarrayed, took a swig of water and then held the cup to Margaret's lips, dumping half of it down the front of her dress when Margaret couldn't drink fast enough. Still, it was unbelievably refreshing. "We're not far from the port," Jerome said, setting down the valise and pulling 2 wrapped meats and bread loaves out from inside. "I'll make a fire tonight, and we'll get a good rest before the morning." He pulled out a flask of port, too, arranged a blanket on the ground, and set about starting the fire. Margaret watched all this in silence, grateful to have the gag gone, even though she couldn't move much with her other bindings. After a quiet interval, when Mrs. Bailey had travelled back to the river in search of fresh water, she ventured conversation. "So you're going to kill me?" Jerome looked up lazily, clearly bored. "Oh, are you going to try to plead for your life now? Try to make yourself seem to me a sympathetic figure? Try to complain that it wasn't really your fault what happened to me, that it was your father's and you are innocent?" Margaret waited for a long moment, wanting to be sure of her response. She didn't fully think Jerome capable of sympathy, and so, no, she didn't think she could make herself a sympathetic figure to him. Still, she had thought that a bit of talking would at least humanise the creature he wanted to kill. Now she was not so sure. She switched to a different tack. "So, you and Mary? That's a long romance. I wouldn't have taken you for the sort that would be influenced by the heart." "As you don't know me," he said crisply, "I'm not sure why you're surprised about new revelations about my character." "I'm not sure it is a new revelation, exactly," Margaret said slowly, purposefully acting as though she was analysing the villain crouched in front of her over the fire. She wasn't sure why, but something told her he did not like to be analysed. "I don't think you're that soft of heart after all. I don't even know that you like this Mary Bailey creature. Perhaps you did once. Perhaps you hung on to your idea of who she was. But now that you've seen what people grow up to be, I think you're a bit put off by how awfully clingy she is. How she doesn't seem to have a mind of her own. How she's willing to come alongside any plan, no matter how nefarious. Maybe that is what I find attractive. I doubt it. You're smarter than that, and far less empathetic." Margaret sighed and looked away from the clearing as though she herself were growing bored. "And I think you'll lose interest if you haven't already." Jerome laughed coarsely. "That woman has more than you could imagine to keep me interested." This made Margaret blush, and she bit her lip, hating that she'd allowed the man's worldly ways to throw her off her little plan of conversation. "I'm only making observations." "Pray," said Mrs. Bailey, who had apparently recently come back into the clearing, "keep all future observations to yourself." Margaret jumped at the revelation of the other woman's presence, and as she examined Mrs. Bailey's face, She saw a sullenness there that told her the woman had heard more than a safe share of the conversation. She swallowed hard, worried about what this would bring, but in the end, it seemed to just encourage Mrs. Bailey to greater levels of drama at societal mocking, for the woman proceeded to ignore Margaret the rest of the evening, eating heartily, drinking almost as much port as Jerome, and then ending the evening clinging to her beloved's arm and falling asleep by the fireside. Margaret watched all of this silently. She let her eyes drift shut slowly, at intervals, attempting to appear natural, and then kept them so for a time, looking out from under her eyelashes at the scene. At one point, Jerome turned and examined her for a time, as though attempting to deduce some truth, but then he leaned back against a tree himself, and soon his sleeping snores were mingled with the whifflings of Mrs. Bailey. Margaret wanted so much to run then, to scramble to her feet and crawl or hop to safety, screaming the entire way, but something told her that Jerome was as capable of feigning sleep as she was. In the end, she drifted off, fitful and pressed up against a tree root, and slept until the early morning. It was early morning when she awoke, still pitch dark with only the faint coals of the fire glowing to give off light. Margaret opened her eyes slowly, acclimating herself to the eerie nightmare that was waking, looking slowly around the camp. She was right to have slept. Jerome was fully asleep now, breathing evenly as he had not when pretending to snore, limp against the tree, Mrs. Bailey scandalously laying against his shoulder. They were not so far away, but Margaret knew in her heart that this was her only chance. She took stock of the entire situation before making a move. The road, she thought, was in front of her, past the fire and the sleeping forms of her captors. She strained against the bonds, but this time she had no knife to free herself. It would only wake Jerome and Mrs. Bailey if she struggled further. Instead, she pushed gently with her feet, feeling as though every scraping sound she made was the ringing of 1,000 alarm bells across the wood. But neither of the two sleepers stirred. Instead, she made a full circle of the fire, first pushing with her feet, then lengthening out her body like a snake until she was clear of the coals. Margaret paused now, having only to pass Jerome's long body to go on. She sat up with effort, then shifted her feet until she was able to stand, slowly, waveringly, knees out to balance. Then she took a soft, small, tentative hop forward. It was a slight movement, but it seemed to Margaret to shake the ground she stood upon. She froze, standing upright, breathing regulated. Her chest ached from the effort of holding in the screams that threatened her. After a long pause, it seemed that her fears were baseless. The forest was silent all around her. She took another small leap, and another. Her calves ached, but there she was, passing Jerome as tentatively and quietly as a rabbit trying to slip past a sleeping fox. When she was a few more hops clear of Jerome, she picked up her pace, trying to aim for trees so that she would have a place to lean and rest, trying desperately to lean towards the road. It was about 20 paces from the fire that she saw real gold, a cast-off arrow, perhaps from a hunting party, buried in a tree. The feathers were frayed, showing how long the arrow had been thus lodged, but the arrowhead itself was still buried in the tree. Margaret turned so that she was facing the fire and could see any movement, then abruptly pulled the arrow out of the tree. It made a cracking sound, but the figures by the fire didn't move. She leaned down and began sawing desperately at the bonds around her ankles, wincing when the ropes revealed how raw they'd rubbed her skin. She sawed and sawed until at last the unravelling began. Then she kicked free of the bonds. Her hands were still tied, but it was at that moment that she heard a sound from the fireside and looked up to see a dark figure in silhouette standing there. Jerome was awake. Margaret turned and started to run. The arrowhead was still clenched in her fist, but there was nothing she could do now, nothing to cut her hands free. Instead, they had to go from side to side, awkward, slowing down her progress through the woods. She had been quiet for so long that it wasn't until that moment, with the sound of Jerome close in the woods behind her, that Margaret remembered she could scream. "Help!" she screamed with every ounce of air that had been deprived her over the last few days of imprisonment. "Please, God, somebody, help me!" The woods were dark and stretched endlessly in front of her. Margaret felt her heart giving out. They should have reached the road by now. There had to be some clearing up ahead. They hadn't walked that far from the road, had they? But all she could see was the darkness and the sound of Colborne getting ever nearer. He heard her in his dream, a fitful attempt at rest. Edmund and Augustus had laid down just for a brief hour or two of rest before the sunrise, somewhere eastwards along the river, not even bothering to start a fire, not even unrolling their sleeping mats. They'd just tethered their horses and leaned against tree trunks and closed their eyes for the slightest of moments, and then Margaret had been there in Edmund's dream, her dark eyes wide and pleading, her hair brown and curling around her shoulders. "Help," the spectre whispered. "Help me." He reached out to her in his sleep, his hands shaking for the want of her. "I'm sorry," he answered. "I'm trying, but I can't find you." He thought then, in his dream, that she would give him some direction or say something comforting. Perhaps she would lead him to her or condemn him for letting her get trapped into such a difficult situation after all. But instead, she just stood there, white and pale in the moonlight, her eyes large. "Help me." And then, quite suddenly, he was awake in the darkness, and the words were real, echoing faint and far away, but still clear. "Please, somebody, help me." Edmund knew her voice at once. He leapt to his feet and shook Augustus awake. "This way," he said, giving no further direction, needing to give none. Augustus was on his feet in a moment, following hard in Edmund's footsteps. Edmund saw in his peripheral vision that Augustus was checking his weapons as he ran. Edmund had left his weapons behind. He'd been too concerned with everything that was happening, too driven mad by the sound of her voice, in reality, so near at hand and so desperate. But it was all right. He wouldn't need a weapon when he met that vile man. He would only need his bare hands. Augustus caught up to him. "Wait, Edmund." He held a hand to his ear. "What are we running after?" "Can't you hear it?" Edmund pleaded, a cold feeling sinking around him. Had it all been in his dream after all? Then it came again, faint but clear, and Augustus's face registered the urgency now as well. "That way," he said. They started running again, the wind whipping against their feet, and rounded the top of the hill looking down on a ghastly scene below in the moonlight. There was a slim figure in a pale gown running through the clearing, and then two figures came out of the blackness. First a large man, and then a thin woman, and in a moment the man was upon the girl in the clearing and was dragging her, kicking and screaming, out of the clearing. She couldn't see him. He was sure of it from his hiding place, and yet still she screamed, "Edmund!" The last shred of hope was dying inside of her as Colborne's arms half carried, half dragged her back through the forest, not caring what branches whipped back against her bruised arms and legs, bearing her onwards with a speed of fury and restrained anger. "You idiot," he said, cursing and filling the air with foul epithets. "You witch." He had her by the hair now, and she wound her fingers in too, trying to keep him from ripping her scalp clean away. It hurt. Everything hurt. But she knew it would hurt more when he killed her, and so still she fought. Though her hands were still bound, and now here was Mrs. Bailey whispering threats and hurrying her on through the forest. It seemed that the fireside came much more quickly than the clearing had, such was the unjust way of life, and now the pale coals seemed brilliant with light, casting a flickering red glow over Jerome's furious face. "That's it," he said, his voice dangerously calm and quiet. "I have put up with hell itself from you, witch. I will have no more of this. I don't care if you would have been a fine safety net, if you would have made for a good bit of insurance. This is the end of you, here and now." He turned to Mrs. Bailey. "If you'd like to step away into the trees, dear," he said coolly. Margaret felt the last dregs of hope drain away at the look of the hunter in Mrs. Bailey's eyes. "No," the woman said coldly. "I'd like to watch, if it's all the same to you." Jerome jerked back, holding Margaret by the throat, and pulled a knife out of his sheath. Margaret tried to fight free, but just then a most unexpected sound came from the trees behind her. It was strange, something like the sound of a wild animal, but also undeniably human, and then a dark shape came hurtling through the blackness, but not towards her, towards the monster before her. Margaret staggered back, her neck at last free, choking as she backed up to the tree, disoriented, trying to understand. The scene before her was ghastly. It took her a moment to realise that the shape from the shadows was in fact Edmund, but how could Edmund be here? And then to see that Edmund was locked in a life-and-death battle with Jerome Colborne, who was a whole head taller and a good deal broader. "Edmund!" Margaret screamed. She looked around for something to help her husband with, and saw that Mrs. Bailey was already far ahead of her. The woman was rifling around in Jerome's belongings, and had acquired the pistol. She was fumbling with it, trying to load it. Margaret flew across the clearing and fought for control of the weapon. But when she was there, Mrs. Bailey must have already finished loading it, for she was pointing it already towards Margaret. Margaret seized it in her hands, and the two women began grappling for it, falling to the ground as the gentlemen were. Mrs. Bailey may have been more slight than Margaret, but she was decidedly stronger, and Margaret again felt her life being snatched away when the other woman rolled free and pulled the gun up to fire it at Margaret. It was then, for the second time that night, that a figure came out of the shadows. This figure was bear-like, and Margaret recognised Augustus at once. "Enough of that," he said, plucking that gun from Mrs. Bailey, as though he were taking some small amusement from a child. He then flipped it around and pointed it at her, gripping one of her arms for good measure. He looked over at Margaret. "Are you all right?" Bruised, frightened, cut, bleeding, Margaret only had eyes for Edmund. "Can't you help?" she cried, pointing at the wrestling match unfolding on the ground. "Help him!" Augustus observed the fight with a practised eye, taking what seemed to Margaret to be centuries to make up his mind. He will win this. He turned and looked at Margaret with a sober note in his eyes. "He needs to win this, Margaret." Margaret wanted to throw herself into the middle of the fists in anger, to be certain of Edmund's safety, but Augustus stood between her and the fight, and in a minute Edmund had the bigger man pinned against the ground. It could have ended there if Jerome had only stayed down under the pin, but the villain needed to get one last jab in and struggled up abruptly to hit Edmund in the head with his own head. Edmund preempted the move, however, using the off-balance moment to flip Jerome into one of the same tree roots that had riddled their campsite with lumps the night before. The big man fell limp on the ground. Edmund struggled back, wiping blood and sweat from his brow, and then looked frantically around and, eyes catching Margaret's, came to her side. She sank to the ground, suddenly more weary than words could say, and sat looking limply at Edmund while he fumbled with the bonds on her wrist. He finally resorted to pulling out his knife and cutting them, rubbing Margaret's wrists with his hands. She kept looking at his face, ignoring the pain, just drinking in his nearness. "You came for me," she said, her voice choking up inside her throat.
I didn't know.
I'll always come for you, Margaret. He pulled her close, then, and she fell forward, her head against his lapel. The tears began coming thick and fast. We need to move quickly, Augustus said after a moment's pause. He turned to the woman in his grip, who was looking more sullen by the minute. Mrs. Bailey, I presume? She said nothing, just looked away. Would you care to show us where the blackmail is? He went on. Or shall we look through your things? She sat down, silent, beside Jerome. Augustus sighed. He's just unconscious, if that's what you're worried about. He rifled through the bag and pulled out a wad of papers, flipping through them. At last, he looked up at Margaret, his face pained. This is it. Margaret stood on shaky knees and, supported by Edmund, limped over to get a better look. There it was, the copies of her father's letters and the birth announcement. All the evidence of her bastard upbringing. She couldn't even bring herself to look at Edmund. Instead, she took the pages and limped back to the fireplace. She fell to her knees and stoked the coals, tucking the papers under the embers and watching as the licking flames of red and gold ate along the edge of the papers and then, in a burst of flame, consumed the evidence entirely. The answer to her fear was written in the disappointment on Mrs. Bailey's face. That was the last of it. No one would have any more hold over her. There was a sound in Jerome's direction, a shifting and a groan. Edmund stood quickly from Margaret's side and, uncoiling a rope, began to tightly bind Jerome's arms and legs, in turn tying him to a tree. Then, with gentlemanly gravitas, they did the same to Mrs. Bailey. You need to ride for the constable in Perth, Augustus said. When Edmund moved to protest, he added quietly, No, you can't stay here. If I go, you and the little miss might kill this man, and as pleasant as that sounds now, I assure you that regret will follow soon after the act. Margaret stood. You're leaving? She asked breathlessly. But you only just came. I'll be back in a few hours, Edmund said quietly. He looked as though there was more he wanted to say, but instead he just brushed his fingers gently along her arm and then turned and took off at a run through the forest, back to the road, back to freedom. Chapter 29. Augustus spread out the blanket that Margaret had been denied the night before and offered for her to sit upon it while they waited for Edmund to return with reinforcements. She felt so strange being cared for again, but now that the excitement had worn off, she felt overwhelmingly weary. Augustus stayed standing between the two hostages. Mrs. Bailey, though not gagged, was sitting silently with her head turned away from Augustus and Margaret. After the initial stirring and groan, Jerome had remained unconscious. Should we give him any medical attention? Margaret asked quietly after a few minutes of silence. Augustus considered for a moment and then shook his head. The bleeding stopped fairly quickly, and more aid would need a doctor. We're doing all we can, just sending Edmund for the authorities at present. He looked as though he intended to lapse back into silence, and so Margaret gathered her courage and spoke up quietly. I'm sorry. Augustus wrinkled his brow. Pardon? You're being kind by pretending you don't understand, but I owe you, everyone, an apology for running off after you and Sarah offered such a beautiful home for me to stay in. After I promised myself to Edmund and then disappeared. I know it all seems so strange what motivated me. I promise I didn't know when I went to meet my blackmailer that it would be Mrs. Bailey. What did you know? Augustus asked. He wasn't attacking her by any stretch of the word, but his tone was serious. His eyes focused on her. What made you go to meet with your tormentor in the first place? The first letter I was ever sent asked that I release Jerome from prison. I was so overwhelmed just searching for the money that I let that plea slide to the background, and I hoped against hope that the situation would solve itself without my involvement in that area. When the letter came, offering me a final chance to save my family name, I only had one choice. Or at least, I thought I only had one choice. I would have never let you off so easily. Mrs. Bailey's voice finally entered the conversation, cold and distant. Pray, explain yourself, Augustus said dryly, turning to the prisoner with annoyance. What part of this do you think would be eased at all for Lady Huxley? She just said that she thought if she paid everything out, I would forget about Jerome. But there was no such chance. The only reason I was doing any of it was to be with Jerome. Why would I let that part slide just because you happened to pay off a paltry fee? Paltry? Margaret blinked in honest surprise. The sum you requested ruined me. I was forced to drag a good family into my misery. I lost all my father's inheritance and lands. It was hardly paltry. As best as she could in such sufficient bonds, Mrs. Bailey shrugged. I should have known it would never work, this whole grand scheme. But it wasn't just Jerome's plan after all. I'm not some half-hearted woman in love. I knew from the moment I began spending time with you and arranging our correspondence that you were an insufferable, spoilt lass who desperately needed to be brought down a bit. Have you ever heard the rule? Augustus interjected, inspecting his pistol. That when you change your thoughts towards a person, it can change your heart in turn. Decide someone's a frustration, even if they aren't, and then in a few days' time you see them doing frustrating things at every turn. Ah, so you're pious too. Mrs. Bailey sighed and dropped her head back against the tree trunk. If I must be pinioned here with two people who think themselves saints, could we at least do it in silence? Augustus turned from her back to Margaret. I don't understand one thing, Lady Huxley, and I would like to put the question to you here, before Lord Huxley returns, if it's not too forward. Margaret bit her lip. Of course, you can ask me whatever you wish. I am only wanting to know why it is that you went quietly, without alerting us that you were going to meet with this woman and the villain she worked for. He held up his hand before Margaret could answer. Not because I am angry, Lady Huxley. You need not answer to me on that account. I am asking because I think the answer is somewhere near the root of something I wish to address with you. Margaret swallowed hard, feeling decidedly nervous. I didn't want to hurt you, she said after a moment. Any more than I already had, of course. I thought I could solve it all and then return victorious. Then perhaps you would be happy to have me return to Edmund. That is what I thought. Augustus sat back on his haunches against the tree and polished the pistol gently. If you will allow me, Lady Huxley, I would like to disabuse you of the particular falsity that led you to this action. He looked up, and there was a kindness in his eyes that surprised Margaret. She'd always known him to be a gentle man, but she'd been afraid of him too, as she was afraid of Reginald. Lady Huxley, our family, the once Lockridges, who are now Whitehalls and Crowans as well, are nothing but blessed and thankful to Providence that you are part of our little group. You are good for our dear Lord Huxley. You are a bright and compassionate friend to my wife and her sister, and you seem to have a general kindness towards humanity that casts you in a fine light to my own personal mind. Margaret frowned, confused. I'm not sure where you're headed with this, she said quietly. I'd rather you cut it off now, Mrs. Bailey interjected. It's nauseating. I'm saying, Augustus went on as though the other woman hadn't interrupted at all, that you behave like someone who has slipped into our family by luck and deceit, when in fact you have earned your place here with your kindness and spirit, and you should go forward after this little adventure with confidence that you, as much as Reginald or I, belong. The warmth and kindness behind his words warmed Margaret, and she realised with a start that they were very much needed. "Thank you," she said quietly. Augustus still looked sober, but Margaret could see the hint of a smile tugging at his austere mouth. "And if we should end this little adventure with Mr. Colborne and his paramour here locked up behind bars, and then we should happen upon a letter at home from some other, as of yet undiscovered blackmailer." He trailed off, but the smile was more pronounced now, and a question danced in his eyes. Margaret smiled weakly in response. "I will tell Edmund at once, and you and Sarah shortly after, I promise." The two sat in quiet, the forest all alive with the sound of birds and the waking of morning sunlight filtering through the treetops. Margaret closed her eyes and rested her head back, taking in the delight of having her aching muscles still at last, and her battered heart eased of its burdens. There was only one thing left, one last thing that she was worried about. "Lord Whitehall?" she asked, opening her eyes. "Yes?" "Did my husband say anything else to you about the discovery of my true heritage? Did he give you any idea of his thoughts on the matter, or what he planned to do?" Augustus's face was unreadable. He dropped his eyes to the pistol in his hand and looked for the first time a bit uncomfortable. "Lord Huxley has been distracted by his concern for your safety," he said after a long pause, "but I think you would do well to trust in the man you know him to be." Margaret nodded and laid her head back. His answer rang in her head, however, and a small ache throbbed in her chest. Perhaps he was only uncomfortable with the prospect of discussing the Huxleys' personal problems with her and not Edmund. Or perhaps what she feared was true. Perhaps Edmund was not, after all, able to overcome the awful truth of Margaret's birth. Chapter 30. It was at first rather difficult to convince the constabulary force in Perth of the dire situation, but when once the maid from the gold ring had been brought in to corroborate the story, and a letter from Reginald in London had been shown at the post to verify Edmund's title, they loaded up their horses and an empty carriage and rode hard out of town to the scene of the crime. It had taken some time to wade back through the woods in search of the campsite, but Edmund had left clues along the way, a trail to follow, and in the end they stumbled upon the very spot where Augustus was sitting between the two bound perpetrators, and Margaret was leaning against the tree. In the morning light, she looked less pale, but still weary, and considerably rumpled of spirit. Her gown was ripped in places from her attempt at escape. She had some bruises on her shoulders, and one rather purpling one on her cheek, and her pretty brown curls had fallen free of their bonds, and lay around her shoulders. She stood when he came into the clearing, her clear brown eyes fixed on his face with a world of questions in them. He wanted desperately to speak with her then and there, to take her into his arms and kiss away her wounds, but propriety kept him rooted in place. "Gentlemen," he said, turning to the constables who had arranged themselves at the ring of the fire, "you see before you a Mrs. Bailey, recently hailing from the home of Mr. Bailey, involved in a prison break near there wherein the gentleman tied against that tree, a Mr. Jerome Colborne, was seen to have escaped. The constables had been told as much already, but when the head constable's eyes fell on Margaret's figure, his eyes lit with astonishment. "Is this the Lady Huxley, sir?" he asked in wonderment. "I know that you said there was a lady in distress, but you had not, until this point, mentioned it was the very woman who walked out of the prison, holding all the guards at gunpoint." He frowned at Margaret, who Edmund could see was fairly quaking where she stood. "I am confident with an interview with Mr. Bailey and a full investigation into the matter, you will see that Lady Huxley is blameless in this case," Edmund began, but the constable held up a hand to silence him. and stepped forward to question Margaret himself. "What have you to say for yourself, Lady Huxley? It is not every day that I find myself in possession of two wanted criminals, and I would like an explanation of why I find the victim of the prison break tied to the tree and the perpetrator standing free and without bonds." Margaret swallowed, but when she spoke, her voice was clear and calm. "I can only imagine how this looks, sir, and it is precisely as Mrs. Bailey and her cohort, Mr. Colborne, meant it to look. They blackmailed me into meeting them at the prison, and when Mr. Colborne had broken free at last, they forced me to hold Mrs. Bailey at gunpoint and escape." "Forced you? How?" "A knife in my side." Margaret blushed, and Edmund could see that she was uncomfortable. "We will continue the investigation at a later time and place," the constable said, his voice softening somewhat. "But I can see that you have been through something of an ordeal, and that alone seems to speak for the validity of your tale. You may ride back in the carriage we have rented, and we will then take you into England and to London beyond." "She was kidnapped, sir." Edmund cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Just as I told you before. Clear and simple. She was kidnapped and could do nothing about her state. If you're going to bring an investigation against her, you'll have to do it with me by her side." "That can be arranged, Lord Huxley, but for now, I'd like Lady Huxley to stay available for further questioning." Margaret nodded, her face strained. Edmund wished he could go to her and lift all the fear off her shoulders. He knew what she didn't, that with the corroboration of her story from Jude Bailey, the blackmail letters, and various other people along the road, she would be free and clear when the investigation had been completed. There was something in her eyes, though, something when she turned to just him, that ran deeper than a simple concern about the charges. He wondered what it was, but had to wait for the moment to find out. The head constable had turned at present to the two victims tied up. Jerome was awake again, though looking a bit green. "Mr. Colborne, I presume?" the constable asked coldly. Colborne stared back at the man in silence. The scar that ran up out of his collar seemed to glow with an angry red against the pale tint of his skin. "I would appreciate an answer to the following questions, or otherwise I will be forced to assume you are admitting to all of the charges I lay before you at this time." Colborne still kept his mouth shut tight, and Mrs. Bailey seemed to be following suit. She glared at Margaret with a cold look in her eyes and a tight slant to her mouth. It made Edmund angry, seeing his wife treated this way, and he tried not to think about how cruelly they'd behaved towards her during her kidnapping. "I will take that as clear permission for us to continue onwards with the questioning," the constable said, a bit sarcastically. "Mr. Colborne, you have been convicted of blackmailing, theft, threats, and attempted manslaughter in the past. To add to those crimes, you are now facing charges of kidnapping and escape from prison in an unlawful manner." "Is there a lawful manner to escape from prison?" Mrs. Bailey snapped. "Be quiet, Mary," Colborne said, his voice hoarse and sharp. "Ah, so he speaks." The constable nodded to the men on either side of him. "Untie the man and snap him in irons. Transport him to the wagon and put the two ladies in the carriage. Please make certain that Mrs. Bailey is not left alone with Lady Huxley." He cast a look at Edmund. "Perhaps allow Lord Huxley to ride with them." And his gaze switched over to Augustus, with a question creasing his brow. "Who are you, pray tell?" "I am Lord Whitehall of London." The name had an obvious impact on the gathered constables, who, even this far north in Perth, had heard of the Whitehall fortune and title. Augustus went on, however, in an even tone, as though not noticing the effect this pronouncement had on the gathered men. "I can attest to the truth of everything that Lord and Lady Huxley have said up until this point, and I'm certain that Lord Crowan in London can do the same. The simple case is that this poor woman was the victim of kidnapping and blackmail and was therefore roped into a nefarious scheme that she otherwise would not have engaged in. It is my most dear desire that, until a verdict has been reached, Lady Huxley's name be kept out of the papers and the eyes of the public in this matter. I am happy to speak to the head constable on such a subject." His words, mixed with Edmund's own, seemed to have the necessary effect. The constables went about the business of bringing the two prisoners to the road and loading them into the waggon and carriage, respectively. Mrs. Bailey protested loudly, but when she was at once left alone with Lord Whitehall, Edmund and Margaret, she curled into a corner and looked sullenly out the window. On the ride back to Perth, the shadows slipped longer into the carriage, and first Mrs. Bailey, then Lord Whitehall set their heads back and drifted off to sleep. It was exactly the opening Edmund had been looking for, and he turned to Margaret in profound tenderness. "Margaret, I'm sorry," she burst out, cutting him off. It was as though she had been sitting in silence for some time, waiting to say these words, and had only just gained the courage when he spoke himself. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I'm sorry for all of this." She shrugged around her at the strange locale, the prisoners, and her general situation. "I'm sorry you had to come out here, that you put your life in danger, defending me." She lowered her head, but Edmund reached out and tipped her chin up again with his forefinger. "My dear," he said quietly, keeping his voice low so as not to wake the other two travellers. "I would have done anything for you, Margaret. I know we parted in a difficult way, but I'm most apologetic above all else that the way we parted drove a wedge between us that kept you from coming to me in your time of need. You were there for me in my time of need after all," she said weakly. "Just in time, I think." He let his hand fall from her chin. "It pains me to think how close I came to losing you," he said softly. Flashing into his memory was the image of her in the pale gown being dragged before him through the forest. He had rushed down that hill towards the villain as fast as he could take her, had balked to see the man already reaching for a knife, but she was safe now. "We don't have to speak of it any more," he said quietly, "not if it frightens you." Her eyes searched his face. "I should have come to you at once. Losing you is the only thing that has ever really frightened me." She paused, and then a smile played at her lips. "That, and I suppose almost getting murdered wasn't so very peaceful either." He pulled her to him, defying the world to call such a public display improper, and she laid her cheek against his lapel. He looked down and saw a bit of moisture trickling down her cheek, and realised that she was crying softly against him. "What is it?" he asked quietly. "I love you." She said it so softly that for a moment Edmund wasn't even sure he'd heard correctly. In all the rocky months since their marriage, he had doubted their love many times. He'd been unsure of Margaret's affection for him, unsure whether or not they had made the right decision to marry on such short notice, unsure of so many things, but when she spoke those words so quietly into his lapel, he knew in his heart that it was true. "I love you too," he answered. When they reached Perth at last, there was a good deal of discussion at the holding gaol about what to do with the prisoners. In the end, the constable was convinced by the word of the two noblemen and Margaret, and allowed the Huxleys to continue on home through the evening. They planned to move Mrs. Bailey and Mr. Colborne back to the gaol, from which they'd broken free a few days before, but the transfer would not happen until the morning. "I will come to your house in 2 days' time," the head constable said soberly, "with a contingent of your local law enforcement, and we will wrap up the investigation. Please make no attempt at leaving the country." Edmund was relieved. He knew that Margaret's innocence could be proven if only time and patience were allowed to them. He turned to Augustus, who was standing by the door of the prison. "I know we ought to stay here for the night," he said, "but I just want to go home." "I will arrange for a carriage and 2 horses for you and me," the Duke said with a smile. "Actually," Edmund interjected, feeling that he couldn't bring himself to leave Margaret alone for another moment, "why don't you arrange a horse for yourself, and I'll ride in the carriage with Lady Huxley?" He couldn't be sure in the dim light, but he thought he saw a smile of understanding on the other man's face. In a few hours, their way lit by moonlight, the trio set off down the road again, this time headed towards home. In the quiet interior of the carriage, Margaret leaned her head wearily against Edmund's shoulder. "Edmund," she asked quietly, "about my birth." "Not now," he said quickly, wanting her to be able for once to rest without any worries about the blackmail that had haunted her for so long. "There will be plenty of time to speak about such things when you're safely home." He tried to see her reaction in the dark, but she said nothing else, only kept her head against his shoulder. In a few minutes' time, he felt the heaviness that signalled she had fallen asleep, and he wrapped his free arm around her. As the carriage rocked along the uneven roads, he thought about how happy he was to have the little woman close to him again, and safe. He held her just so until the morning light had come again, and the familiar sights of home were flashing by the window outside. Chapter 31. Margaret awoke sometime in the late afternoon of the next day. She was lying in her own bed, and as she sat slowly up, she felt the aching tension of the last few days' excitement still coiled painfully in her muscles. She didn't remember much of the night before, but there was evidence of care all around her. Her arms, where the knife had chafed, had been bandaged, as well as her side. Her face smarted where the bruise lay, but she could feel the smooth texture of a salve there as well. She ran her hand along the top of the coverlet and looked around the room, struck by how the contrast smarted between this elegant situation and the cold woods she'd slept in. Was it really 2 nights ago now? It seemed like it had been years since she was last in this very room. She noticed at once that it was her room at the Lockridge estate, not the room made up for her at Sarah and Augustus's mansion, where she had been brought. So Edmund had decided to bring her back home after all. Edmund. She remembered all in a rush the events of the night before, as they had come to her through a haze of sleep and exhaustion. Mostly, she remembered the way his arm had felt around her, strong and comforting, while she slept. She had woken on occasion, sometimes when there was a hole in the road that disrupted the carriage, sometimes when a particularly bright ray of moonlight came through and landed upon her face, and each time when she'd lifted her eyes to check her surroundings and remind herself where she was, the strong arm had still been there. Edmund had been there, looking down upon her, or, on occasion, looking out the window. He had never once been asleep, as though he had taken it as his personal duty to remain on watch until they were safely home, try as she might to stay awake, to reward his kindness with alertness of her own. She had always drifted back to sleep to the rhythm of the carriage and the safety of her husband's arms. But was he going to be her husband when all was said and done? That she didn't know. She'd tried to broach the topic the night before. She remembered how quickly he'd told her that it would have to be discussed at a later time. Too quickly. Like he knew that he had to say something sharp to her, and he wasn't sure how to go about it, or wanted to save her spirits until she was rested. The clock on the wall told her she'd rested far beyond what was seemly for a lady. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and tested them against the rug beneath. She was sore, but she felt better. The soft muslin of her nightgown clung gently to her, tenderly caressing her bruises. She stood and walked slowly to her window and pulled open the shade. The garden outside was bathed in midday light, and she saw a gardener trimming the hedge as blithely as if this were any other day. The normalcy of it all blessed her. Quite suddenly, the serenity was punctuated by a light rap on the door of her adjoining solar. Margaret stood and went to the door. "Yes," she inquired. "It's I, my lady," the maid chirped on the other side. "I've been waiting over here in the hopes that I would be at the ready when you awoke." Margaret winced, thinking about how long the poor girl must have been waiting, and opened the door quickly. The maid took one look at her bruised face and, perhaps, the circles under her eyes, and winced as well. "My lady, they told me that you came in last night, but I didn't know—" The girl trailed off awkwardly, and with a slight smile, Margaret answered for her. "You didn't know that I would look quite so rough around the edges, did you? Well, it's no matter. Come on in, and do what you will to salvage this face." The maid followed Margaret in, and, though she had initially seemed taken aback by the appearance of her mistress and the mystique surrounding her disappearance, her tongue loosened quickly enough as she busied herself with Margaret's appearance. "They told me you took a bit of a bath yesterday. Did it hurt much with your bandages?" Margaret shrugged and answered honestly, "I don't remember much, actually. I think it felt rather nice. I remember wanting to be in bed, and then I believe I drifted off to sleep again." "Well, it's good they did, for your hair is looking soft and clean, and I can't imagine such would be the case if I had been captured by marauding thieves." Margaret smiled, wondering what story the girl had heard, and how much it had been embellished. "Will you do it up in a loose fashion? Nothing too elaborate, and, for heaven's sake, nothing too tight." "Yes, we'll dress you in a loose gown as well." With that, the girl went to the chest and pulled out a white muslin that, aside from the fashionable gathering beneath the bodice, fell loose and long to the floor. Dressed in it, Margaret felt like a lady again for the first time in days. Then the maid put her hair up around her face, so loose that some of the brown curls broke free and framed her profile. They helped, actually, to shadow the paleness that had come with Margaret's ordeal and the purpling of the faint bruise on her cheek. "You've done well," she said kindly to assuage the girl's nerves. "Now, can you tell me where Lord Huxley is? I suppose he has gone out to tend to business and is expecting some sort of dinner arrangement upon his return." "Oh no, my lady. Lord Huxley has been downstairs all day and insisted upon knowing the minute you were able to see him. He said if you needed a bit of breakfast brought up to your room, he could arrange it, and wanted to be here if you had any desire whatsoever, so he might fulfill it." "Good, kind Edmund. I hardly think it is respectful to the meal to call it breakfast at this late hour," Margaret said with a weak smile. She felt nervousness taking root in her stomach, but she wanted to get the difficult conversation over with as quickly as possible. "If it's a warm day, I think I would prefer to meet with Lord Huxley out of doors today. Perhaps you could have a light spread brought there and set beneath the arbour. I will go down there presently and meet him along the walk." "It is just the right weather for such a thing," the maid said with a smile. Then, with a curtsy and one last adjustment to Margaret's curls, she hurried off to carry out the plan. Margaret walked down the back stairway, collecting her thoughts. She didn't know what to expect with Edmund, except that she knew that he would attempt to be gracious in whatever situation he decided. But she had a sinking suspicion that now that he knew her true parentage, he would prefer to divorce her quietly and move on with his life. She felt like an ink blot on an otherwise pristine gentleman, and she could think of no way other than quiet separation to cleanse the blot. Outside, the breeze tugged tenderly at her soft curls, and by the time she had slowly strolled around the garden and returned to the arbour, there was already a footman respectfully laying out a spread of fine tea, sweet bread, and light meats for her meal. She sat down and then stood again just as suddenly when she caught sight of Edmund making his way across the garden towards her. He was dressed neatly in a fine, tailored costume of a gentleman, and it brought a brief smile to Margaret's lips to imagine this fine man was the same who had previously tackled a villain in the woods on her behalf in a most unseemly show of force. He walked all the way to the arbour but stopped short of embracing her. Instead, he bowed respectfully. "Good morning. Good afternoon, as it were," she said with a smile. "Will you join me for a brief repast?" "It would be my honour." They sat together, and Margaret poured out her tea with a slightly shaking hand. Edmund seemed to notice, and when she looked up, he had a shadow of concern in his green eyes. "I imagine you are not yet fully recovered from your ordeal. I feared to leave you alone last night, what with the nightmares that you might have endured." Margaret nodded. "I think last night I was sleeping too soundly for nightmares." "There is that blessing at least," he answered her. "I hear that you took care of me last night and made certain that I was given all the rest and medical assistance that I needed. I thank you for that." Margaret felt all this was paltry compared to the services he'd rendered her, but she felt compelled to speak out her gratefulness nonetheless. "And I also thank you for the effort you put into coming to find me. I know that I spoke of this somewhat last night, but in the clear light of day, free of danger, I would like to reiterate my gratefulness. And I will reiterate that there is nowhere else I would rather have been." Now was the moment. Margaret set down her teacup. "I think there is a particular discussion that you and I need to have, and as much as I am dreading the outcome, I fear that lingering over pleasantries will only delay the inevitable." "Go on." There was the worry again, clouding his sincere eyes. She hated to be the cause of that look. "Before I left, before the kidnapping and the prison break and all that, you and I had a conversation wherein I revealed my true heritage to you. You are now aware that, in the eyes of society, and I think any decent man or woman, I am considered to be illegitimate." "The blackmail has been destroyed," Edmund said quietly. "Yes, but you know the truth, and your opinion is what matters to me more than anything." Edmund sat in silence for a long moment. Margaret suspected that he was searching for the right words, and she took pity on him, offering up the solution she feared he would not be able to choose himself. "I will understand," she said in a soft voice, "if you wish to be done with this all, with me. If you wish to divorce me quietly, I think that it can be arranged. There may be some whispers about it, but I can slip away to America, or some other place where the memory of our little arrangement will soon fade." This seemed to light a fire in Edmund's eyes, and he looked up sharply. "Divorce you?" He sighed. "Margaret, is that what you think I want? I think you want peace. I think you want to live a life without the blot of my history so near at hand." He smiled then, quite suddenly. "You do know what family you married into, don't you?" he asked. "Margaret, my father was a villain on par with Jerome Colborne. He lied and cheated and blackmailed his way through life, and as a result, my sisters and I are forever tied to that heritage. We are forever attempting to escape that blot, and it was one brought on by real injustice." "That was not your fault." "As your conception was not your fault," Edmund said quickly. He suddenly set aside his own teacup and moved to sit on the same bench with Margaret, seizing her hands in his own. "You are the most precious thing in my life, Margaret, and I could not be induced to part with you for all the gold in the world. I don't care if for the rest of my life I find people whispering in hallways about your heritage. All I want is to be with you. I love you, and I will hear nothing more about being parted from you." Margaret's eyes filled with tears. "How?" she asked, her voice breaking. "You know how, for you loved me the same way," he said. "You cared for me when I was impoverished. You did all manner of scandalous and frightening things to protect my name. I never should have reacted the way that I did in the stable that night. I shrink to think of the things that I said to you, but my anger, even then, was not directed at your illegitimacy. It was directed at the fact that you had withheld the truth from me. If you will forgive me for my cruelty in that moment, my graceless handling of an already difficult situation, I can of course forgive you for the secrecy. I know that in your heart you meant to care for me." He looked deeply into her eyes. "How can you talk of divorce?" he said softly, "when we were so clearly made to be together?" Margaret couldn't help laughing at that. "Ah, yes," she said. "They were all talking in the London papers about how good a match it would be if the bankrupted Earl and the bastard Countess could only realise they were the ideal pair." Edmund smiled back at her. "And there is the bit of spunk that I pined after for years and years. If only I could have told my young self about all that was to transpire." "Do you think your young self would still have pined?" Margaret asked, "if he had known all the trouble that Miss Margaret Hayward would cause him in the future?" "I think that if he had known she would one day be Mrs. Margaret Lockridge, he would have had no reason to pine at all," Edmund said, "for he would have known with confidence that the dearest desire of his heart was to be one day fulfilled." Margaret looked up into his eyes. "I told you that last night I slept too soundly for nightmares," she said quietly, not a hint of a blush threatening her cheeks now that she walked in the confidence of her husband's love. "But perhaps to be safe, to be very safe, in the future, you should stay with me in my own chambers. To ward off the nightmares, that is." Edmund's eyes shone with love and happiness. "I will take that responsibility with the utmost gravity," he answered. Epilogue. Edmund. Edmund opened the door to the carriage, steadying himself along the window sash while he helped himself, and then Margaret, out of the carriage. They had arrived at the courtroom to meet with the judge in the case of Jerome Colborne and Mary Bailey, a full 8 weeks after the sentencing had been completed. It was simply a follow-up appointment, but there had been some mention of discussing Margaret's role in all this, and Edmund saw that she was shaking with worry as they walked into the great, ominous building. "It will be all right, my love," he said, looping a hand around her waist and pulling her close. "The constables seemed so certain when they appeared for the investigation. I can hardly imagine that there's been much change in the matter." Still, as they passed through the courtyard, Margaret ducked away for a moment, steadying herself against a tree. She looked a little pale, and there were beads of sweat upon her brow. "My tea did not agree with me," she said with a weak smile. After a few minutes, she had gathered herself together again, and holding on to Edmund's arm for support, made her way into the marble building beyond. They were shown by a stern aide up to a great room, with a long desk, behind which sat 2 magistrates, and the judge they had seen in Colborne's sentencing. They were directed to sit in 2 great chairs, and the proceedings began. Edmund saw that the high constable he'd spoken with was seated against the far wall. The judge began in an even, low tone. "We are pleased that you were willing to come in today, Lord and Lady Huxley. In fact, we have been most gratified by the willingness you have shown to cooperate with every step of our investigation, even some most prying questions that some would have considered disrespectful to your title. We do not believe ourselves to be above the law," Edmund said quietly, sharing a glance with Margaret. At times, the questions had seemed to be indeed invasive and repetitive, but they had both tried to be as open and honest as possible, throwing themselves on the mercy of the court. "As you know, one of the magistrates intoned. The matter of Colborne and the former Mrs. Bailey was rather easy to settle before a jury. Their guilt on all accused counts was swiftly established, and their sentences are to be carried out summarily. However, in the matter of Lady Huxley, there was still to be determined the issue of her assistance in the jailbreak, which, though as a result of blackmail, was still a crime. Edmund turned and saw Margaret swallow hard, her face still dangerously pale. "But surely," he interjected. "Please, Lord Huxley, we would prefer to conclude these proceedings without any further interruptions from you." "Of course," Margaret said, speaking for the first time. "We mean no disrespect. What have you deemed is my guilt in the matter?" "It was actually the testimony of our High Constable and the head of the prison in this matter that aided us," the magistrate went on. "We were able to determine summarily that Lady Huxley was acting under extreme coercion, and if that was not enough to determine her innocence, we would like to add that if it weren't for her actions in compliance with Mr. Colborne and Mrs. Bailey, there would, perhaps, have been bloodshed and greater harm in the prison yard. We have therefore exonerated her on all charges and would like to extend our sincere sympathies to her in regard to the trials she had to endure." There was a sheen of tears in Margaret's eyes, but she held them back and merely nodded her head humbly. "Thank you, good gentleman," she said kindly. The second magistrate held up his hand. "I'm afraid that does not conclude our interview." Edmund frowned. "There's more?" "Earlier, my colleague referred to the rather long list of invasive questions that came up during our interview. As a matter of course, Lady Huxley was asked about the events leading up to the kidnapping and the blackmail, and the matter of the loss of the bonds came out in discussion." Edmund looked sharply over at Margaret. In the past 2 months, their marriage had strengthened considerably despite the rocky beginning. They spoke regularly and often, and they had put the matter of the dark first months behind them, including the matter of the bonds. Edmund had forgiven Margaret entirely for everything that had transpired, but he knew that she still carried guilt for the loss of such a large sum of money that would almost certainly have saved the Lockridge estate. He hated that these men, in one breath offering her pardon, had also brought up the mistake that most troubled her. He saw her hands tighten on the arms of the chair in which she sat. "I remember," she said quietly. "Well, it turns out that it is fortunate, after all, that we heard about this particular malady, for we had an incident 2 weeks ago now where a ruffian was trying to pass off 2 significant bonds with the names altered. We were unable to decipher what the initial name was, as it had been blotted and changed significantly, but considering the proximity to the theft of your bonds, we thought we would run a bit of a test to determine whether they were yours or not." The gentleman pulled a slip of paper out and read from it. The bonds in question were marked with a distinctive seal. "Could you please describe it to us?" Edmund turned helplessly to Margaret and then looked back at the group. "I beg the pardon of the gentleman, but I cannot. I'm afraid I never laid eyes on these particular bonds before the accident." "I can describe it," Margaret said softly. She turned her eyes to Edmund and shrugged. A guilty conscience does not easily forget the details of the crime. "Margaret," he began. "It was a snake wound round a crown, with a small garden of sorts beneath it. Perhaps they were trees." She said it so casually, her memory so sharp, that Edmund was as surprised as the constable, judge, and magistrates appeared to be. A small smile tugged at the edges of the judge's mouth. "That," he said, "is a perfect description. I believe that, through a stroke of luck that seems to me to be very much deserved, we have located the bonds that were initially lost, and against all odds we seem to have been granted a second chance at bestowing them upon their rightful owners." He stood, walked around the edge of the long table, and handed the 2 slips of paper to Edmund, who examined them in amazement. He turned and looked at Margaret, and she smiled with disbelief. "It's hard to imagine," she said quietly, "but it is we who have been given the second chance." In the carriage ride on the way home, Edmund was elated. He had the bonds tucked away in his jacket. He had heard again the sentence of his enemies, and he had the pardon for his wife relieving his mind as well. "Do you think it is enough?" Margaret asked quietly. "Enough?" He smiled. How could a man ask for more? She laughed and nudged him gently. "I didn't mean all our good fortune, fine sir. I meant the money on the bonds. I always wondered, even after the theft, if it would be enough to save your father's estate." "It's our estate now," Edmund said, looping his arm over her. It always reminded him of that midnight ride in the carriage, when he wrapped his arm around his wife on rides like these, and it warmed his heart to think of how far they had come. "And yes, my dear wife, I think it is more than enough for us to save our home." She leaned her head down against his shoulder, as she had that evening all those weeks ago. "I am glad, after all. I feel silly, as though I don't even deserve all this happiness." "I don't know that many people deserve happiness," Edmund said quietly, "but after what you have endured, my little bird, I would give you every ounce of happiness the world has to offer." He worried a bit. She still looked pale and a little tired, curled up beside him, even after all the good news that they had received. "I'm not sure you've quite recovered," he said after a time. "Perhaps you should see a doctor." "You worry too much," she whispered, and closed her eyes. It was a week later that, still ill and pale, she finally consented to let the family doctor come to the Lockridge estate for a visit. She still insisted on walking about the house at intervals and spending her time in the fresh air, claiming that the air inside made her ill to her stomach and dizzy. But Edmund was growing considerably concerned. He sent a message to his sisters, asking them to come and look after Margaret's health and see what wisdom they had to offer. Lucille was unable to come, but when Sarah visited a few days before the doctor, she told him not to worry, that she was sure it was nothing severe. Still, Edmund couldn't help but wonder at the timing of it all, a dramatic kidnapping and the horrors that Margaret had experienced. Could it be possible that the universe would take her away from him just at the moment that they had finally found love and safety? The doctor, crisp in his black clothes and sombre demeanour, arrived punctually and disappeared with the maid and Margaret into the parlour for the examination. Edmund told them he was going outside for a walk, but in reality he paced back and forth in his study until, at last, he heard the clicking of the doctor's heels in the hall, and then the sound of the butler ushering the man out. Edmund ran to catch him at the door. "Sir," he said humbly, "can you give me some idea of what is ailing my wife?" "I suggest you speak to her directly," the man said solemnly. Then he turned on his heel and left. Edmund went to the parlour and found the maid had already hurried away. Margaret was sitting by the fireside with a cloth over her legs, and her head leaned back on a pillow. Her eyes were closed, and without opening them, she greeted him when he came in the door. "I knew you didn't go on a walk," she said, a note of teasing in her voice. "I wanted to be near in case you needed me." She opened her eyes, looking fresher than she had in weeks. "I always need you." Did the doctor know what was the matter? She smiled then, a soft smile he had never seen before, a secret behind those deep brown eyes. "He did, but he said to tell you not to worry yourself any further on the subject." "How can I not?" Edmund asked with exasperation. "You would think the man had never been married." It is precisely because of his affinity with the opposite sex that he was able to determine my condition, Margaret said, that same secret smile on her lips. He said that in the span of about 7 months, my entire condition should be cured and the nausea should dissipate long before that. It took Edmund a moment to realise the full import of these words, but when he did, he came over to Margaret and knelt down near her knees, taking her hands in his and gazing up into her face. "Is it true?" he asked breathlessly. "Are we to be parents?" The smile burst on her face and she bit her lip like a little girl. "We're going to have our first child, Edmund." He stood then, pulling her into an embrace. He thought about all that they had endured together and now saw the path ahead as a glimmering, beautiful thing. He had been so unsure of his future, so worried about how the past tainted it, but now he could see what the future had to offer, and, overwhelmed by happiness, he leant down and kissed Margaret breathless in his arms. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book. Click on the image or scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.